All right. Welcome, everyone, to the latest episode of Xbox 2, episode 370 on this July 4th weekend. I am one of your hosts, Randall Thor19, the man with the million. And with me, we have, as usual, Mr. Jez Corden, Windows Central, doing a lot of writing this week for...
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure the reasons.
A lot of writing.
Yeah, a lot of writing, a lot of articles, and yeah, we're here. So, Jez, how you doing, man?
Oh my god, it's been a week.
Yeah.
Been a tough week. A lot of emotions. A lot of
Feelings-based jazz.
hard work.
Did feelings-based jazz come out at some point?
Oh yeah, feelings-based jazz all over the place. But you can't be entirely feelings-based when there's so much misinformation to get through, but also like people want to know what's going on, right? In a lot of cases, the staff themselves want to know because, by all accounts, the way Microsoft handled this was something of an omni-shambles. But anyways, yeah, everyone knows what the big topic of the week is. It was an absolute shit show this week. Very dire week. For everyone who's impacted, really sucks, really shitty. I've been taking calls until I didn't go to bed till 7 a.m. yesterday, or today. Yesterday? No, today. I didn't go to bed till 7 a.m. yesterday. I put out an article at like 5 a.m. about OD not being cancelled, Hideo Kojima's game, because I saw there was some speculation about that. Obviously today we've had news about Forza Motorsport's future. We'll talk about that in a bit. There's a lot of speculation about contraband going on right now. Obviously we know Perfect Dark Initiative shut down. Everwild was cancelled. Zenimax's new IP was cancelled. A lot of craziness going on. Just sucks for everyone that's been impacted.
Yeah, a lot of unfortunate. Man, these fucking
Crazy.
Corporations, bro. Seriously.
Yeah,
they don't give a crap about the people there. It's all just about profits over everything else.
They don't give a crap about the customers. They don't give a crap about the employees. They don't give a crap about. They don't even care about themselves. They don't even care about like, how is this going to make us look? The only thing that matters to them is keeping that share price up, man.
Yeah,
it's like, it's so crazy, But this is what happens, man. This is what happens. It's the whole system of publicly traded companies, which became increasingly popular throughout the last century or so. Like, when did the stock market open? Was it the 60s or 70s, something like that?
way before that, bro. You ever hear of like Black Tuesday? When the stock market basically tumbled in, like, I forget, what was it, 1917?
Stock market was
maybe it was
invented in
Black
the
Friday.
1500s.
Black Friday.
What am I thinking of then?
Or maybe it was Black
Amsterdam
Tuesday. I forget.
Exchange.
One of the two.
Yeah, Dutch East India Company was the first publicly traded company. What am I thinking of? Like credit card or something?
1960s. Yeah, the stock market's only been around for a few years, guys.
Yeah, I don't know. There was something that I watched a video about it, but there was something that really sort of kickstarted this sort of whole sort of process of, shareholders basically destroying companies and stuff like this. In the post-industrialization and all this kind of stuff. I don't know. But yeah, man, it's just it's been an absolute shit show, man. Absolute shit show. And yeah, so Lawrence Bill in the chat says deregulation. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, like the deregulation. But yeah, whatever, man. It's that's not the story. The story is the people who've been impacted by it, and it's just been shit.
Sure, absolutely. But you know what? Let's do a quick housekeeping, and then we'll get right into everything. So, for those of you who don't know, sponsor, not necessarily for this episode, but just in general, Surfshark. You can get the VPN with the little link in the description, or in the comments section for like 86% off a 2-year deal. We appreciate Surfshark and the deal they have for our listeners. So if you're interested in that, check it out. We also have the wonderful, wonderful Patreon members. We have the question and answer thread. I assume Jez is up, right? People can write their questions and we'll answer them at the end of the show. And
yeah, man. The Patreon thread's up, and if you want to drop a question in the Patreon thread's up, and like Rand says, Surfshark VPN with our deal, which is linked in the description.
Yep.
You get it for, I think it's around $2 a month, something like that. It's a very, very good deal. Surfshark's a good company.
So we'll get to some of the shout-outs. What?
Nothing, sorry.
Oh, okay. We'll get to some of the shout-outs for the Xbox 2 MVPs. We got Resin Force, iMike Zero, Tier, Shrapnel, Inner Machine, Just James 93, Holy Dark Dad, Steve Stompy, 09C Mine, James Wiseau, Trickster for Trey, Laser Wolf, Battered Haddock, Army Do 52C, Foreign Object, RS Donks, Silas, James Moore, Fantasticals, Katrox, Bright Tundra 1, Discarded Caboose, Justin Duel, Sean Kramer, PB Broking, Asa T and Madison, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Wagerman, Pat Rock, Scarcely Relevant, Adam Bartolo, Briggs Country, Prof. JJ, and Wolfgang KPZ. Appreciate everybody who supports us through Patreon, everybody who's here live, listening to the show, chatting it up, like Hazador, and I see Jesse from Xbox Era, Sea Lord of Bravos, Tim Per 21, all the great people in the community that are here. Those of you who are lurking, like me, because I lurk everything, I barely ever speak. We love you just as much as everybody else. And if you're listening to this later, I hope you enjoy the show on Spotify or iTunes. And yeah, I mean, let's kind of get into it. So I'll talk about it briefly because my thoughts really haven't changed that much. But I have been playing Death Stranding 2. I've been playing it since last week when it released. I'm approaching 50 hours in the game, and I really like it. I like it more than the first game. I find myself doing more extraneous stuff, more like building of roads, more building the monorail systems, more building the structures than I did in the first game. And I feel like it's one of those improvements. So I feel like it's one of those Uncharted to Uncharted 1 jumps, but in a way of like more like quality of life improvements where they looked at the things that maybe were a little bit undercooked or underdeveloped in the previous game, and I feel like everything just works better in this, especially the combat. I love like the choices you can, if you want to go covert, if you want to go balls to the wall with machine guns, if you want to do melee, it's all right there. It's all easy for you to do. But obviously, like the main focus of the game is the deliveries and the walking sim aspect of it, which is still, I don't know, the vibes are still like wonderful in that game. And I've been connecting all the different optional bases. I've been trying to get a lot of them up to 5 stars. So like I have more time in the game than probably somebody else would at this point in time if you were just to focus on the main story stuff. So
I want to ask you a question about Death Stranding.
Okay.
When you finish your section.
Well, no. So I was just going to say I'll probably be done by this time next week. So I'll give my full thoughts on the game next week. But not much of a change between what I started and where I'm at outside of just I'm still enjoying it greatly. But I think I'm at the point now where I'm like, because I've been trying to 5-star a lot of the bases because they give you extra things. Like they'll give you like a better version of a machine gun, or they'll give you these like better accessories to make things easier. But I think I'm at the point now where I might just sort of do the main story and not try to focus on leveling up all the different, because to level up a base, you have to do constant deliveries, right? And sometimes,
Your line to the end.
yeah, well, I might just kind of do the main story and then level up the ones that I like, because I was spending I'm like almost 50 hours, and I feel like when I'm at the map, I think the recent one I just did was like, oh, you've connected half of them, so it's like, all right, well, maybe, because I always get like this towards the end of open world games where there's like so much to do. At some point, it's just like, all right, well, uh, it's time to just move on. And even though I'm having a really great time doing all this stuff, a lot of it is just like, all right, well, I don't know if I really need to do this that much anymore. Maybe I'll finish it up and then come back to it and you know, do it after like the game's over. But we'll see how I feel. But as of right now, like, I think the game's pretty great. I'm enjoying it more than the first one.
Better than Elden Ring? Better than Cyberpunk?
No,
How do you rank it?
no. I mean, I don't know.
Oh,
I'll rank it when I finish it. It's definitely.
fair enough.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. A lot of it obviously has to deal with how the story comes together, what choices they make, how emotional it could be, and how the story beats progress. And then when I finish the game, we'll see where it ends up being. But what was the question you wanted to ask?
Yeah, let me ask you this. Just one thing about Death Stranding before we move on. One discussion I saw on, I think it was it Reddit, something like that. I saw like people discussing how, because of the popularity of the game and the sort of the connected like stuff you can put down to help you with your deliveries and that.
Mm-hmm.
Is it like too easy when there's like ladders and shit everywhere that other people have already made for you?
Yeah.
Because
So
some people were saying like you should play it offline,
there is
so
some of
it's
that.
actually more of a challenge.
There definitely are spots when, like, okay, so when you go to I don't know if you played Death Stranding or not, but
I played
like
the original.
when okay, so like when you go to a base and you bring it into the chiral network and you link it, that's when like sort of when all of other people's structures may show up in your game. So yeah, there is some of that stuff where sometimes when you bring a section online, you'll be like, oh, well, you're thinking like, well, maybe I should build a generator here. Maybe I should build a timefall shelter here. Oh, that river's tough to cross. Maybe I should build a bridge. Maybe I should make a jump ramp. Maybe I should put a zip line here or something. Like, you're thinking of ways like, all right, what can I do to make the travel easier? And then you bring a part online and you'll realize that some of that stuff's already been done where like you don't have to do it. Like so you go into an area and be like, oh, I might want to build something over there, and then you'll come back after you connected it, and you don't have to. And I have found that to be the case for a lot of the early parts of the game, where somebody's already built that bridge to help you get over that river. Somebody's already built that generator alongside the road to recharge your batteries. Someone's already set up this or that. So there was a point in time where I wasn't really building that many structures because there was no need to, because somebody already had. I am finding now, the later I am getting into the game, there are less of that. So the last couple areas I've been to, there hasn't been many structures built. So I think maybe that more or less means, I don't know, maybe not as many people are as far along. Like, everybody kind of congregates, the first few episodes, they don't take that long. And everybody's like, okay, like, build some stuff and help people out. But then the further you get, I think, like, the less people continue on. So there's less things that they built. So I am finding like, all right, well, now I should be building more things. And even if you look at the trophy completion percentages, like, I think I'm on episode 9 or 10, and it's down to like 12%, 10%. So, less, like, you look at the earlier ones, it's like 80, 70, 60, and then now I'm getting down to the things like, okay, well, now it's 10. So there's like a dramatic fall off. So
Yeah.
like now it's like, okay, now, like, but it is like, I when you give materials to build the roads or the monorails, and it tells you like, oh, you've contributed to it. I have gone back the next day, and that road was built, finished built by somebody else, or that monorail system was built, by somebody else. So there have been instances where, like, because it costs a lot of materials to build out the monorail system and the road system, and sometimes it feels like you're like giving all the materials and nobody else is really giving anything. But there have been a couple instances where like I came back and it was like, oh, like 2 sections of the road were completed, or instead of 3,000 ceramics I have to give now it says I only have to give 200. So people were really helping out there, because the roads are pretty important, because there is a lot of back and forth. Although there is like a fast travel system in this game, but they kind of ding you on the likes you get from deliveries, since deliveries are the main thing. But we'll see how the game ends up.
Let me ask you one final question
Okay.
before we grab some super chats, because
All right.
there are a few piling up. Do you think it'll come to Xbox someday?
Yeah, I do. I do.
You do?
The first one did.
You do?
I guess there was some thought that, okay, 505 Games published it, and maybe that's why it sneaked into Game Pass on PC, because 505 Games was the publisher of the game on PC and not PlayStation. Very similar to like MLB The Show.
Do you think Sony will publish it on Xbox at this time?
Well, that's the interesting thing now, because now Sony is set up to be a publisher on Xbox, with PlayStation publishing LLC. So now I sort of wonder, because at the time I don't think Sony was doing very many publishing stuff on PC with Death Stranding, or when they did the Death Stranding stuff. So it was like, oh, were they new to it, or was it a deal they made with Kojima where somebody else would take on publishing rights? I don't know, whatever was in their contract. And when it came to Xbox, it was 505 Games. But now that PlayStation decided, hey, we're going to put Helldivers on Xbox, and we're actually going to publish it ourselves, and we're actually going to have one of our own studios make the game, I sort of wonder if and when it does come, will it be 505 Games publishing it on PC and publishing it on Xbox and probably Switch? Because I'm feeling like maybe Death Stranding 1 was still going to come to Switch at some point, because Kojima has talked about his desire to have Death Stranding as this like massive IP, and it only makes sense of like, okay, let's put it everywhere, right? So I do wonder. I wonder if there's like PlayStation is going to publish it themselves then, or if it's in the contract with Kojima or something that there has to be another publisher. But we'll end up seeing with all that, right? So
yeah, I suppose like we'll see with all of it. But I suppose for PlayStation, it's kind of like why not just cut out the middleman and do it ourselves at this point? And Sony can save face by saying like, yeah, it's not our studio, second party game. Kojima's got aspirations for it to become a massive multimedia IP, that kind of thing. Whereas, like, with something like God of War, it'd be probably a bit more of a stretch. But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see, man.
I think it will. I think the question is, will it take as long as it did for the first game? Because the first game was 5 years. I think it came to PC after 8 months, which was really short. Given that time frame back then, that was like 2000, or not 2000, 2020 rather. And at that time, when they were doing the PC stuff, for a lot of those PS4 games like God of War and Horizon and all those, it was like 3 to 4 years. So when Death Stranding came, it was like 8 months. People were like, oh, well, it's Kojima. Obviously, it was a different deal worked out with him and all this sort of stuff. And then we've seen the time frame kind of shrink to some of the day and date stuff, to some of the stuff that's like only a year, like Spider-Man 2 and
I think you just maximize your hype and your marketing dollars when it's everywhere all at once.
Yeah, so I guess the question is it going to be 5 years again, or is it going to be a year? Is it going to be 2 years? I think we'll see.
I think I don't know. I think Sony's probably thinking there's not a lot of point in us holding back here with Xbox, because the people that are leaving Xbox are probably primarily going straight over to PC, where they don't get the cut anyway. So maybe they're just like, why wait? I don't know. but we'll talk about it in more depth in a minute. You want to grab
Yeah,
some
we got
super chat
Night
real quick?
Wolf. Super Chat says we're gonna cancel some key projects, Perfect Dark, Everwild, and a new IP from Zenny. But hey, here's Helldivers for Xbox. Really, really weird scenario there with
Yeah, worst timing ever.
Let me ask you this question really quick, because we'll talk about the whole Helldivers stuff and all the Xbox stuff after this or whatever. But with the Helldivers 2 thing, do you think they deliberately announced it the day after the layoffs to bury it?
I mean, that'd be like, it'd be. I want to believe no.
Like, I mean,
because it seems
like
so cynical.
like, but then like, why
So
not?
cynical.
Because I was thinking, all right, the game's coming out end of August, so it needs to be announced at some point, right? But it had been out there for a bit that the layoff stuff was going to come on Wednesday. And I was thinking, well, if you really wanted to bury some news, maybe you release some news on Wednesday or on the day it happened or the next day. Like, for instance, they announced that Neil Druckmann is no longer working on Last of Us Season 3 at HBO. That he's left the project and he's going back to Naughty Dog to work on Heretic Prophet and other Naughty Dog stuff. But that information came out like an hour after the Xbox layoffs happened. And I don't know if like you can't tell, or it isn't really said if he's like, you know, was removed from the project or if he removed himself because what all we know is like what he said, like I want to go back to Naughty Dog and work on Heretic Prophet and all that stuff. But essentially news was sort of buried because everybody's attention and focus was on Xbox and the Microsoft layoffs and digging into what games are canceled. Oh, is this game canceled? What about that game? What about this game, right? And all the other things that were happening, nobody paid attention to that bit of news. And then the next day, you get this Helldivers 2 announcement. And a part of me thought, you know, maybe you could have held that off until a Monday. But then a part of me was thinking, well, if you wanted to sort of bury this announcement and not get people talking about, you know, what it could mean or what it might not mean, it would be a perfect time to do it like the day after, because everybody's still focused on Xbox and what the future holds for the company and who's really to blame. And leadership has all these problems, and Satya and Amy Hood and AI, and they don't know what they're doing, and all the, you know, the opinion articles and all these things that are still leaking out about all that stuff. And then here's like a little announcement with the Helldivers thing, like kind of right there. There's a part of me that thinks maybe it was deliberately positioned that way by Sony to take advantage of, like, you know, the bad news so it would overshadow this. Because in my mind, I would imagine hypothetically the layoffs didn't happen and it was just a normal week. And then they announced Helldivers to Xbox. I feel like that would have blown up in even bigger manner and been discussed more wide had it not been for what Xbox is doing or what Xbox isn't doing. So I kind of wanted to ask you that. I mean, was this like always? Do you think it was always just planned? Like, yeah, we're gonna do it Wednesday, July 3rd. You know, the game comes out the 26th, or was there like, oh, we know Xbox is doing layoffs on Wednesday. Let's prepare the announcement for the next day and kind of bury it a little bit, because we could have waited. We could have waited to the beginning of next week. We could have done it on a Monday. You know what I mean? Could have done it on a Friday. You know, they say bury bad news on a Friday, right?
Yeah, I honestly have no idea. I mean, the layoffs revolve around Microsoft fiscal year ending and stuff like that. It's I want to believe that they wouldn't be this cynical to have done it this way, but I mean, it has given the community a positive off ramp, which is probably what they probably what they would have wanted. Like this whole podcast would have just been an endless discussion of negativity about about layoffs if it wasn't for Helldivers 2. Because now we've got like something immediate to
So
look
what
forward
you
to.
think
It's coming out.
You think Sony did Xbox fans and Xbox a solid by doing this?
No, I definitely don't.
I mean,
Or at least not intentionally.
are you
So
saying like it was because you made it sound like Microsoft was the one that announced it when I would imagine Sony was the one in charge of whenever they wanted to announce it? Yeah.
it was probably like, yeah, but like Microsoft could have picked a different day to announce their layoffs. I don't know.
I mean, they could have, but everybody knew the fiscal year was ending, and it was going to
Yeah, I don't
be
know.
that Wednesday.
Maybe the most likely explanation is that like it is just really shitty timing, but at the same time, there's always that thing in the back of your mind where it's like, well, it's very, very convenient, isn't it?
I mean, I will say it definitely has alleviated some. When I jump online to check some stuff out, there definitely was like, everybody was kind of really upset, sad on Wednesday, and rightfully so, because what the fuck's going on at Xbox and Microsoft? Nobody has the questions or the answers to those questions, and then the next day it was like, oh, by the way, Helldivers is coming. Something that a lot of people in the community said never would happen, and it's kind of opened up a gleaming, because now you have. Now I'm seeing like Spider-Man's coming, Spider-Man 2's coming. You might put the Uncharted trilogy on there, put God of War on there, and like so now the expectations is like this isn't the end, this is the beginning, and I'm kind of like, well, let's slow our horses a little bit. I mean, Helldivers 2 is kind of cool, and Helldivers 2 makes an absolutely ton of sense. It is a game that's probably will sell incredibly well on Xbox, even though like you'll have the PlayStation guys being like, why are you doing this? Nobody buys games on Xbox, right? The typical narrative that they'll use. And it's like, well, Sony must think people buy games on Xbox because they're using their IP that they owned, one of their most successful games in the last 10 years, a game that's like sold something like 14 million copies and is a very successful live service game. So they're using Nixxes to port it, one of their own studios. So it's like they must think it's worth doing, so they're gonna do it. But then you listen to other people, and they're like, "Why would they ever help Xbox? What? That's a dying platform, and nobody buys games." And it's like, well, then Sony thinks differently than you.
It's a very strong, honestly, like it's a very strong vote of confidence in Xbox from Sony that they would invest in porting this game using one of their own studios. Maybe it was always in, I mean, we can speculate. Maybe it was always in the contract with Helldivers that this would eventually happen. Maybe it's just like, something like that, kind of like MLB The Show, where it's sort of incidental thing to put it, to be cynical about it. But at the same time, I feel like if they felt like there was absolutely no opportunity whatsoever on Xbox, they wouldn't even be bothering to do this. And you can extrapolate that out further. Look at Borderlands 4 or any of the other publishers that are still supporting Xbox, despite the fact that everyone wants to perceive it as a dead platform or a dying platform. It's not like Windows Phone was, where it was like, oh, we don't have Snapchat, we don't have Instagram, we don't have like any of these native apps. We don't even have a YouTube on Windows Phone because they don't think it's worth it. It's not like that yet. Maybe it could become like that in 3 or 4 or 5 years. Who knows what's going to happen? Nobody knows. But at least for right now, they think there's money to be made putting Helldivers on Xbox, and I think it's something we've always talked about. It's like, out of all the Sony games that could and should come to Xbox, Helldivers is the one that makes absolutely the most sense. I think Sony saves some face because it's a second party game in essence. So Sony saves some face. B, it's a live service game, so you need as many people playing it as possible. And, Sea of Thieves went to PlayStation and it got a boost. Helldivers, will get a boost from Xbox, at least in the near term. And you've also got Xbox is the shooter box, and Helldivers is Halo coded, man. it's ODST coded all up with the drop pods and all that kind of stuff. You know, obviously Helldivers draws on inspiration from a variety of sources. There's a bit of Warhammer 40k in there as well. You know, the Imperium of Man and stuff like that. The whole sort of like, you know, manage a democracy thing. There's a bit of Starship Troopers in there. And there's a bit of Halo ODST in there. And it's like, this is the perfect game for Xbox. It makes total and complete sense. Much like putting Forza on PlayStation makes sense, where you've still got like some very, very passionate racing fans by Gran Turismo, stuff like that. You know, and god damn, man. Just think of what the crossovers, man. You could have a Gears crossover, you could have the obvious Halo crossover.
You definitely
we have the Killzone crossover, you know.
You know,
and now that like you've got Gears you've got Gears going to PlayStation. You can have that Gears crossover on PlayStation as well. There's a big opportunity there for everyone involved.
Well, fuck it. I mean, we might as well have the whole discussion now since we've been talking about it so much. But
yeah, let's talk about it now.
Yeah, because I mean, I think obviously the back half of the show is going to be mostly talking about the Xbox stuff. But so it's coming out August 26th, which is also the same day Gears Reloaded comes out, which is I find to be an odd release date to choose, especially because
it is, but it isn't. Use your point first. Go. What's your point first?
I guess I don't know. Maybe if you feel like you're going to move more into September, you get more into the heavy hitters like Borderlands and stuff like that, and whatever else is coming out. So maybe this multiplayer game is more set for late summer. I know there's some kind of I don't know if I would call them big, but this month we have like Ready or Not finally hitting console, which I've seen has caused a huge kerfuffle in the Steam community because apparently the game's been censored due to for the console. So the player base over there is really upset about that. I'm actually kind of looking forward to playing it because all my buddies, it's got cross-play and everything, so it's got 5 people, so I'll probably check out Ready or Not. Then Delta Force, I think, was coming in August to console as well. But, like, specifically, it's like, all right, the reason why I say, like, is that a good release date or not? Like, you look at it from Sony's perspective of, like, well, if we're doing this and if we're releasing this game elsewhere, we want to give it as great as a release date as possible so we could maximize our revenue, right? But then you're releasing on the day of for Gears of War, one of the core franchises that Xbox has, and either everybody's going to be playing Gears Ultimate Gears Reloaded for free on Xbox, basically, either because they have Game Pass or because they owned Ultimate, so they got a code. Like, I got a code because I owned Ultimate, so I have the game. And we've seen people post, oh, I got my code. So a lot of people are going to have this free Gears game that they potentially have a ton of nostalgia for, that has the full multiplayer suite. And, okay, I'm going to play this. Or I could spend $40 on Helldivers 2 to play that. I personally, if I was in charge of releasing Helldivers and could choose when I would release it, I wouldn't release it the same day as that. I mean, maybe there's a sense of, oh, well, people don't care that much about Gears anymore, or people aren't really that interested in Gears Reloaded that much on Xbox. I know I'm not. Like, I have no intention of playing Gears Reloaded whatsoever. Mainly because
me neither.
I played Gears 1 when it came out. I think I played through the game 3 times. I played a bunch of the multiplayer, but I was never good at the Gears multiplayer. It never was like something that I sought out to play. I just, like the wall bouncing and all those really good esports pro movements that you see. I just was never good at Gears multiplayer. You play it for a little bit and then you just kind of step away. And then I played it again when the Gears Ultimate came out in 2014. Played through the campaign again like 2 times. Played some of the multiplayer, but not a lot of it. So I look at this game and it's like, all right, cool. Glad it exists for the people that never got to experience it. It's obviously 4K 60 when the other versions weren't. All that sort of stuff. But like, I have zero desire to play this. So Helldivers 2 speaks to me because I'd be like, all right, well, I haven't played Helldivers 2, and it's cheap, right? It's not like a full $70 price game. It's $40, and get some friends together or whatever and play it. But I'm not everybody else. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are like, well, I got Gears for free. I want to go on a nostalgia trip and play the multiplayer and play the campaign. And then before you know it, since it's the end of August, now it's the beginning of September. And Borderlands 2's here, or Borderlands 4's here. And, the start of, like, the holiday season. And then you never go back to Helldivers. So...
See, here's what I think, man. I think Microsoft knows that Gears... A remaster of a remaster of Gears is not going to do spectacular numbers on Xbox, I think, even if it is in Game Pass. But, like, if Helldivers is pushed properly, and I think Microsoft will push it because it's PlayStation. They want Helldivers to be a success on Xbox, more so than Gears on Xbox, because they want more PlayStation games on Xbox. So I think Xbox itself pushes Helldivers 2, and this is just my prediction, by the way. It's not sourced or a leak or anything. I think there's more to be gained by Xbox pushing Helldivers than there is Gears on Xbox, for example. I can see Microsoft making a big fanfare about it, and they should, because it's a fantastic game for one thing. But
You
also,
love
I think
the game,
novelty. Right? Yeah, I really enjoyed it. When I first played it, I had my old laptop, and it wasn't a great experience on my old laptop. I've got a new laptop now, which is much better, but I just never got around to playing it again. There's just so much other stuff coming out. But, like, yeah, the game's fantastic. I wish I had some people to play it with, to be, but it's kind of one of them. I've been playing Darktide a lot recently, which I think is a fun game to even play solo with randoms. But, like, I've got Helldivers 2 pre-ordered already. I pre-ordered that shit instantly. I pre-ordered the Ultimate Edition or whatever it's called. To support the game. But like you, I've got no intention of playing Gears Reloaded again, because I already played through the Ultimate Edition.
And you're the biggest Gears fan on this podcast. I mean, I like Gears myself. I'm looking forward to E-Day, but you're the one that says Gears should get all the budget that Halo gotten.
Yeah. Well, that's not necessarily out of love for Gears. I'll put it that way.
Right.
But anyway, that's a joke more than anything. But I do think, like, Gears has a bigger opportunity on PlayStation, because I think a lot of PlayStation guys who did leave during Xbox One, they probably didn't get to experience the Ultimate Edition, and for them this is their Ultimate Edition, and maybe this is some of their nostalgia of 360, all that kind of thing. So I can see, like, Gears doing well on PlayStation that month, and I can see Helldivers doing well on Xbox that month. And it's kind of like, it's just kind of fun. I think it's kind of fun they're launching on the same day. It's kind of like an armistice.
I mean, there's a little bit of, like, hey, we'll give like, trading toys.
And, like, trade.
Like, here you go, you get this, and then we get this. I mean, yeah, there is a little bit of that.
It almost feels intentional that they're launching on the same day.
Oh, I don't know. Intentional?
I mean, it's very strangely coincidental, I think. But I do think Microsoft is probably cognizant of the fact that a lot of people probably.
Well, let me ask you this: do you
run headfirst into
you make
Gears
it sound like Microsoft has some say in when it releases, but I don't think that's the case. I mean, I'm sure PlayStation picks the release date.
I mean, they definitely had to say when Gears releases. They could have moved Gears forward or back a week.
But I mean, but they announced the Gears release date first, so it was like, we're releasing August 26th, and maybe they knew that, okay, Helldivers is coming and it's coming this date, what have you, but it's like, we're not moving our date. And I guess maybe I should shout out the one and only Special Nick. I don't know if he's here. I know Jesse was here earlier, so Jesse can sort of relay this to him, but you got to give credit where credit's due. Although I guess Nick gets half credit, or maybe it's zero credit, because I'm not sure, because Nick did say back in 2024
You're moving the goalpost on Nick?
Well, here's the thing. So he said that there was early discussions going on to bring Helldivers 2 to Xbox. And the thing was, I think me and you had heard the similar thing, right? At the time. Like, there were discussions, and I don't know what was going to. Obviously the discussions turned out good. So kudos to Nick, right? Even though I think a lot of people shit on him, a lot of the PlayStation fanboys, very reminiscent of back in, like, 2019, wherever it was, when I said Horizon was going to come to PC and Sony was looking to put all their games on PC. every single PlayStation fanboy under the sun. I was enemy number one.
You were. I remember that. Public enemy number one.
Yeah. Sony knows the value of exclusives. They would never put their own games on PC, etc., etc., etc. And it's like, man, I don't know. Should you guys be using the word never? Because you back yourselves in a corner when you use it. And then,
you mean like me saying that Microsoft wouldn't port its games to PlayStation?
Yeah, you know that everybody uses. Everybody uses your feelings-based tweet against you for anything you say. Like when you say, "Hey, Project Keenan," and here's the details about it. Everyone's like, "Don't fucking believe Jez. He tweeted this shit about fanboy coping about PS5 games. He was wrong one time.
4 years ago.
Therefore, he's always wrong about stuff." So
there was a great post on Reset Era that someone linked me where someone said, "Oh, I don't usually believe Jez, but if it's negative news about Xbox, then I believe Jez." It's like, bro, way to admit your bias.
Of course. I think there's I've seen this because I saw this on Reddit because I think Joaquin Branch sent it to me. He was like, somebody like posted a post and he was like, after this we should no longer believe Jez Corden. And like one of the first comments was like, actually, his reporting on Windows Central is usually 100% always on spot. He's like, you just need to disregard feelings-based Jez. For any time he tweets or his stuff in his podcast. His reporting on Windows Central is absolutely spotless. It's just that, you know, you and I've told you about this before. I'm like, bro, you need to take the emotions out of it. You just need, if you're feeling, don't tweet, don't say something like, you know, like. But
I don't think before I tweet. But when I'm obviously sitting there with a PC and a keyboard and I'm writing an article. Then obviously I think about it and then I go back over it and read it again.
And
it's
then
like,
you ask for more sources to just make sure everything's all tip top.
Yeah, because then it's not my reputation on the line. It's Windows Central's reputation on the line. So I care about Windows Central reputation more than I care about my own reputation.
And Jez does not give a shit about. And with saying that, he does not give a shit. Man. You don't give a shit about Xbox 2's reputation, so you'll say whatever on the show. Like the reputation of this show, down the shitter. Jez doesn't do whatever, but Windows Central, the ones who pay the bills,
Windows Central pays the bills.
So you know,
I care about future.
So I was like, oh man, look at this, look at these Reddit people coming to the defense of Jez, being like, his articles are spot on. You just need to ignore his tweets and his some of the speculation on the podcast stuff, which I was like, that's pretty accurate. But back to Nick. So he said that they were in early talks. So it's like, all right, Nick, you can take that victory lap. You said it, even though everybody said you were a liar, and all the PlayStation fans said it wasn't true, and you know Sony would never do this, put games on Xbox, you know, because that's a step too far. Like, sure, I don't know. It's just like the PC stuff. It's like that for one, they're never gonna do it until they did, and then it was like, well, it's okay because it's 3 to 4 year gaps. That's fine. And then those 3 to 4 year gaps became 2 years. And then that 2 year gap became 1 year. And it's like, oh. And now you're actually getting games launching day one on PC alongside the PS5 version like Helldivers and Concord, which didn't exist after 2 weeks. Although I wonder if that would fall under like the whole like Stop Killing Games initiative in the European with the signatures. I think they reached their million.
They did.
The million signature things or whatever. So
they did.
But you know, Lost Soul Aside, which is not a live service game, but it is also like not a studio, not a Sony's publishing it, but it's not a studio Sony owns, very much like Arrowhead, but they're doing day one, right? So it's kind of like, all right, we're kind of gonna, you know, it's funny because even in the announcement that Herman Hulst had with the PC stuff, it almost mirrored exactly what Phil said with this recent podcast a year ago, where it was like, it's just one game. It doesn't mean all the others are coming. And it's very much like Phil when he's like, it's just 4 games. This isn't a sign of what to come. And it's like, but it totally was in both cases. You know, so they're just, whatever. They need to say what they say. But then Nick later on came out and said, actually, the talks broke off. Actually, the talks broke off. It's not coming. It's like, oh, you were so close, Nick. You were so close. Because you said it was happening. We could give you your flowers, but then you said it wasn't happening. So, do you get your flowers when you said it doesn't happen and then it eventually does happen? I don't know. I don't know. I don't
So it
know.
was. You see, this is. But to be fair, to be completely fair to Nick, you know, when we'd heard that talks were happening with PlayStation, I'd also heard that those talks didn't go well.
Yeah.
So,
Well, then something changed because they looked like they
something
went pretty
changed.
well.
Yeah. So
Xbox,
like that's what
you know. The whole thing is probably like
because I think I even said on this podcast, and again I was wrong. You know, I think I even said on this podcast that Sony would never bring its games to Xbox.
you know.
So I was wrong about that as well. But I'd heard that wasn't happening. You know, and these are you know, good sources that have, you know, given me things like the Ally and Kennen, which obviously did happen, and then other things which did happen. And obviously, like, when things are at such a high level, it's you're not always going to get the whole story, even if you've got like 4 or 5 sources all saying the same thing, right? Which is why, like, there's so much stuff that I just leave on the shelf because it's like I haven't got enough sources to put a definitive on this, you know. But you know, after 10 years, I think it's okay to have a few things, get a couple of things wrong every now and then, right? But you know, the important thing is that it is happening, and it is a good thing for Helldivers, and it's hopefully a good thing for Xbox fans who are hoping something like this would happen. Like, Helldivers is a fantastic game. It's only $40, which is a fantastic thing in of itself.
True,
you know?
Absolutely.
That we need more games that are $40 that are just like, you know, we're not trying to claim we're a big, you know, we're not like Grand Theft Auto out here, but we're playing like a really we're putting out a really high quality experience, and we're going to price it fairly. You know, we need more games like that, not less. So it's a fantastic result, I think, and you know, it's most likely going to be like with the 4 games going to Xbox. I would not be surprised if this is not going to be the only PlayStation Publishing LLC game you see on Xbox, man.
Well, so I mean, so that's kind of like the next sort of thing, because it's, you know, now that the Pandora's box is open, because, you know, at least the other games, at least people would say, they all had conditions put on them, like MLB putting it on Xbox. That was part of the new deal. Like, either the MLB wanted to be everywhere, so if you wanted the MLB licensed PlayStation, you had to put their game on everywhere else. Oh, okay, so that's all right. We'll bring it to Xbox when they don't want to, right? Whatever, fair. Kojima's game, Death Stranding. Well, that's Kojima. That's Kojima's decision. That's not whatever. He owns the IP now. He can do what he wants with it. That's totally different. And then you have you know, Marathon with Bungie. Oh, well, that's the arrangement they made with Bungie when they purchased them. That's why it's coming. So there's always the excuses, and the excuses were the same things with the PC excuses, like the second party, sure. And even when Death Stranding was, I think, announced for PC, they were like, well, that makes sense. It's Kojima. There's probably some deal made. They'll never put an actual first party Sony game on it. And that's why Horizon hit really hard. Because Horizon hit hard, and then they said in the thing, Herman Hulse is like, don't take this as a sign of things to come. It's just one game. It doesn't mean all the games. And we sort of know exactly how that all went. You know, even though it wasn't technically all of them, because there are some games that didn't hit PC, like the Demon's Souls remake didn't come to PC,
which is absurd to me.
Which is ridiculous, because the Demon's Souls remake would come to
make the money with Demon's Souls.
So okay, so the Demon's Souls remake didn't come. I believe the Gran Turismo 7 ended up not coming. There might be more than just those two, but off the top of my head, those two were the ones that didn't. But it seemed,
did Astrobot?
Astrobot hasn't come yet. I mean, it hasn't been out a full year. I mean, maybe, I don't know. There's people suggesting that it won't because it's too heavily themed into PlayStation nostalgia, and there's none of that on PC. So maybe it doesn't.
Perfect Steam Deck game, Astrobot, I think.
Maybe. So now you have this thing where it's like, okay, you have the reasons why it's okay for MLB The Show, and it's okay for Death Stranding, and it's okay for Marathon, but they'll never do it with any of the other games, you know.
Bloodborne.
And then, but they did it with this game, which all the PlayStation fanboys all said, they all agreed it's first party, even though it's a second party studio. You know, they all kind of like, it's first party, PlayStation owned IP, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, PlayStation's publishing it the first time, and you have Nixxes, a Sony studio, actually doing the ports. I think Xbox probably ended up paying, like, the way I think they probably got this game on Xbox is they probably said, we'll pay for the whole porting job. So we'll pay for Nixxes to do it. They're probably paying for the marketing, whatever marketing they would spend. Microsoft is probably paying for it. And who knows, maybe they could have offered a better cut. Like, you know, the normal cut 70-30. Maybe they offered Sony an 80-20 cut, right? Something like that. I don't know.
There's another aspect to this as well. I think, like, this might be sort of a strategic kind of thing for them, where it's like, we don't want console to just suffer when Steam is getting everything. You know, if the perception is going to be that Steam and PC is the place you need to be if you want to get everything, that hurts both consoles, I think. So I think, like, with Sony and Xbox both kind of capitulating to Steam, that Sony's kind of, in a way, they're kind of hurting themselves by not being a little bit more open, you know. I think the floodgates are kind of breaking down in a way. And Xbox and Sony both have now given Steam so much power to dictate the way the direction of the industry that it's to the detriment of the console market. So maybe there's a universe where there's a strategic element to this, where Sony and Microsoft are like, we can work together more to make consoles seem like a fun place to be in a world where exclusives don't matter as much as they do in a post-super game world. And that's the super game being like games as a platform like Fortnite or Roblox. Because, like, I saw a game yesterday on Roblox that looks suspiciously like Helldivers 2. And I also saw a game on Fortnite, which I believe is coming soon, which also looks suspiciously like Helldivers 2. So, you know, I think there's potentially a strategic element to this. But this ain't the last of it, man. I can see there being more collaborations between them in the future.
So what do you think? Because that was the next thing I was to say. Is this it? Outside of ones that have outside influences like MLB and whatever else, you know, will you see Spider-Man, you know, a Marvel licensed game? Will you see a God of War? Maybe there's a good chance that any live service stuff. So imagine Fair Games releasing next year. Which, or, you know, maybe that game gets canceled, but let's imagine Fair Games releases next year. I personally think that's probably a good shoo-in to come to Xbox. Maybe not day one, but maybe a year later. But that's the other thing with this stuff. Kojima's Death Stranding game was 5 years. 5 years is a long time to wait for something. And nobody even thought it would ever come to Xbox, let's be honest with you. Like, people were, like, happy it came to Windows PC and you could earn achievements in it or whatever, and it was in Game Pass. But, like, nobody ever thought Death Stranding would come to Xbox, and then it did. And it took 5 years, though. So, even though I do think Death Stranding 2, even though I do think Death Stranding 2 is going to come to Xbox, I wanted to play it now. Now, if somebody had told me and tipped me off and said, hey, by the way, Death Stranding 2 is coming to Xbox in a year, I probably would hold off. I'd be like, all right, I could wait a year. A year's an easy wait to play it on my preferred platform. But if there was like, no, it's the same thing, it's 5 years. Well, it's like, I want to play it right away. But if it was a year, I probably could wait. Maybe I couldn't. Maybe I would get phone and be like, I actually want to play this game. I mean, I have my PlayStation 4 for whatever reason. But like Helldivers 2 is coming essentially a year and what is that? A year and 4 months? A year and 5 months? Something like that? which is really short time. And maybe that's what it needs to be to kind of, for the live service stuff. I mean, you don't want to wait 2 years or potentially 3 years or longer, because at that point, maybe the game's dead. So what's the point of...
I mean, Sony's clearly informed by how well MLB's done.
Sure.
On Xbox, right?
Yeah, they have the data from that. Yeah, absolutely.
So Sony will have the data from MLB and be like, okay, well, you know, Twitter armchair analysts say that Xbox is dead, but clearly the data from MLB The Show is telling us otherwise.
Did you see the dude who like literally tagged like 100 PlayStation accounts? Did you see the tweet? Is like,
I did.
If you please don't harass these people,
right?
but these are the people that we need to. If you really believe in the value of the system, and if you want to really fight this, he literally like tagged 100 PlayStation employees and guys to be like, save us.
I couldn't believe it, man.
I was like, all right, okay. Corporations are going to corporate, bro. That's what they're going to do. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck. When everybody was against bringing things to PC, they didn't give a fuck what you thought. They just looking at their bottom line and being like, this is easy money to make. And even, I think
that's like...
What's his face even said it with his interview? Yoshida had said that. Hey, PC stuff, is this easy money? Remaster stuff, easy money. Like, they don't care that the fans bitch about it, because this is easy money, and they're a corporation. That's what they're there to do. So
yeah, I mean, the joking aside, you know, it is. I think one of the things that Xbox and PlayStation and frankly all consumer products try to do is win fandom and community. Right? They want you to feel emotionally invested in their products, no matter what it is. You know, and that's why like I've gotten really into Warhammer lately. You know, and I'm reading the books. I'm watching the Warhammer TV shorts, and
you're playing Warhammer Darktide, which is the footage.
Playing Darktide and Rogue Trader. Like I'm playing all this stuff, and it's fun to be immersed in a hobby. It's fun, and it's fun and okay as long as you're not toxic with it, right? So like, I actually appreciate the sentiment that people have been given these expectations set by these corporations, and then they burn those expectations the moment that a shareholder group needs a new yacht or two, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like, this is like, it's really annoying when people get tribalistic about it, sure, but it just, if there's one thing that like that following Xbox or PlayStation or any of these companies should instill in you over the past decade or whatever, is that even though like there are people there who do care about the fans and they do care about the customers and they want to do the best they can, money will override everything in a publicly traded company. The shareholders will override everything, which is why, like, you know, Phil was out here weeks ago on Xbox Era talking about how Everwild was coming along nicely and they were glad it was getting the time it needs. And then as soon as Amy Hood came knocking the door, it was gone. It was gone. It was time for trade-offs. It was time for, okay, we don't have this much investment anymore. We can either keep plowing ahead with this, or we can trade off into one of the projects that survived, like State of Decay 3, or, you know, whatever, Blade's still alive, and whatever other games are still alive, right? That's all they care about at the end of the day. And I think, like, sometimes even the execs get caught out by this. And I bet you from moving forward, you won't see these kind of grandiose statements like, this is just the beginning on the Perfect Dark tweet that you mentioned, because this is like, Microsoft's in this sort of insane universe now where they're sort of like scrambling to cling on to the AI race, and every week they fall further behind. Every week. You know, we'll talk more about the AI bullshit in a minute, but corporations just ain't your friend, man. We can't believe anything they say.
So,
anything.
What do you see? I'm probably taking a more cautious approach for this, because I think if Sony brings more games to Xbox, it's going to be live service stuff. So something like Fair Games or whatever else they have in development that is related to live service stuff. I'm kind of very cautious on saying, oh, like Uncharted Collection or God of War, because I know a lot of people are like saying, well, once you open Pandora's box and you're having a PlayStation Studio do the port, It's not, it's not going to stop there. They ain't just doing it for one game. So I ask you then, like, because I think it's probably the live service stuff that'll come. Maybe there's an outside chance of stuff that deals with licenses, but I think Spider-Man and eventually Wolverine and the X-Men games are probably a little bit too integral to their desire to sell the PlayStation experience, that they might think, even though Spider-Man is, the first game's 7 years old at this point and probably has done all it can do for the ecosystem, they probably feel it would be a negative to put that game on Xbox because of how much Spider-Man and the Marvel stuff means to PlayStation's business in general. So I think it mostly means the live service stuff. I could be wrong. Do you think it means more than that, Jez? Are you looking beyond just like the live service games into like Wolverine,
honestly,
and how long its development's been, and like the creative decisions and the turnabouts that game's had and stuff? Is that something?
I mean, this is difficult, right? Because every prediction I've made about where studios are going with their IP, it kind of defies my expectations or everyone's expectations. I think like a lot of the people who were clowning on me for saying Xbox would never do this are the same people who are now scrambling and squirming because they said PlayStation would never do this. All those fanboy accounts who were like, PlayStation would never do this, they would never do this, they are now squirming and sweating because the shoe's on the very firmly on the other foot, right? So I think the reality of the situation is the industry's changing at a rapid pace. You've got like gaming spend is down amongst the younger cohort. A lot of people are taking some of these mass layoffs as a sort of a signal of recession, right? The American economy lost jobs last quarter when they expected to add jobs, and the Europe's obviously cooked as well, and there's still a lot of incongruence in the supply chain and geopolitical things going on, right? So, in a universe where things aren't stable, a lot of these corporations are sort of squeezing into every niche they can to extract whatever value they can, And I think if there's value to be extracted on Xbox, even if it's a little bit of value, it feels like companies are still willing to do that, So I'm not going to sit here and say Sony's going to stop at Helldivers 2, because clearly it's a money thing above everything else. And they're thinking like, we clearly have the data to suggest that there's nothing we can do to steal any more Xbox fans. The Xbox fans that are still on Xbox now are the ones that are absolutely diehard, and they are embedded. They have years of investment digitally locked into Xbox, and Xbox is a more digital platform, and we can't acquire those users. We would have to spend astronomical amounts to acquire that remaining cohort of Xbox users. But also Xbox isn't growing either. It's sort of like a fixed kind of thing. So why not try and extract some value out of it, right? There's still like, 20 million maybe Xbox players, which is nothing to exactly scoff at. And yeah, maybe Xbox slowly declines over the years as Xbox spreads out over to other platforms. But at least for right now, today, there's clearly value still to be had on Xbox, to extract more value out of existing games, which have done all they can on other platforms. Now, do I think like, Sony will have like a spreadsheet somewhere where they'll be like, this is the projected cost of putting Spider-Man on Xbox, for example, and here's what we expect it would do to perception of our brand, and is it worth the damage it's going to do to expectations of the PlayStation brand in terms of the dollar to put this game on Xbox? Now, I don't have access to those spreadsheets, but Sony clearly does, and they think that Helldivers on Xbox is worth it. But maybe this is just another experiment, and then maybe nobody buys Helldivers 2 on Xbox, and it's like nobody cares, and it doesn't make any money, and it was a waste of time. in that universe, then Sony's like, oh, okay, this was bullshit. Let's not bother with this again. So I think it could go either way. It's all just where the money blows, man.
Hmm.
And where the money blows changes quarter over quarter. You know, during the pandemic, would we have been sitting here thinking like, oh, you know, AI's taking over everything, and you know, Microsoft's going to drop 80 billion on server infrastructure for AI and all this kind of stuff? I don't think so. Like AI, like during COVID, like AI was barely even a thing. Got those like funny memes of Will Smith eating spaghetti, those nightmare fuel things from Google DeepMind of AIs like having nightmares and shit. All, do you remember all the eyeballs and all those like weird patterns and stuff? That's what AI was back then. And now like AI is like writing, you know, comments on this video. I've, one of the shorts Rand I posted on our YouTube, on the other YouTube channel, on my YouTube channel. All the comments are just AI bots. They're all bots, not a single human commenting. Oh well, a couple, but you know. And when I look on Windows Central's Facebook page, which has like 500,000 followers, it's all bots, man.
Dead internet,
It's-
bro. Dead internet theory come to life.
Yeah, you know, and with Fortnite taking up so much of the 40% of the playtime hours in some cohorts, crazy, man.
Yeah, so I guess thank you PlayStation for bringing Helldivers 2 to Xbox. We'll see if there's any more things that are happening out of that in the future. So we'll see how that goes. The other thing before we talk about about the Xbox layoff stuff is
Sure.
I don't know if you've seen some of the stuff about Battlefield 6.
I have, yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
like culture
refresh.
culture crashes going in. People aren't. Well, I saw today there was a from Ars Technica that EA, which EA apparently wants to their goal is for over 100 million players, which is like astronomical considering the most players a Battlefield game has ever had was around 30 million. So they want 100 million, even though I think the last Battlefield game that did come out wasn't really seen as a success. And there is going to be a free-to-play battle royale, but I mean, I feel like the era of everybody just glazing battle royale, like myself, like I was a huge battle royale fan, but that was a huge battle royale fan in 2017, 2018, and 2019, and maybe 2020. Like, I don't think I've played a battle royale since then. They're still incredibly popular, like Fortnite and Apex and Call of Duty
PUBG,
stuff,
even.
like PUBG. They're all
PUBG is still huge, man.
but that's still like a very saturated genre, right? There's a lot of established games in there, but apparently they're going to do a free to play thing. And I remember playing Firestorm, I think, with Battlefield 5, and I think me and my buddy Gopher played it for a little bit, and it was like we liked it, but nobody else really did. So they want 100 million players, and the best Battlefields only had around 30. But then I saw that the budget for this game is apparently over $400 million. And that got me thinking, because I was just like, oh boy, a $400 million Battlefield?
So
What?
why have games gone so expensive?
I don't, there is this like whole,
How much did Battlefield 1 cost?
I don't know how much Battlefield 1 cost, but there's like 6 studios working on this game. There's a studio that's just doing, I think, the Battle Royale. There's a studio that's doing the multiplayer. There's a studio that's doing like the driving of the game. There's like a studio that's specifically only doing the campaign. There's like a whole bunch of studios on this. And it just seems like in recent years that a lot of these Western AAA games have just gotten out of control with,
So
their budgets. And I'm just looking at this, and I know Vince Zampella's in charge, and Vince has always had great franchises and great success. I mean, he's one of the pioneers of where the shooter genre kind of went, right, with Medal of Honor and then into Call of Duty and then into, you know, when he started Respawn and they did Titanfall and all that stuff. So he's always had a string of successes. But like when you're talking about a $400 million thing, and it's like, sure, like Battlefield, like that's one of my all-time favorite multiplayer games. My concern is that the game will never approach the 100 million players that the EA wants, that it's not going to make its budget back, or if it does make its budget back or whatever, it's not going to get far past it. And then it's like, oh, this is the last Battlefield game we'll ever make. And it just really seems like,
man.
I mean, it just really seems like there's something going on in the Western AAA video game industry where just like some of these games are just so ridiculously bloated. And maybe even you even look like some of the movies that come out. You look at, you know, like the latest Tom Cruise Mission Impossible, and it's made like $600 million worldwide, which you think, hey, that's pretty good. But then you find out the movie's budget was like $400 million. And that there's like no chance that Mission Impossible makes its money back in theaters. And you look at these budgets for these movies, and they're just ridiculously expensive. And a lot of them don't even make their money back during the theatrical run, and maybe don't even make it back in, you know, the DVD or the, you know, the streaming market or the sales market. It's just like, I don't know, something definitely needs to change. And you know, it's pretty interesting that, like, when you talk about the best games of this year, you know, when you mention Expedition 33 or Blueprints or Split Fiction, they're all, like, they're games that probably have kept their budget under control because they were, you know, indie or AA. And I'm not saying, like, there aren't big AAA games that haven't done well. You look at Monster Hunter Wilds, which has sold, I don't know, something like 10 million copies, like the fastest and biggest Capcom game ever. But even still, like, there's a lot of poor sentiment around the game now because, you know,
it's not a good game.
It's the end game stuff isn't really great, but they sold a lot of copies. And maybe that's one of the reasons why people are gravitating to like games made from Korea or games made from China, like Black Myth Wukong and Stellar Blade and some of these other games that are coming from there. Because I don't know, but like I see this and it's just like, holy crap, like what's going on here? Like, you know, you always heard the reports of like GTA 6 is $1 billion, and you're like, okay, well, they'll make that money back because it's Grand Theft Auto. It's the biggest thing in gaming. And then you hear this about Battlefield 6. It's like $400 million. And you're like, is that really a good investment? Why does it cost so much? What's going on here?
Yeah,
and then you hear about
absurd.
like internal strife, that the devs don't even feel that this is achievable to reach 100 million players, and there's culture clashes going on. And it's just like, what's going on with some of this stuff?
I have no
why
idea.
Why are budgets and all these things like just out of control?
I don't know. I mean, people have been saying this for a long time. I think, wasn't it like Sean Layden or Shuhei Yoshida or something like that?
Yeah,
someone who recently left PlayStation.
They were talking about
Sean
Layden said that, you know, reaching those numbers weren't. It wouldn't be.
Yeah, and it's like
you wouldn't be able to continue. And then like we've seen with the Insomniac leaks that, you know, the X-Men games or whatever were approaching. You know, like Spider-Man 2 was like a $300 million thing, right?
Yeah, and you've got like you've got like companies like Microsoft and Nintendo being like, okay, well, one way we fix this is make games $80, and it's like, bro, but people don't have increased purchasing power. In fact, people have less purchasing power. So how does it make sense to keep going in this direction? Like, I don't know what it is, man. It's really, really strange. And like you say, like a lot of these more affordable games, quote unquote affordable, like Helldivers $40, made by a much smaller team, and it absolutely blew the hell up. Palworld as well, made by a smaller team. I don't think it was full price either, if I remember correctly. That blew up. That absolutely blew up, man. We did so much traffic on Palworld when that came out. But even comparatively speaking, like even games like Elden Ring haven't cost as much as like a GTA or a Battlefield. I'm not saying they're cheap to make, but it's like those are games that people absolutely love, that are absolutely huge, that are landmark experiences in the industry, but they've managed to keep their costs reasonable while also building games that are huge in scope. I think part of it is like geography. I think like some of it's regulation. Like a lot of EA's studios are based in countries that perhaps don't get as many tax breaks. I think it's like a lot of game dev has been, a lot of successful game dev in recent years has been out of Poland, which has like some very good tax breaks for the game industry and tax incentives or grants or something like that. I'm not entirely clued up, but there's a lot of good work being done out of Poland now because there's support out there. But like then you look at like places like California, where the living expenses are so high, you have to pay your staff like a huge amount of money to produce games out of California. But it's also where some of the best talent is as well, and that talent costs money. So I don't know. I feel like the industry's probably going through this sort of, if we look at it like a wave, the industry's probably going through this sort of period of downturn right now, where people haven't really figured out what the next thing is, and that a lot of these sort of older kind of games and the older ways of thinking about games and making games just aren't really working anymore when you factor in the cost of living, the wages that people expect and frankly deserve, and then you have to sort of marry that with getting money out to your shareholders with dividends, and then like how much executives are being paid. Like Satya Nadella's pay packet last year was something like, I don't know, off the top of my head, I think it was over $60 million.
It was like a 70
$70
million. I saw like
million?
Andrew
$70
Wilson's
million?
or something was like 30 million or around there.
Yeah.
Regard. It's like,
And like, and a lot of that is in stock, but it's also like, well, you know, sell some stock or something like that. If you want to fund something, I don't know. That's probably naive, but it is so much of like what game dev is now is built on speculators and investment and capital. And when all of these sort of when all of these forces come into confluence, it creates a situation where things just don't always work, you know. And especially when you look at like the way that people who can't afford an $80 game, they have so many other options now, especially if they go over to Steam. Like, yeah, PCs have a lot of upfront cost, but like there's a perception that over time it's going to be a better investment because you don't have to pay to play online. Steam sales are very famous. There's a lot of indie games, like if you're a variety kind of gamer, there's a lot of like indie games which are just cheaper and also, you know, free to play. You know, if I'm like a casual gamer who doesn't even adopt the identity of a gamer within the hobby, I'm just going to play Fortnite or Warzone or whatever other free game exists. And yeah, like Solaire of Astora says in chat, $300 tablets exist too, and you've got like, you know, mobile games to compete with, you know. So I don't know what universe EA is living in when they think that Battlefield is going to hit 100 million players. It would have to be an absolutely fantastic, perfect game to achieve this. And I like, what? 100 million? I don't know, man. 100 million? Part of me is just like, they can't be this dumb. Can they be this dumb, Rand? Expect 100 million?
I mean, yeah, EA, yeah, unreasonable expectations.
Will hit 100 million?
I mean, unreasonable expectations by gaming companies. I mean, hello, Square Enix. Every single game they put out, they always come out with, it didn't meet our expectations, right? You know? And I'm sure they look at it like, well, with the amount of money we're pouring into Battlefield and the brand name that it has, and maybe people aren't happy with Call of Duty or Fortnite anymore, we got a good chance of taking over if we think it's good as it is. I mean, we won't have Beavis and Butthead in our game And I know people are pissed about that, of like all the cultural crossover stuff that happens in this game, where it makes sense in Fortnite because Fortnite's this cartoon game, but then you got cartoon Beavis and Butthead running around in this realistic looking shooter, and it's like the clash between that stuff is just so odd, but that's what people want if you want to be successful, I guess.
Yeah. There's also this aspect as well. Like, and this speaks to like the short-term thinking that publicly traded companies have adopted, where it's like, I automatically assume anything from EA is going to be bad because of how much corner cutting and mismanagement they have adopted over the last however many years. So like, I just automatically assume everything from EA is going to be bad. And like, we'll talk about Microsoft doing this as well in a minute, because obviously it's relevant there as well. But it's like, after like, you know, all the projects that EA has released over the recent years, which have flopped or failed, and like Anthem's being shut down in January, and you know,
Surprised Anthem hasn't already been shut down, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I was surprised as well. But Valguard was also controversial, and you know, Mass Effect Andromeda, like what you've absolutely dragged BioWare's name through the gutter. So like, how can you have high expectations for Mass Effect 4? How can you have a high expectation for anything that EA does? You know, and you mentioned like the only thing that people can point to really is Vince Zampella, who's probably the only bit of credibility that EA has left, and people are still waiting for Titanfall 3, and apparently EA cancelled that as well. So it's like EA is like this monolith of disappointment, and it's like people will just automatically assume that the next Battlefield is not going to be good. Doesn't matter what trailers they put out. And on the flip side of that, Rand, I think that's why Monster Hunter Wilds sold so well, because people assumed it was going to be good, because Monster Hunter World was good, Monster Hunter Rise was pretty good, and people sort of gave it, you know, some leeway because it was a Switch game. But like, Capcom is a company that typically delivers, right? So I think that's why people automatically assumed Wilds was going to be good, and then when Wilds came out and it isn't good, you know, that will probably hurt the next game. It reminds me, Rand, of when Ubisoft said Assassin's Creed's brand was damaged by Assassin's Creed Unity, and they said that's why the follow-up didn't sell well, and people stopped having high expectations for Assassin's Creed, and that they blamed Unity on Syndicate's poor sales, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, man. Maybe the answer, Rand, is they just need to use AI to build everything. AI games, bro. AI slop the game. Looking forward to that, Rand? AI slop the game?
No, I'm not looking forward to it.
That's coming, baby. AI slop the game. The alters got dinged for this.
I did see
they
that.
left some, the alters left some ChatGPT prompts in the text in their game, and that to come out and make a statement saying, yeah, it was a mistake, we used it for placeholders or something like that. But every studio's doing it, man.
Yeah, every studio.
You just don't know about it.
All right, well, let's talk. Well, we got some couple super chats here. Let me read some of them out. Thank you for anybody who's sent them in. We'll definitely get to them all. We got Lau, who says, hey guys, seeing how Microsoft is handling their projects and studios, how can we still get excited when projects can be shelved as quickly as they are announced? And the Grand Blip says, happy Treason Day to all you ungrateful colonists. Yeah, that's something like Jez would say. So,
yeah, happy traitor day, Ran.
Yeah, Rave Demo says,
how does it feel being a traitor?
Feels great. Rave Demo says, any folks saying it's just Helldivers 2 gives off a just 4 games vibe. Honestly, fair game to speculate what surprises might roll in next. JD Gamer says, it's all easy to understand. Microsoft wanted all divisions to increase margins, so Xbox laid people off. PlayStation wanted more money, so they put Helldivers on Xbox after seeing Xbox be successful porting games to PlayStation. He also says Xboxers need to make Helldivers 2 a multi-million seller success, because if it is, you can guarantee that more games will come and not just live service.
Yeah.
So yeah,
But I do think Helldivers is uniquely positioned on Xbox because it looks a bit Halo-esque
yeah.
and it's a shooter. I think like Spider-Man obviously would do well because it's Spider-Man, but like would I don't know some of their other games do that well? Like I don't know what's it called, Jack and Daxter or Astrobot? I don't think Astrobot would do very well on Xbox personally, but who knows? Maybe it would.
So I guess let's talk about the layoff stuff and everything that goes to it and people's questions that are about it, because
Yeah.
Microsoft as a company laid off 9,000 people on Wednesday. Cold and heartless, as a corporation does. They don't give a fuck. Just
Nope.
need to cut costs so we can hit these high margins and all the things that go with it. A lot of wonderful people lost their jobs throughout the entire company, including a bunch of people at Xbox. And I mean, what else is there to say about the human element? Because when we were discussing this stuff, there's always the human side of it,
Yeah.
which largely gets ignored when talking about these things. But it's just, I see people
Devastating, man.
like Nick Zulich, who I've known for quite some time. Like he got laid off, and his tweet was very depressing to read. Some other
I have no idea why people like Nick or I know so many people at a fairly high level who've been there for many years and generated millions of dollars in revenue for Xbox and Microsoft who were just arbitrarily laid off. And a lot of these people weren't even given an explanation or any feedback or anything like that. These were horrifically arbitrary, callous, and brutal layoffs. There were, all layoffs suck, but these were like, at least when it's like a game where it's not coming together or something like that, or, something that's sort of incidental and it's nobody's fault necessarily, you know. But this feels like a huge part of this was just like, why?
well,
You
and
know?
it's like,
But we're gonna get into the why in a minute.
well, look, there's really no excuse for any of this shit
No,
at
there's
all,
not.
and it really impacts people's perception of Xbox and their trust in the brand that you're working hard to regain, which is something that like you lost all the way in 2013 when you were a joke, right? And so you make some of these decisions and you do some of these things, and then you buy all these like huge companies, and the line of thinking has always been Xbox, like they don't have any games, and or the games they make aren't any good, and like
Mhm.
now you have all these games and the games are starting to be pretty good and all this stuff, but there's this trust element that people just don't have with Microsoft, where they just don't trust Microsoft as a corporation, that I largely think up until like recently people trusted Xbox to a certain extent, but because of all these layoffs going back this year with the how many, I don't know what the number is. I know there's some reports that it might be like 3,000 or 4,000, or either way, it's like less than the majority of the 9,000. But they had layoffs a couple months ago. They had layoffs, I think, earlier in the year. They had layoffs early last year. Like they're constantly laying people off all the time.
Mm.
And then when you get these like quotes, because like all the time, when this stuff happens, Phil Spencer, Matt Booty send out emails, right? So Phil Spencer sent out an email to all the employees that said, today we are sharing decisions that will impact colleagues across the organization to position gaming for enduring success and allow us to focus on strategic growth areas. We will end or decrease work in certain areas of the business, and files Microsoft lead in removing layers of management to increase agility and effectiveness. To increase agility and effectiveness, which is something they've trotted out repeatedly anytime there's this bad news with layoffs. He goes, out of respect for those impacted today, specific today's blah 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 blah. I recognize that these changes come at a time when we have more players, games, and gaming hours than ever before. Our platform, hardware, and game roadmap have never looked stronger. The success we're seeing currently is based on the tough decisions we've made previously, and tough decisions meaning all the layoffs. So he literally talks about, hey, we're doing better than you ever had before. By the way, here's the fucking door. Don't let it fucking hit you on the, on the way out. It is a lot of this stuff is just, it's just verbal diarrhea. It's just buzzwords with the PR tinge on it. Because they constantly say it every single time it's brought up. Oh, we're doing this to become more agile and become more effective. And it's like, but these are the things you said last year when this happened, and now you're saying it again.
You weren't agile enough?
Yeah, what? So now it's like, well, you said this was the reasons you were doing it now or then, but now you're doing it again and you're using the same reasons why. But then you're also saying, hey, we're doing better than ever, except for these people that need to leave. And so when I mentioned the trust aspect, people just don't trust Xbox now. Because now you have even like Variety, who's like, oh, we've been assured that the games shown in the latest showcase are safe. And it's like, so now you have to put out statements or these things where it's like, oh, the games we showed you, they're actually releasing, because you've canceled so many games and canceled games out there so long that people just don't trust that you're able to release the games that you've already shown off. Right? So it's so absurd to think about the damage that has been done to not only like the people involved with the people that have worked at Xbox for a long time, making great games, doing great work, like the human element, that they're just kicked out the door, and the last thing they read from Phil or from Matt Booty is how successful they are, but they're still getting the boot, right? And then you just have the gaming contingent just looking at Xbox as you're garbage now. We can't trust a word you say because anything can change at a moment's notice. It's sort of like the whole like hardware situation where people are like, are they actually doing hardware? At one point they were doing their own handheld, and that's been sidelined. And well, they're going to keep on doing hardware, even though like the hardware team didn't see too many layoffs or whatever. It's like, yeah, that's still happening. But then Everwild was still happening 4 months ago when Phil was on the Xbox Era podcast, and he said it's coming along good and they're going to give it more time. But then 4 months later, it's canceled. What the fuck? Seriously. Like, so I don't. So when people say that they don't trust Microsoft, we say, well, they can just cancel hardware at any point in time. It's like, yeah, maybe they can, because you're talking about these games, and then 4 months later they're canceled. They show Perfect Dark a year ago, and now there's some debate whether or not the demo was actually real. It was a vertical slice and all these things. So there's that whole aspect of it. Like, well, was that game even real? Was the demo even actually a thing? Or was it just, smoke and mirrors, like some of the older demos, like, the Killzone 2 demo, for example, back in 2005 or whatever it was. I know there was a developer, I think, who said it was McDonald's said it's actually an engine. I was one of the 3 level designers that worked on it. It worked best if you played it in the way the person playing it in the video plays it, but it still worked even if you didn't hit the marks perfectly. There's some fake stuff in it, he continued, and the real gameplay system shown off worked just enough to look good in this video. We were rapidly making real design decisions so as to not knowingly lie to players about what the game will be. The parkour is all real, the hacking deception is mostly real. The combat is, quote, real, and that someone had to really do that stuff in the video, but it's set up to be played exactly that way and didn't play well if you played it a different way, right? So,
and that's how a vertical slice
sure, it's a vertical slice and all that stuff. But now that game doesn't exist anymore. And because that game doesn't exist anymore, the initiative is shut down. And that's one of your own studios that you built in 2018.
They
And
literally built it.
They built it in, Santa Monica. They got a whole bunch of developers. I mean, I remember seeing the thing like, oh, Phil Spencer played the game from back to front, and that was years and years ago. And then you see this, and it's like, this thing was just a vertical, like, so how far away was this game for even coming out? Because in my head, Perfect Dark wasn't coming out for probably at least another 2 years, but the way they talk about it, was it
Even
3 years,
away.
3 years out? And then like I mentioned, the Everwild situation, it was like, well, that game's been MIA since 2020 or whatever it's been. And then like there's the whole Zenimax, none of these things like shocked me. Like the actual cancellation of these games, none of it shocked me. Like when it was originally say, oh, Everwild shut down, there was a part of me that was like, well, maybe since Craig Duncan's the head of Xbox Game Studios now, I thought maybe he could protect the game and Rare a little bit more, than that. But if you're looking to cut costs in all these different ways because you need to, whatever the true reason is, and it doesn't even really matter what the true reason is, Jez. I know you'll probably talk about what the reason is. It doesn't even matter what the real reason is, because it could be the AI stuff, the 80 billion for the AI initiative thing that they want to do. It could be whatever reasons. It could be that the management at Xbox just doesn't know what they're doing. They're incompetent, and these are the things they need to do because they're not making enough money. It doesn't really matter what the real truth is, because in this day and age, truth doesn't matter, right? We've seen this across all spectrums. The truth isn't good enough for people, and they'll believe their own versions of reality. So you could come on here and you could say, well, these are the reasons why the layoffs are happening. And you could have, reports from Seattle Times and from everywhere else about like, this is what's happening. But it doesn't matter to people because perception's reality. And the only thing that matters to them is their own bubble that they live in. So you could tell them the truth, and I'm telling you, it doesn't fucking matter to any of the people that are outraged or any of the people that are like, what's going on? Because they've already made up their minds, and there's plenty of people who will lean into their confirmation bias about what's actually happening, right? So, like, the truth doesn't matter in this situation, in that regard. And so, like, when I saw that the Zenimax game was canceled, I was like, holy shit, that was actually surprising to me. Because they've been working on that game for a long time. I wasn't surprised about, once it was like Everwild's canceled, I was like, okay, well, they're shutting down Perfect Dark then. Because Perfect Dark is like even further probably away than Everwild. And if it's like an easy way to be like, hey, where can we cut costs? Guess what? The initiative doesn't even have another game they could sell. At least with Rare, you have the Sea of Thieves revenue and all that stuff coming in. Although I'm now looking at the studio and I'm like, what's your future look like? Because now your next game that you've been working on for a long time is not coming out. Are you really going to subsist? Are you really going to be able to, subsist? The word
subsist.
Live off of just Sea of Thieves when it's probably going through a downswing, even though it just brought a bunch of money with PlayStation and probably a launch on Nintendo Switch. That gives you maybe some extra time, but you're going to have another game. You aren't Fortnite at some point, so hopefully they have another game in development.
Exactly what I thought.
They have to have another game in development. Otherwise, it's like, what's the future of Rare look like? And they lost some big, developers who have been there for a long time. And so that's like depressing to read. So when this Everwild got smashed and canceled, I was like, well, Perfect Dark's got to get canceled, which means the initiative has to close because they don't have anything else. It's a brand new studio that you built in 2018, and you've talked about this game for a long time, and it never even comes out. It's just completely abandoned. So who's at fault with that? That's the other thing you look at, like, some of these games that have been struggling for so long, like, who's to blame? Is it the management of the studios? Is it the management at Xbox? Is it Matt Booty? Is it Phil Spencer? I mean, there is some significant mismanagement going on with some of these studios and some of these projects. And it's like, where do you place the blame,
Here's another take on that, right? Because when Phil was on Xbox Era podcast last, was it
It
February,
was like
March?
it was like 4 months ago or something like that.
So and even I said on this show that I'd heard that there'd been a PlayStation recently at Rare, and thoughts about Everwild were very positive. And I think Phil even tweeted a picture of it, tweeted a picture of him and the team at Rare
Yeah.
and the Microsoft contingent that had been there, and he even called out Everwild.
Similar to the
So
one
like,
where he took with the people at Tango and then they were shut down soon
yeah.
after that. Yeah.
So there was
Don't
like,
take a picture with Phil, guys. Is basically
yeah, kind of.
future.
But that's the thing. It's like, maybe the reality is that these games were doing well, and Phil even said he's happy they're giving it the time it needs. And that's why, like, when I come back and speak to my sources about all of this kind of stuff, all the way up the chain and all up and down the chain, obviously there's a lot of resentment towards Matt and Phil and all these other people for sort of putting it out there that these games were safe and being encouraging and like, but then blindsiding people like this. Obviously, that's not okay. But it's like, you got Seattle Times reporting that the reason these layoffs are happening is because of AI, and Microsoft's activist shareholder groups are alarmed that Microsoft's partnership with OpenAI is falling apart. Like, Microsoft used to have exclusive rights to host OpenAI services, but they no longer have that anymore. So OpenAI has been moving towards Google, and also Sam Altman wants to free OpenAI from some of the restrictions that their initial investment round was placed upon them. Because Microsoft bought into OpenAI for $19 billion many, many years ago. And a lot of people have called that one of the best investments in tech history, because now OpenAI is worth multiple hundreds of billions of dollars, something like that. But like, Microsoft has this really aggressive contract with OpenAI, which sort of like, yeah, you've got to make us back 100% returns before we can even consider breaking the contract, and all these other things. Like, we've got exclusive rights to commercial applications of your models. So that, like, it severely restricts what OpenAI can do to grow its own platform. And now you've also got pressure from Meta, who have been reportedly offering people bonuses to the tune of tens of millions of dollars to leave OpenAI and come to Meta to build its AI platform, right? So Microsoft's really found itself on a back foot in the AI universe. And Seattle Times is reporting that to try and catch up again, Microsoft is investing $80 billion in new AI data centers to try and build up some homegrown AI technology. So, if Microsoft hadn't been so complacent about how much it could have invested in AI in the earlier days, then it wouldn't need to spend as much money as it's doing now in a sort of desperate attempt to catch up. And the problem is, like, 9,000 layoffs has hit Microsoft. Microsoft has completely exited some countries like Pakistan. They have completely exited the whole country, all of their business. They've shut that down. And they're probably going to shut down in other countries as well. So, like, even though Xbox isn't bearing the brunt of these layoffs, Xbox is like almost like the public facing part of Microsoft, because it's really the only consumer business that Microsoft has left. Windows is like, it's more on the, business side. People use Windows, but nobody likes Windows. Windows is just kind of there. Everyone kind of hates it, really. And people associate it with work. And you've got Office, which is also work. So, like, a lot of the attention in the media is focused on Xbox because it's a very, very publicly facing company. But I personally believe Phil and the team at Xbox were blindsided by Amy and Satya, because I don't feel like Phil will be out there saying these games look good, we're gonna give them the time they need, blah 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 blah. I don't think Phil would set himself up for failure by making these comments.
Really?
Knowing that in 6 months, Amy was going to come and be like, you've got to cut all this shit. Why would Phil do that?
Well, I mean,
why would Phil say Everwild's coming along nicely if he knew that
Sure.
he was going to have to cut it in 6
I mean,
months.
I'm sure they probably knew that there were going to be layoffs at the end of the year. And even if you look at Microsoft,
Like this?
well,
To
probably,
this
maybe
extent?
not to the extent. You look at, when Amy Hood talks about Xbox in the quarterly reports and they give the guidance for the next quarter, Xbox either matches the guidance or exceeds it. It's never actually come under the guidance at all at any point in the last year. So it's actually doing exactly what they said it's going to do and even exceeding it in some areas. Which, so it's like, if they're hitting their numbers and they're hitting their stuff, so then what's the issue? Maybe it has to do with like maybe their projections of what they said, what internally they thought they were going to be able to do, the year prior, where it's like, this is what we think we're going to get. And so they didn't meet their projections from a year ago. And that has to do with it. Or, like the whole AI scenario. And remember, I don't know if you remember when I said this, but I know it got picked up on certain forums and people were, it wasn't even anything like, I know, it was just a thought. It was just something I was like, hey, I think this. People took it as like somehow like I have a source to Satya, which is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of. But I said, no, I don't. I said, if Satya could do it all over again, he would not spend the $70 billion in ABK.
No.
If he knew what the future held, because at that point I think they were investing in Xbox because it was on the upswing. COVID had just kind of happened. All the numbers were up. Xbox was doing better than ever. And they invested all this money, the most they've ever did in a Microsoft acquisition. And they thought gaming was going to just grow. And if like, we get ABK and we get Blizzard and we get Call of Duty for Game Pass and we get the mobile play, we're going to be swimming and we're going to lead everything, right? And then it kind of all just declined from there. Like the hardware went out the window, and because the hardware was declining so rapidly, your Game Pass wasn't really growing that much. They had a bunch of delayed games. The mobile store never came to fruition in any significant way because of the regulation and all that sort of stuff. So you invested all this money, but you invested it at a time when like you thought it was going to continue upward, but in actuality it was downward. But then AI hasn't really begun yet, and now AI is the big thing everybody's chasing. And you had just spent $70 billion on something else. And now you're like, oh shit, what are we going to do? And shareholders are getting unhappy. And now you're like, we want this $80 billion thing. So we have to make these cuts. And Xbox spent all this money. So you have to prove to us that you're worth the money. So we're going to put all these margins on you. So you need to hit these margins even though they're completely unrealistic. Oh, you couldn't hit these margins because they're completely unrealistic? Well, we need to free up some money for all this other stuff. So you need to cut things, right? Regardless of whether or not that's the truth, it doesn't really matter, like I mentioned before, because people are going to believe whatever they want to believe. Some people will just believe that anybody saying that's just a shill, and you're just downplaying, the problems within Xbox or what have you. And I think there are definite problems within an Xbox. You look at some of these games, like Perfect Dark or Everwild or whatever else, and you have to ask yourself, like, why are these games taking as long as they have? And you can point to, like, in the beginning, oh, well, COVID. But COVID's over. And even they've said COVID's no longer an excuse. It hasn't been an excuse for years. So if Perfect Dark was a game that originally started in 2018, it's 2025, it's 7 years later, that wasn't coming for another 2 years, so you're almost looking at a decade without a game, what went wrong? Like where?
Yeah, no doubt.
What's going on here? What's going on with State of Decay 3? Why haven't we seen it in 5 years at this point? Everwild. Why is there such a problem with Everwild? Like, there are some games here that definitely you wonder, and it's like, where's the problem at, right? And maybe it has to do with Matt Booty's leadership and his style. Like, he seems like he's the rich uncle. Like, oh, we'll come in and, hey, we're going to let you do whatever you want, right? You need extra time and money, we got you. But if you need direction, if you need a steady hand, if you need someone to hold you accountable, that's not us. It's like a kid growing up. Some kids can just thrive off of minimal input or what have you. Some of them, you need to really have a strong hand. You need to guide them to the things they do. Otherwise, they could end up in really tough situations. They end up in drugs. They end up with the wrong crowd. and then they torpedo their life and things go bad. And it just sort of seems like, on the face of
all
it, because
about
all the
being
reporting,
a criminal.
all the reporting is that Microsoft is hands off. They're hands off with a lot of their studios. And it's like, that could be great for some studios where they get the freedom to do what they want and they don't get any meddling from upper management and stuff. But then there are some studios that clearly probably need the guiding hand. And it doesn't really seem like Xbox is offering that. And then before you know it, they're hands off until one day there's handing you the pink slips and suddenly the game's canceled, right? So it's something's going on there. I don't, I've never really, I think I've said it on this podcast and I've said it to you. I've never been sold on Matt Booty running the whole thing. I just question whether he's the right person to lead studios. And I understand, like, he grew Minecraft when he was there into the juggernaut that it is. So they gave him this thing. And it's just like, sometimes I look at it, I'm just like, I don't know if you're the right person. But then some people will point to Phil and be like, is Phil the right person? Maybe Phil did save Xbox back during the Xbox One era when Satya didn't know why they were there, and Phil sold them on, cloud gaming and subscriptions and all this sort of stuff, and stopped the axe from falling, and then somehow was able to convince him, hey, we need money to buy these things for Game Pass and to be more competitive, and that all happened, and then somehow was able to convince them to spend even more money on stuff like Bethesda and ABK, and he's been there for so long, and there was even rumors that he was going to retire from all this, right? Like, that there was a plan being put in place with Sarah Bond taking over, and that Phil would retire after the new console would come out in 2027 or 2026, whenever it would be, even though Microsoft then immediately came out and said that's bullshit, that's made up, which is, they came out pretty strongly to say that when they were sort of being kind of obtuse with a lot of other stuff. They were like immediately no, that's not happening.
Frank Shaw is not usually one to get involved like that, so it's quite surprising.
And even like I saw like some Halo developers get laid off, and like you look through their timeline on Blue Sky, and it's like there was a tweet. It was like, maybe Xbox should fire one person instead of 1,000. And it's a picture of Phil, and it's like an employee that got laid off. And of course, like, yeah, you probably would feel like that. Like, there are people out there that think like Phil's leadership isn't working anymore, and it, like, because of ABK, and it's like, who's really running Xbox now? We all thought with the ABK acquisition that Xbox would help ABK become more like them, when it really seems like just Xbox is becoming more like ABK, where the only things that really matter are like big IP, the big money makers, and those sort of things, like the things, and even Matt even mentioned it in his letter. It was like, we want to do more of that stuff. So, and even look, I didn't even get to finish like the thing I wanted to talk about before with the Zenimax game, because that was the other big cancellation, was the Zenimax online MMO. Okay.
Well, just while you're on this point, it's like with Matt saying like we need to focus more on the bigger stuff. It kind of dovetails into what we were just literally talking about with Battlefield and Helldivers, where it's like these smaller games are the ones that seem to be really cutting through right now. These mega games, which are too big to fail, too big to be allowed to fail, rather, they're the ones that seem to be having all the trouble. So why are they going further into that universe where,
I don't know, because that's where they see if they hit it, there's more chance of a success with those games than there is a success with the smaller stuff. I mean, if you want to focus on like the big stuff, look what's happening with Turn 10. I mean, apparently a vast majority of the studio is gone. There's just enough people left to continue working on Forza Motorsport, but mostly they're going to be used for support on Forza Horizon. And you look at like and this is a studio, this is one of Microsoft's, like when you talk about the 360 generation or even the OG Xbox, like Turn 10 was a studio they built from the ground up themselves, and they started it, and even though Forza Motorsport I don't think really competed with Gran Turismo in sales, it definitely competed with Gran Turismo in critical acclaim, right? People would say it was just as good, if not better than it, and it was a stalwart franchise, very much like Halo and Gears has been over the years. But now you have Forza Horizon, which is it depends, people's personal opinion. I think it's a superior game, but then I'll be the first one to admit I'm an arcade racing fan. I don't care for sim racers. And I know there's a lot of Forza Motorsport fans that are maybe, that would disagree with me. And there are probably some that even listen to the show. They're probably yelling at their screen like, Forza Motorsport's better. And I was like, hey, that's your opinion? That's great. To me, I'd much rather play Forza Horizon. And Forza Horizon just became so popular. So popular. You can even argue it's bigger than Gears. It's bigger than Halo at this point. The only thing it's probably not bigger than is Minecraft, Call of Duty. That's probably it, really. Unless I'm missing another big IP. Like Forza Horizon is probably bigger than pretty much everything Xbox has except for a couple properties. But Forza Motorsport, because it doesn't bring in the money or any of that stuff like Forza Horizon is, they view that game as just, we don't need it now. We don't need another Forza Motorsport any point in the future because we have Forza Horizon. And Forza Horizon is going to make all this money. So we're going to focus on something that's big rather than the stuff that is kind of just whatever. And that's, I think, deals directly in with Forza Motorsport. So you have Turn 10, and it's like, okay, we're going to keep you around so you can, keep on updating Forza Motorsport, but then you're going to really support our true moneymaker in the game that is super successful in Forza Horizon. But then the Zenimax thing is odd because, once again, Jez, it's almost like the rare thing I mentioned to you before in the show, where it's like, okay, there's got to be another game you're working on at some point, because can Zenimax Online live only off of Elder Scrolls Online?
No chance. No chance.
At some point, it's going to decline, and you even folded in like Roundhouse Games and Alpha Dog Games into Zenimax to support that stuff. And we thought, okay, well, they're going to have their next MMO come out and in a couple years or whatever it would be. And that would be, you'd have Elder Scrolls on one side doing this thing, and then the other game doing this. Okay, it's great. But that cancellation shocked me. The Everwild and Perfect Dark one's not so much. But this one, it was like, wait a minute. Because now I'm like thinking about, okay, what are we doing with the studio then? Like the studio had left. I mean, there's been a lot of talent that's left Bethesda over the years, ever since Microsoft acquired them. It's like, the guy Tango GameWorks, he's Mikami gone, all-time talent, right? Pete Hines gone. The guy who worked at Elder Scrolls Online, Zenimax Online, he's been there for 18, 19 years, gone. The head of Arcane Austin, gone. Like a lot of who made Bethesda before Xbox bought them, they're all gone. The only one that's left is Todd. And it almost kind of feels like, could Todd go at any point in time? Are we one more layoff away from Todd Howard being let go from Xbox? Or
Jesus.
Or let go, being like, well, we want you to go, but we won't say we fired you, so say you retire or whatever, right? It's like, holy crap. And I know they got Elder Scrolls 6 coming, and the Fallout 5, and Fallout 5 is and Fallout's huge right now, but of course they don't have anything ready to capitalize on the Fallout power of the IP that's happened because of the TV show, which is definitely you can definitely say, well, that's whose decision was that? I mean, like, I don't know how there wasn't a Fallout game fast track considering the TV show stuff, but I don't know what they're thinking with the ZeniMax Online thing. I know the reports come out that it was like a Blade Runner-esque sci-fi, like noir stuff that was like a third-person looter shooter in the vein of like Destiny. And like, yeah, sure, it sounds great. And apparently, like, all the people thought this was like a dream project. Reporting is that Phil played it and loved it, and basically in a meeting, but he couldn't stop playing it because he was so enamored with the game. And this was like 2 months ago, apparently. This is like 2 months ago when they played this game, 3 months ago. and they love it. And the whole thing is the Xbox executives were impressed. And I'm like, what does it mean to even impress Xbox executives anymore? Do they even know what's good? I don't even know.
Well, that's the whole issue with this, is because there's this just like, you can't get excited for anything they do or say anymore because Amy Hood and money is running the business. It's like, this project, Phil says in an interview, this project's really cool and all this stuff. We even see gameplay footage, you know, like with Perfect Dark, and it still gets cold. Like, I remember when it was like, I wasn't interested in Perfect Dark at all. And then I saw like how it looks in motion, and yeah, maybe like the game wasn't finished or whatever. But it was like, this is like a cool concept. I actually want this game now. I had no nostalgia for Perfect Dark whatsoever. So like, it's almost like when Microsoft shows you something now, it's kind of like, I can't allow myself to get invested in this because you motherfuckers are going to cancel it at the first sign, at the first cent of money in a different technological segment. You are going to bleed Xbox to fund your latest fad, you know? So it's, that is the trade-off that Microsoft thinks is worth having. Microsoft thinks it's worth having all this degradation, all this shattered goodwill, the human cost, which is the real story here. They think it's worth it just to try and chase up to OpenAI and Google, you know? And the thing is, for me, this is Satya Nadella's failing ultimately. Because if Satya had invested appropriately in AI when it was first becoming nascent, if they had acquired OpenAI outright, you know, they could have grown it more organically. But now they're having to sort of go into panic mode. Everyone else in Microsoft has to suffer because of the overarching strategy. But the thing is, at this point in Microsoft's life cycle, none of those hindsight decisions matter because Microsoft's share price is still higher than ever, still record profits, 22 billion.
I think their
last
stock
quarter,
price went up when the layoffs were announced.
Yeah, so let me see the stock
Microsoft.
price.
I think Microsoft is up. They're up 20% this year, I think. Whatever. If you go year by date.
Microsoft's up 2% today. So, you know, and it's that sort of short-term quarterly thinking where it's like, yeah, okay, it's cool. Microsoft's investing in AI now. Good. We'll invest because AI is clearly the future in some capacity. So it's a good thing Microsoft's investing in the shareholders' mind. But it's like, what about all this damage? Is there not going to be any punishment, any downside for this kind of thing? Isn't there going to be, you know, like what? It's just so frustrating. It makes you feel just completely powerless.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. The whole Zenimax
and not
thing.
only that, right? Not only that, there is a consequence that could be a real consequence here, and that's like when it comes to any future acquisition, regulators are going to look back at all this shit. And they're going to be like, well, we let you acquire ABK. We let you acquire XYZ and whatever other companies Microsoft acquired in other areas, Skype, whatever it is. And you fucked it. You fucked it. So it's kind of like, you know, their reputational consequences long term. But maybe Satya and are just like, well, that's the next guy's problem, right? That's the next guy's problem.
I don't think the regulators will. They'll just say that those layoffs had nothing to do with the acquisitions and blah 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 blah. That they had to do with other stuff, and I don't think regulators would fight it too hard. You know?
I don't know.
But man, like that Zenimax one really shocked me because it was like, all right, and then you wonder, because how cool it sounds, and granted we haven't seen it, but like all the talk around it, oh, people loved it, and Xbox executives were impressed a couple months ago, and it's a dream project for so many people, and it sounds great, like a looter shooter, third person, Destiny style, science fiction, which would definitely.
It's weird because I heard it was a fantasy IP.
It definitely fits in nicely alongside, like, here's Elder Scrolls Online, right? And here's this other thing, this sci-fi thing, so they wouldn't really cross-compete with each other. But then it's like, oh, we're canceled. And it's like, but why? Like, I don't understand. If you were really, if all the reporting is like, all these executives were impressed with it, and it was this dream project, suddenly 2 months later, it's gone, just like Everwild. Like, oh yeah, Phil's saying, love to see the thing, and it's gonna get there, and and then you just cancel it. Like, what are we doing here? Like, and this is another thing. Like, I know he's not listening, but Phil, if you're listening to the show, if you're listening to it live, or if you're listening to it later, please, for the love of God, stop talking. Stop doing interviews. Stop going on podcasts. Stop publicly speaking, so the things that you say don't come back to bite you in the ass 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, or a year later. There's been too many things and too many times that you've come out, because Xbox, unlike PlayStation or Sony, or unlike PlayStation or Nintendo, they love to chit-chat. They love to talk to journos. They love to go on these podcasts. They love to get their voices out there. And maybe it's because it kind of differentiates them between their other two competitors that don't talk to anybody, that only speak when there's something really truly to be said. Xbox is out there blabbing like a girlfriend on their phone to the other girlfriend, and they're saying all these things. But the problem is, because Microsoft changes their minds so much, that some of the things you say just end up not being true later on in the day. So, like, just you need to probably just put a PR muzzle on the executive branch at Xbox. Like, no interviews, no podcasts, none of that stuff. Just shut the fuck up and be quiet. So none of the things that you can say can be used against you in 2 years, because, like I mentioned, perception is reality, and the perception is that they lie through their teeth. Even if it might be plans change, and what was true one point in time isn't true later on, but to a lot of people, it's just these people are lying, and they can't be trusted because the things they saying, the opposite happens a year later. And if you're just somebody who's just a casual observer of all this, and you just read some article about, hey, Phil played Everwild and was like, really liked it, and hey, we're happy to give them time, it's gonna be great, and loves the Zenimax game, and then 2 months later cancels it, you'd be thinking, like, is this guy bipolar? What's going on? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, please.
Yeah, I don't know.
They should probably do less, because I don't think it's doing them any favors, to be honest with you. I don't really think them being out there talking as much as they talk is doing them anything good. I think it all just ends up being bad, because the things they say just get thrown back in their face, because it ends up not being true, because plans change within Xbox, or Microsoft just suddenly decides that they don't want to, that you need to hit these margins, so some of these things need to go. So please. I've been saying this for years now at this point, right, Jez, where I'm just like, you probably just need to stop talking. You need to just take a page out of the book of PlayStation and Nintendo and just not talk. But that's probably too much for them. They probably can't do that.
I mean, I agree in essence, but it's also kind of like, it's worse than just Phil talking. Like, we can't even trust the trailers anymore. We can't trust the events. I have an event where it's like game announcement, deep dive, blah, blah, blah. And then the wind changes. And then Amy Hood and Satya just like, oh, actually, we need to prioritize investing in this new faddy technology, which is coming out of the woodwork now. Like, I don't know, quantum computing or something. So you're going to have to shut down the studio so we can fund our new quantum magic processing facility or something, some bullshit. And then Xbox is once again bled dry, so they can find some more cash somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's it's even beyond Phil just talking. I think you have to be able to talk about what your plans are.
But their
But
plans change so often that they come out tomorrow
that's
and
the
talk about their
problem.
plans. Is there going to be the same plan a year from
Exactly. The
now?
plan.
So
But that's exactly what I'm fucking saying. It's a top-down issue, and it's because Microsoft, from the top down, operates more like an investment bank where they put their money where they think they're going to make the most returns quarter over quarter, and they have no ethics and ethos and mission as a company. They have no um they have no mission. They have no direction. It's just wherever the money's blowing, which just feels like Microsoft as an entity is just too big. When they've got so much money where they can just any one part of their business is allowed to fail so they can move into another business, that's when a company's too big, you know. And I think that's what, you start to realize that well and truly are limits on how big a company should be allowed to get, which
yeah.
is it's disappointing um to admit the kind of naivety I feel like I've had, and I'm sure many others kind of feel like they had. But when it came to ABK, especially, it was like ABK was exactly going through this, where they were in like annual layoffs, the end of their fiscal year, tons of layoffs, projects cancelled, Kotick mismanagement, running World of Warcraft into the ground, and
Sexual
running
harassment lawsuits up the wazoo. It's one of the reasons why their
yeah,
stock
all
price
this kind
dropped
of
so
stuff.
low enough they could buy them.
Yeah, so it was like there is no way Microsoft can be worse for ABK. So it was like most people were like, this is potentially a good thing
And you know what?
because nobody can be worse than Kotick. And I remember seeing a meme where it was like, and this is an old meme now, which hasn't aged well, but it was like a comic where it was like there was a character and it was like Microsoft's buying ABK, and then the character was like, are we happy about this or mad about this? Because it was like under Kotick, things were just shit, you know. And to be fair, I do think things have been better for ABK under Microsoft so far. I think Blizzard avoided the brunt of these layoffs, and so did ABK. I did see some QA staff got let go, and I saw there was some staff in Asia that was let go. Raven lost some
I mean, they laid
staff.
off people at King, right?
Yeah, Warcraft Rumble got shut down, but it sounds like the team that were working off Warcraft Rumble got folded into the other project that isn't announced yet. So for Blizzard, it's maybe not been all bad so far,
Well, I mean,
but the
They had Project
impact on
Odyssey
the rest of
canceled.
the business, yeah,
Blizzard had Project Odyssey
yeah,
canceled.
Project Odyssey was cancelled,
You know,
but a lot of those staff did go on to work on the StarCraft project.
true.
So, which Jason Schreier leaked. I was being cagey about it because I'm a bit tired, so I couldn't remember if it was actually public. But yeah, Jason Schreier already leaked the StarCraft project.
You know, it's
So like,
you know who's had it worse than ABK is I think Bethesda's had it way worse since they joined Xbox, right? Arcane
yeah,
Austin shut
yeah.
down. Tango Gameworks almost shut down, but then sold off. Alpha Dog closed, merged, right? Zenimax Online's new game canceled. Uh, they've pretty much had a rough go of it at a lot of their studios, where it's like, I
Well, this is the thing though, like because you've said in the past that like, and we've said on this podcast is like, would Zenimax have survived without being
yeah.
acquired? And it's also like, would World of Warcraft be on the up and up without the investment they've gotten? You know, and also like, this is the big one for me. Would Xbox itself even exist without ABK right now? Because I think if you're Satya Nadella and if Xbox hadn't acquired Call of Duty and these other franchises that made Game Pass grow, made Game Pass grow on PC as well. Like there's for better or worse, there's a huge backlash going on right now on PC Game Pass round. I don't know if you've seen this.
What, because Call of Duty World War II's hacking people's PCs that play it?
Yeah. So the version of Call of Duty World War II that's on PC Game Pass is broken, and it's very, very hackable. So like, and because it's crossplay, that's affecting everyone who's playing it. And there's a lot of people playing it. So it's like a kind of viral moment now, which kind of speaks to the fact that even though this is like a shit moment for PC Game Pass, there are a lot of people using it, right? So I honestly think like if it wasn't for ABK and turning Xbox into an entity that's too big to fail, at least in the short term, fucking would not Satya and Amy be salivating at the thought of shutting Xbox down in its entirety to fund this AI bullshit they're going for?
But see, I think
I don't think Xbox survives without ABK right now.
yeah, but then again, would they be pricing a lot of cuts on Xbox if they didn't spend the money to acquire ABK? Because then that money would have been there. See, it's like
No, it wouldn't. It would have gone to the AI.
right. It would have gone, so they wouldn't have to. In regards to the Seattle Times thing about how a lot of this has to do with AI because they need to free up funding for the $80 billion AI infrastructure. And your point is that is Xbox only alive because they bought ABK? But then my point would be, well, if they didn't buy ABK, that money would still be there to then fund AI stuff, and they wouldn't have had to put so much pressure on Xbox to deliver because they didn't spend the fucking $70 billion on it. I think that's part
of... Where would Xbox even be?
Well, I don't know where Xbox would be. But I'm just saying, like, there is probably a lot of pressure on Xbox to perform because they've spent $80 billion in acquisitions over the last 5 years. So they come in and be like, you need to hit these margins. The only way to hit these margins is we need to go completely multi-platform. So we're going to like sacrifice long-term goals for short-term solutions and cash inflow because, you know, you're part of the table now. Remember, because Phil was like he's added to the leadership team at Microsoft. He's Microsoft CEO of gaming. They've talked about that extensively. And also it's like we did the biggest acquisition in history for you guys, for gaming. So you need to actually start contributing to our bottom line like these other companies do. But I wonder if they didn't do that, then would the pressure even be there? Because, you know, it's like, well, you didn't spend the $80 billion on us. So the money would have been there for the AI thing 5 years later, or you could have bought OpenAI or whatever it would have been. So I get like both sides of that discussion of like, where would Xbox be without ABK? But then also it's like, well, maybe they're in a better place without ABK because maybe the eye of Sauron of Amy Hood and Satya wouldn't be looking so brightly down on them because they didn't spend all that money. You know?
I mean, it's nobody's got a crystal ball to say what would or wouldn't have happened. But I don't think like I really don't think Satya would just be like, oh, Xbox is small, let's just let them keep going. Because like otherwise Skype would still exist, you know, and shit like that.
Well,
I don't see a world where Xbox survives as the third place console guy in a industry that's already shrinking, or is at least riding a downturn right now. I don't see Satya as the kind of guy who would just ignore that. Because you have to remember, there was an interview a while ago where Phil was like, Satya came to him and was like, "Why are we in gaming?"
yeah, that
Satya's
was when
the kind of guy
that was
who's like,
that was when Satya became a CEO.
yeah, but it's like Satya's mentality is, let's do it well or not at all.
Okay.
So the investment was there for Microsoft to prove that they were going to do it well. But now AI happened. So I think their whole idea and their whole plan was, you know, owning all these studios is going to power us through to the next universe of where cloud's going, because all games are going to cloud, all games are online all the time, blah, 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 all that kind of shit. And then AI happened. And I was like, oh, because remember, this was always about cloud. So Phil kind of sold Satya on Xbox by saying, there's a cloud play here. And Microsoft had xCloud prototypes as early as 2012, right? They had xCloud prototypes as early as 2012. So, you know, they were already thinking about like, how can we add a cloud component to this business? Call of Duty obviously is cloud-based. World of Warcraft's cloud-based. All these kind of online games, they're all cloud-based. So like that's how you sell it to Satya, who came into the CEO position from Azure, which transformed Microsoft's entire business. Microsoft was like this sort of lame duck tech company for a long time, where it's like, yeah, they've got Windows, but Windows doesn't really make any money because there's no ongoing revenue from Windows necessarily. Not in the same way as like a subscription services, like when you're paying a subscription for tokens for your servers or whatever bullshit, right? So they made Satya CEO. So now everything needs to have a cloud play. So Phil goes to Satya and says, look, all these games are cloud-based. We're also developing cloud gaming technology, which means we can have AAA games installed straight to people's TVs. They won't even need hardware, right? That's how you sold Xbox to Satya in the first place. So Satya was sold on the next big play for Microsoft in cloud was going to be gaming, because they already lost the video play, because Amazon is the number one cloud provider for video, for third-party services like Netflix and stuff like that, right? So gaming was supposed to be that pillar for Microsoft's cloud business, but now they don't need it anymore. Now they don't need it. Now they've got AI. So now there's that contention, like you say, that pressure. So I really do think that, like, if Satya had looked at Xbox's business today without ABK, without Call of Duty driving Game Pass and cloud, without the service games driving cloud, and without the mobile games having given them a play there, I really think Satya would have been like, this isn't working now. We need to move away from this shit. I genuinely believe that. It's just my opinion, you know. But I just genuinely don't have any faith that Satya would have still been in gaming for the sake of gaming. He was in gaming for the sake of cloud.
Sure.
Dude.
I mean,
cloud and live service. That's what it was all about.
Cloud and subscriptions. Microsoft loves them some subscriptions, you know?
Yeah,
You
but
sold them
without
on
Call of
all
Duty,
those things.
I don't think you always said to me that Microsoft needs a big blockbuster game for Game Pass to drive subscriptions, and Call of Duty was that.
Yeah,
but it
but
doesn't seem to have made a huge dent for console.
Yeah, partially because the biggest game, like when you talk about when Game Pass first came out in 2017 and what could drive it, free-to-play games weren't that prevalent, but now they are. So you don't need Game Pass to play the games that are mostly played now like they were, you know? And honestly, like, I'll just say it, exclusivity. I think you probably have a lot more Game Pass stuff if you made Call of Duty exclusive to Xbox than you would if you, because that just gave people a reason not to. All right, we're still going to sell. I mean, I get the business reason why. You can't make it exclusive because it's too much money to give up when too much money and too many copies are spent on PlayStation and DLC and all that stuff. But if they really, really wanted to grow Game Pass and they were willing to kind of eat the cost a little bit, you make that game exclusive, you put it on Game Pass, and anybody that loves that on other platforms would have to buy your system and you know, subscribe into it. You probably have a different situation. But I understand the math probably wasn't mathing for them. It was probably just way too much money to give up in the short term, considering they just spent $70 billion. They're probably like, we can't continue to loss lead on this shit and hope it comes out better on the other side. You know, and maybe they did feel like, oh, the regulators would put an end to that anyways. Because remember, a lot of the regulator stuff was, oh my God, is this really going to hurt PlayStation? And that was a lot of the that was a lot of the stuff back then. And if Xbox was, I sort of wonder if Xbox didn't come out and be like, oh, well, we'll make sure that Call of Duty is exclusive. If like they had actually planned to make it exclusive, would the regulators then have really, really, because even though eventually they all sort of, well, except for the FTC, they all sort of went, they said, oh, it's not, nah, that doesn't really create that much of a problem. And you know, the CMA was the one that was like, actually, it does for streaming. And the FTC was like, well, we just hate big business buying stuff, so we're going to block it. I wonder how the EU and all these other ones would have done if, considering how hard they went at Microsoft for all this in the first place, if their goal was to make it exclusive, if then you would just seen all of them block it. or whatever. But you know, it is what it is. I get their reasoning for not doing it because it's just too much money to just give up. But I think that would have probably grown it significantly. You know, but then again, you look at the play data now, and it's like what 50% of the people play like 1 or 2 games a year, and it's free to play stuff, and you don't need Game Pass for that. It almost makes Game Pass seem like a solution to a problem that didn't exist.
And now it's sort of become I don't know what the phrase is. It's like it's something like a thing hanging around their neck, you know.
Well, I mean,
where it's like it's become such a driver of the monthly revenue, but it's also disrupted it. Microsoft's effort to disrupt the industry, they've kind of disrupted themselves in a way.
I mean, I get why they did it though, because
Albatross.
I don't think they could have continued to compete in the same way that PlayStation and Nintendo were competing. So it was basically, we need to do something different to try to shake things up and do something that they're not doing, because we no longer can directly compete with both of those. So okay, let's change it up. Let's offer Game Pass. We'll see if this is something that people enjoy, because subscriptions, you know, people know what they are. Spotify, Netflix, and all that stuff. It's like, oh, an easy access to, like, you don't need to do the convincing, because people understood subscriptions at that point in time. So it's like, here's all these games on this list. You subscribe and you can play them, right? And it definitely set Xbox apart from the other ones, where it was like, oh man, they offer this stuff and all these games, you can just sign up, even though PlayStation was sort of doing their PlayStation Plus thing, where it was like, hey, you sign up here for the multiplayer access, but you also get a couple games a month or whatever. So I get why they needed to freshen things up and try to compete in that manner, because it did seem like competing one up, we're just going to do it like how we used to do it, wasn't either Microsoft wasn't interested in doing it, or you know, whatever, but like, we need to change it. And it seemed like for a while maybe that was going to be the way, but it certainly doesn't seem like that's really, you know, partially I think because the mobile play never happened. So I know they were banking on a lot of, you know, Game Pass growth on the mobile side, which doesn't exist. And I know it's growing on PC, but I think it's a tough go of it on PC right now, because Steam is so monolithic. I mean, hell, there was even points where it was like, are they going to put Game Pass on PlayStation or Game Pass on Switch? I mean, we were talking about that. Like, oh man, imagine PlayStation on the Switch or Game Pass on the Switch. How cool would that be? Imagine Game Pass on Steam. How many people would sign up for it on Steam? And those are the like things that never happened. So,
you know, what would be the smart play for PlayStation?
What?
If they made their own PC store and put that on Xbox, because then they wouldn't have to give Microsoft or Steam a cut.
So,
because if Microsoft's making this open platform, why don't you just
so then
put a PlayStation on Xbox?
Are they gonna pull their games from Steam and not release anything else on Steam and just have their own store?
Well, no, but I think a console player would be like, oh, I know what PlayStation is. PlayStation Store on my Xbox. I'll go there instead of Steam. If you're looking specifically for a PlayStation game and it's got just the PlayStation setup or whatever, why not? You know. But I think like you know, that was just kind of random thought I had. But hey ho, it is weird, man. I will say that like the hardware team, from what I can tell, saw no layoffs at Xbox, which did feel like a vote of confidence in the part of the business which everyone thinks is the worst off, right? Microsoft's making a bet on hardware, and they're making a bet on certain games like State of Decay. OD is still alive. I saw a rumor that all second-party games would be cancelled, but that's simply not true. Matt Booty said 40 games are in development. A lot of those are second-party. Obviously, we got Ninja Gaiden 4, which is second-party, which, you know, is close to release, so that ain't going to get cancelled. But Kojima confirmed today as well, after my article, that OD is still a thing. And State of Decay is alive. Clockwork Rev's still alive. They've expanded in Exile. They haven't closed Ninja Theory and they haven't closed Compulsion, which is the two studios we talked about when these rumors start
Well, we
happening.
talked about them as like their games. They were ones who recently shipped something. So maybe it's like, well, now we're doling out the budget for the next fiscal year. Maybe it's like,
You don't
well,
have anything.
you know
They
what?
they
South,
they've shipped games and
yeah.
they don't have a legacy backlog.
Even though, you know, I heard that Compulsion's already on their next project. So
I would be fucking devastated if State of Decay 3 got cancelled. Like above everything else, that's the game I want. You know,
yeah, but
even above E-Day, I want State of Decay to get out the door. I've been following this franchise since State of Decay 1, when Jeff Strain left Blizzard and ArenaNet and BattleNet to set up this vision for an online zombie apocalypse simulator. I've been waiting for probably decades at this point. I'm fucking out. If State of Decay 3 doesn't get out the door, it's going to be devastating, you know, for me. But that's one of the games that survived, right?
why is it taking so long?
I have no
Why are a
idea.
lot of these games just so long in the tooth, man?
Why is Obsidian the only company that can ship shitloads of games really quickly? You know,
That's a good thing. That's a good question. I don't know.
Grounded 2 is hitting early. Do more of these games need to go into early access? It looks like even Towerborn survived because it's in early access. Maybe
I don't know.
I don't know.
There was some other canceled games, that unannounced games that we didn't know about. Like one being from Romero Games.
Romero Games didn't know about that. That's
I
really
saw some
sad.
people suggest, or some articles suggest, that was actually going to be published by Bethesda. I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not, but that game was with Xbox, but it wasn't announced, so now it's no longer happening, or unless they find another publisher. There's the stuff with Contraband, which was a game that we were like, well, we haven't seen hide nor hair of that game since 2021, and then people recognize that, oh my god, the trailer's no longer on Xbox's YouTube channel. Does that mean? But the Perfect Dark one
Right,
is, and
I've got some. Sorry, go on.
well, so it's
Finish
like
what
the two Perfect Dark trailers are still on the Xbox YouTube channel, and the two Everwild trailers. So when people were like, Contraband trailer's been removed, I was like, that's interesting, because they didn't remove the other games that were canceled. And was it removed today, or was it because it's like, okay, well, we knew it was there before, but when did they remove it? Maybe someone went to look at it and it was like, it's not there anymore. And so the question is like, what's up with Contraband? Because if you're looking to cut costs, you're looking to cut things like that. It's like, for a game that's been in development as long as it is, Contraband's probably an easy game to be like, thanks, but no thanks. We're moving in a different direction. Especially if you're canceling stuff like Everwild and Perfect Dark and the Zenimax IP, which, you know, you're basically, you know, this whole Zenimax thing is like, you probably now have a pretty terrible relationship with everybody at that studio who just, you work on that game for so long. It reminds me of the Monolith situation, where Monolith was building this new IP for WB Games, and they spent 3 years working on it, and WB's like, nah, we're not going to let you release this. And they canceled it, and then like everybody, like the leadership all left that studio, basically being like, fuck you. And they go and they form the other Cliffhanger Games, and they're making the the Black Panther game, and then EA cancels, shuts them down too. So it's like, man, but you were saying something, like, you know, something about Contraband.
Yeah, I mean, there is a sort of like, yesterday I was looking at different sort of, I was looking at different rumors that were coming out yesterday. So like there was a whole thing about OD, and then we put out the rumor that Perfect Dark might be getting cancelled, and we were criticized for that by some people, because they were like, oh, don't put out rumors about games being cancelled if it's not going to be cancelled. But the thing is that I tend not to do that unless I'm pretty fucking sure on Windows Central. So Samuel Tolbert actually nailed that down, that he'd heard Perfect Dark was cancelled. And I think Samuel Tolbert was the first person that had that information. So he put that up on Windows Central, but we were scrambling to like get more sources on it because everything was sort of chaotic. And then we did, got more than enough sources to suggest that, yeah, this is happening, And not only is it cancelled, it's completely shut down. But as I was looking like to other things, like we were looking at the OD rumors, I was managed, I managed to, I managed to get some information on that OD is not cancelled. And then I'm not sure exactly where this was said, but then Kojima talked about how OD and Fizzin were going to be his last games
Potentially,
for a
yeah.
while, implying that he's going to make a movie next or something like that. I can't remember what the source of that is, but that's confirmed that, publicly confirmed that OD is alive for now. But I was trying to look into what's going on with Forza Motorsport and Turn 10 then, because obviously the Forza Motorsport lost half of its team, and you have talked about already, but I think it's known that the team's going to be continuing to support Forza Horizon, and there was this narrative that Forza Motorsport is dead forever. But from what I can tell, is there is a plan to continue supporting Forza Motorsport for now, the current game. And also, there's not a sentiment that they will never make another Forza Motorsport game. It's not cancelled as a franchise. It's just one that they want to sort of, Horizon's going to be a priority. It's just much, much bigger. And but there's no sort of like we're never going to do motorsport again. That's not a thing that's happening. So I think that's going to be fine. Also, Sonny in chat asked me about Toys for Bob. From what and now don't take this as hard confirmation. I haven't written about this on Windows Central because I haven't got hard confirmation on it. From what I can tell, Toys for Bob's project is safe as well. So, don't quote me on that. But that's one that I'm sort of leaning towards. It is okay. But the reason we're talking about this now is because Rand mentioned Contraband. And obviously, Contraband had its trailer removed from YouTube, which made people think, oh dear, Contraband is fucked too, isn't now as well. So, and this sort of feeds to Toys for Bob as well. Part of me thinks that some of these projects, a decision hasn't yet been made, potentially. And maybe that's why I can't get hard confirmation on some of them. But that could also be completely wrong as well. So again, these are just discussions right now.
So you
But I
do.
couldn't.
So you
I
can't
could. I
confirm that
couldn't.
it's alive or that it's dead.
Yeah, I can't.
So
I
it's
don't
like,
know.
so it's Schrodinger's contraband, huh?
It's Schrodinger's contraband. But I will say this: one of the contraband directors on LinkedIn put a post up saying we've got open positions.
Yes.
And Avalanche is hiring. So if Avalanche is hiring for contraband, that bodes well, I would expect, right? And I kind of feel like if Toys for Bob's game was cancelled, I feel like we would have heard about it like we did with Romero Games. Because I don't think Toys for Bob would be quiet about that. And also, I think Microsoft probably feels, to some degree, beholden to making sure that studio can thrive after they spun it out, I would hope. And maybe the project's just looking good, because let's face it, Toys for Bob is a pretty fucking good studio. So I'm leaning towards Toys for Bob is okay. I honestly don't know what's going on with Contraband. And the fact they're hiring probably bodes well. But I think those, until we get hard confirmation, it might be too early to say yet.
Well,
I want to believe they'll be okay, but it's kind of like Contraband's the game we haven't seen any gameplay of.
no, none whatsoever.
We haven't seen a
Well,
single
technically,
pixel of gameplay for
yeah.
Contraband.
I was gonna say,
And it's like
we didn't see any for State of Decay 3, but we did see a morsel of it. What was it, last year?
we've seen a sliver of State of Decay 3, and we saw some in action gameplay of Perfect Dark. We haven't seen anything of Contraband.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, oh, sorry, it's getting later. But it's like if you are willing to put out Contraband footage, I mean Perfect Dark footage, you're probably thinking like, okay, this will be ready in the next couple of years. We're not seeing Contraband footage. How many years do they think it's gonna take before they feel safe enough to showcase it off, right?
I don't know, but I also feel like if it's that situation where it's still years away, like an Everwild or Perfect Dark, like you figured, like, well, just cancel it at that point. You know, if it's still 2-3 years away, just like Everwild or Perfect Dark was, then it's unless the game was. I mean, granted, they don't own Avalanche, so they don't have to. It's not like, the initiative or where you need to pay for all that stuff. But
I suppose it's like it all depends on milestones and stuff like that. I suppose, and contractual obligations. Maybe there's
Romero
just a
said his post by Romero said that they hit all their stuff. They were all good. It ended up still getting canceled. Granted, unannounced game, but
yeah, but also like I suppose every contract might be different, right? Maybe they've got a
true.
clause where it's like if we hit on the milestones, we can't. You'll be in breach of contract if you shut the game down. And maybe Microsoft's like, well, we'll pay to breach the contract in some cases. I don't know. Like every contract is different, right? It's just speculation here. But clearly they they felt like it's like a bunch of trade-offs, right? They've gone down the list of projects they've got and how much money each of them is with a spreadsheet. A bit like, we'll keep this game, we'll get rid of this game, we'll keep this game, we'll get rid of this game. Rather than keep funding this game, we'll put more into this game, that kind of thing. So it's all like trade-offs and shit. It's so heartless and cold and fucked up and anti-creativity. Like, how are you going to cancel like John Romero's shooter, man?
I don't know.
It just sucks.
I don't know. I sort of wonder what other unannounced games got canceled. I was sitting there thinking, like, all right, Machine Games, they just shipped something, so they're probably still working on Indiana Jones DLC, which is coming out in September. And then, like, all right, maybe we're starting to work on Indiana Jones 2. But then I'd be like, well, if Xbox is looking to cut costs, do they even want the license anymore for Indiana Jones 2? So
is it public what Machine Games' next game is?
I mean, Jeff Gertzman had put it out there that it was some Counter-Strike game. This was months and months ago that there's some project at Machine Games that was basically like a Counter-Strike multiplayer live service game that they were making.
Yeah, so that it wasn't described as Counter-Strike to me. It was compared more to Rainbow Six Siege, but which made me think of environmental destruction. So that Jeff Gerstmann comment is true. No one's corroborated it.
I mean, Jeff Gertzman, legend of the industry, right? So.
Yeah, he's a legend, right? So I don't know why you wouldn't believe him, but I hadn't heard that myself. So
I don't know. Is that what people? Is that what people want from Machine Games? Is a multiplayer game?
It hinges on if it's good or not.
Sure,
if it's really fucking good, then.
But we're also in the day and age of people just losing their patience with live service stuff consistently and constantly, and like, does that? I guess you need to be like, is that game even going to be set up for success when you have Call of Duty and you have, well, I don't know what the fuck's going on with Halo. We'll talk about Halo in a minute, but you have this other thing. So does anybody, like, if you were to ask me, if it was just Rand's World and what I go matters, and you say, like, would you want Machine Games working on a Rainbow Six multiplayer-ish game? I'd be like, fuck no. Are you kidding me? Hell no. I'm not saying like they don't have the wherewithal.
What do you hate game?
Or I don't want a multiplayer game from Machine Games unless like the multiplayer portion is tied to some single player thing that I can enjoy. You know what I mean? And I would think if most people you asked, it was just like, hey, what would you want to see from Machine Games? Wolfenstein 3, Indiana Jones 2, or a new IP that's multiplayer based live service in the vein of Rainbow Six or Counter-Strike. I would imagine the vast majority of those people would either vote for Indiana Jones 2 or for Wolfenstein 3, and not for some. I don't know. I constantly see it all the time, even though realistically, like, a lot of the playtime and a lot of the games people play are multiplayer related. But it's just like, do people want that for Machine Games? Have they ever made a multiplayer game before? I mean, not that I'm really aware of, but
let them cook, man.
Let them cook.
Made shooters.
Let them cook, and then in a year from now, when the game gets canceled, like, all right, well, they cooked, I guess.
maybe it'll be good. We'll see.
Maybe. But that's
You
the
know,
thing.
you,
It's
you
like,
talk about game of patience right now. Like, I'm looking at the stats for Marvel Rivals, and it had a peak of 300,000 ish on Steam, 400,000 back in January, and now it's rocking 62,000.
well,
Um,
peaks and waves, bro,
I
or
just,
peaks and valleys, right? With that
well,
stuff.
this isn't a peak and valley. This is like a very slow
Yeah,
six
but you know
months.
what? It might when the new Avengers movie comes out. What next year?
Yeah.
End of next year? Maybe it blows back up or what have you. But I'm
But
just
I think it's quite funny because Blizzard was like, oh shit, we need sexy skins, so they put out a bunch of sexy skins
sexy skin Scott.
um for Overwatch and made a bunch of like sexy characters, and then it didn't matter anyway
But it
because
just but also
people were mad about Marvel Rivals balance or
Machine
something.
Games doing a multiplayer
Overwatch
game just reeks of 2016, 2017 Bethesda when they were like pivoting so hard to live service and stuff and not doing the
Right.
game. When everybody sort of turned their was like, no, this is not what we want. And then here they are, and it's like, I mean, I guess you could say, well, if the devs feel super strongly about it, and it's like, okay, yeah, but as someone who's, I have an opinion about what I would want to play, it's like that's not one of
You have
them.
an opinion on the internet?
On the internet,
What?
yeah. What it's also even like there's some studios Xbox makes where it's like World's Edge, never going to be interested in anything they do, but that's fine because there's all these other studios that Xbox has that whatever, like one studio, two studios, three studios making something that I don't particularly like or I'm interested in. That's not that big of a deal. But you're talking about Machine Games here, bro. We're talking about Wolfenstein and Indiana Jones, and it's like, okay, I want to see the Wolfenstein story finish or the Indiana Jones story continue. But instead, I'm going to get some Rainbow Six knockoff that's probably not going to do the numbers they want, and is probably not going to be supported that long. Is that, I don't know, what's, next thing you're going to tell me is like id doing some multiplayer game too, and I'm going to be like, oh god, well, it's like, whatever. But then there's like the Halo situation that's going on there. I don't know, a lot of rumors about Halo. There were some layoffs there apparently.
Yeah.
There's even talk that like one of the Halo projects is not doing so well. It may never even release or something. They announced very publicly that their next, whatever they're doing next, is going to be teased or shown off at the October Halo World Championship Series, which I would have to imagine is the Halo 1 remake. But the game that supposedly isn't doing so well, it has to be like Halo 7 or whatever it is. But
maybe just gaming's cooked, bro.
Do you get the sense? Let me ask you this. Do you get the sense that it really seems since Infinite, ever since the launch of Halo Infinite, that Xbox has done their hardest to distance themselves from Halo as a brand? In a way, like never.
I don't think it's on purpose. It's just incidental. It's just
like
not
never showing up at a showcase, but then also like revealing their next game at a Halo Championship World Series and not, an Xbox showcase or whatever. There's this
to put a positive spin on it. Maybe they just like really want Halo to show up to the public in a big way when it's ready. And that's why like you do they want to show like the hardcore something at the World Championships or whatever they're called. And then maybe it's just not ready for the prime time, whatever they're doing. Because I don't think it's any secret that Halo has lost all of its prestige over the last decade or two, But to try and put a positive spin on it, maybe they just want, when Halo returns to the fore, they want it to be more of a moment than just like, oh, here's the next game. Because I really think the next Halo has to be a moment. It has to be a moment, But I was just gonna say, like, I was just looking at Twitch because back in the day, you could look at Twitch for an idea of like how well a game is doing, kind of. But I am kind of shocked at how low Twitch viewerships are these days. How many views do you think a game or a category needs to get into the top
I
10?
mean, I don't know, but I mean, isn't
It was,
IRL, isn't that like the biggest Twitch
yeah.
category now at this point?
Yeah, so back in the day, like a game would need like hundreds of thousands to get in the top 10. Now, like Fortnite is 10th, and that's got 40,000 viewers. The top category is just chatting with 624,000 viewers, and then IRL has 100,000 viewers. And those are basically like the same category, I think.
Yeah.
So, like, all the game streams on Twitch are really, really down.
Well, I mean,
Which is crazy.
they do have some competition. I mean, Kick's around, YouTube's around, right? Where like Twitch was the be all end all at one point.
Are you saying everyone's watching Xbox 2 on YouTube instead of Twitch? We've never been on Twitch.
No.
Ever.
Nope. I mean, there's no
No.
point to. I mean,
Oh.
I know some people, but it's like we don't have an account there, so it's like, so even if we made an account, we'd be streaming to nobody. So it's like, well, just do it on YouTube and then put it on the podcast apps. The podcast, you know,
One of the highest categories on Twitch is Hearthstone. What? Like Marvel Rivals has 25,000 viewers. Hearthstone has 18,000 viewers.
maybe it's just like one big streamer playing it. But you know, you mentioned Toys for Bob earlier. I was sent this from Silas. It's from Cloberl, who's quoting Andy Robinson from VGC, I guess, from today, where Andy Robinson says, pitches to Banjo Kazooie games are being listened to. I heard constantly the name that comes up is Toys for Bob, who really want to do one. I heard Moon Studios as well, another one that's really interested. And that shouldn't come as a surprise because I think Thomas Mahler has said previously that they were interested in doing a Banjo game. So
Nah.
I remember Andy Robinson saying this, that with the changing of Rare's leadership, like previous Rare's leadership wanted nothing to do with Banjo and weren't interested in it. But now that there's new leadership, because I think Craig left and is now head of Xbox Game Studios, there's like new leadership in at Rare that maybe they want to do Banjo. So
Yeah. I didn't realize how big Kick was either. But yeah, new Banjo. I would maybe the Banjo Bros get some reprieve eventually. I do think like if everyone assumes the next, I don't actually know, but everyone assumes that Toys for Bob's next game is Spyro, because that's kind of where the teasers have been directed, right? If Spyro like does decently enough and he's profitable and helps with Game Pass churn, I don't see why you wouldn't do a new Banjo. Slap that shit on Nintendo Switch 2 and you got a thing, man.
So maybe the Banjo Bros will be able to get their game, but then who knows? Maybe they start working on it, and then ends up getting canceled, because who knows what it will be canceled from this point forward. You know, they gotta come out and actually say in an article that the games are safe. Yeah, I would hope games releasing in October are fucking safe. You know what I mean? Like, because that's the games that they showed off. It was like literally Keeper, Outer Worlds 2, Ninja Gaiden 4. 3 of those games are literally coming in 3 months. Right? 3 months. Yep. Yeah, I would hope those games launching in 3 months are safe and you aren't going to cancel them. You know?
Yeah.
Unless you're talking about, we showed Sea of Thieves or Elder Scrolls Online or, Fallout 76. Well, like, I don't really expect you to be canceling those either. So the only one that really kind of is like, is Clockwork Revolution, but that's safe for now. It's like, yeah, like, who expects you to cancel games that were coming out at the end of the year? That whole thing was just like, those games are safe. I mean, yeah. But what?
We just had a little bit of good news.
Okay.
Cyberpunk Edgerunners 2 just got announced.
I mean, they did say they were doing it, yeah.
Oh, they did?
I mean, they did say there was going to be a new Cyberpunk Edgerunners 2. But now it's in production.
Cyberpunk Edgerunners 2 officially announced. Has announced they've reunited with Studio Trigger to create a new standalone anime series in the world of Cyberpunk 2077 called Cyberpunk Edgerunners 2. Cyberpunk Edgerunners 1 being one of the best little animes I've ever seen. So that's some good news. But yeah, I don't know.
I mean, hell, I'll take. I love Edge Runners.
Do you think like any of Xbox's TV projects got shelved because of this? Grounded TV
Mm,
show, Gears stuff, or do you think that's
mm,
all handled separately? They just license out the IP
it's
and let
probably
everyone
all
else do it.
it's probably all handled separately. You know, I don't think any of that stuff's been canceled. And then Matt Booty said they got 40 games in Avellone. How many studios does Xbox have? 30 something now, or 30 some odd studios, or 20 high 20s or something.
I don't know off the top of my head.
So they got
50,000 studios
40
probably.
studios, but that's kind of what it's done for a lot of people, is that they just no longer trust Xbox.
Yeah.
Whether it's Microsoft forcing them to make the cuts, whether it's the incompetence of people within Xbox themselves, or they bit off more than they can chew, or whatever the truth is, which doesn't even matter to most people because they'll make up their own truth.
If you say one thing and do another, that's the bottom line. Why trust?
Yeah.
You know,
So
and Microsoft they've been doing this repeatedly for years and years and years, and we get that like plans change, but at this point it feels like we've got to a point where it's more plans change than actually delivering anything. You know, that's what it
it's
feels
all
like. And I
funny.
know there is a bias towards remembering the negative more, but it just genuinely feels like anything that Microsoft says is vulnerable to being cancelled. So you can't trust in you can't trust the next Xbox is going to come out. You can't trust the State of Decay 3 is going to come out unless it's like literally months away from launch or weeks away.
or it's Call of
Amy
Duty.
could just be like, yeah, Amy could just be like, look, this shareholder needs a new yacht. We got to fire all these people. You know,
It's just
or Call of Duty or new Candy
it's
Crush.
ironic
Even
that
Candy Crush lots of
it's
people.
ironic that all this happens when they finally hit their stride in releasing games. The thing they've been talking about forever. They released like 12 games this year, but also during this time frame where they're releasing all this stuff, and it's like, yeah, you can see the roadmap and it looks pretty great. And then they just come in there and be like, actually, about that roadmap, we're getting rid of this, and we're getting rid of this, and we're getting rid of this, and we're getting rid of this. And then you could just you just look at it and you're like, well, you know, what is safe? You know, what is, people were worried, like, is id going to be safe? Like, are we just going to go through all this a year from now when this fiscal year ends next year? Are we gonna go through all this again because they need to make more cuts for reasons? Because Xbox hasn't hit the numbers that Microsoft wants them to, or because they need to free up some more money for AI investment. So it's like, all right, guess what? We're cutting another 1,000, another 2,000. So we need to free up some budget. So cancel some projects, and that's the thing.
Human beings are like, human beings are predisposed to being aware of and wanting to avoid the negative. You know, and when you zoom out, Xbox has had a lot of positive momentum this year. You know, we had an absolutely fantastic quarter with Game Pass. You know, like we talked about earlier, Claire Obscure, Blueprints, Doom, and Oblivion in this sprint. And like Oblivion Remastered was also like, did really, really well. And it was fairly priced and it was very, very high quality. And it's kind of like, that's kind of like, that bodes well for things like the rumored, well, it's not, you can barely call it a rumor, but the rumored Fallout 3 New Vegas remake, which is probably going to be handled by that team as well. It bodes well for a lot of these things, you know. But at the same time, it's like Microsoft seems to make such arbitrary decisions sometimes, and we don't have full view of the reasoning behind them. Like, we don't know for sure, like, all the things that happen behind the scenes with XYZ game. You know, we sometimes we get journalists come out and say like, oh, the entire Perfect Dark trailer was fake. And then you get like a dev coming out saying like, well, actually, no, that's not exactly true. You know, because everyone has different perspectives on things. You know, nobody's got like a full lay of the land. But sometimes it feels like Microsoft itself doesn't have a full lay of the land, which is why like these conflicting statements happen. I think you just kind of have to like take things as they come with Xbox these days. You know, and celebrate what we do have and what and this is one thing that pisses me off about a lot of the discourse revolving around this, is that people say like, oh, Microsoft laid people off, so therefore they should be shut down. And it's like, hang on, you're pissed off because of the layoffs. You want them to do even more layoffs? Like,
Yeah.
or are you just console warring?
Well,
Are
I
you
mean,
just
there's
being a fanboy?
definitely a lot of console warring going on for sure. But yeah, it's just yeah, they need to shut down so more people. You know how many people are employed by Xbox? Isn't it something like 15,000 or 12,000 or some number like that? And then within Microsoft itself is like over 100,000.
Yeah,
It's like
it's about 15,000 at Xbox.
yes, I mean you want more people to be out of a job. I mean yeah, that's really a good look. But let's see what other discussions we can have because we have some super chats here to get through. We got RDX Son of Fett. You think these layoffs are due more to the American economy? They were projecting 100,000 jobs. They were projecting 100,000 jobs and lost 30,000. It might be a recession, if not depression. And Microsoft is contraction with the economy contraction.
I'm going to defer to you on that.
I'm sure there's underlying factors of some of that stuff of like the economic situation going on in the world, and you know all those things all factor into some of their decisions. But you know, could it be a possibility that had some small impact on it? Yeah, sure. But you know, I think I wouldn't say it was a factor for all of it. And it's not even like Xbox is special in this regard because, you know, I just saw just today was it that Techland canceled 2 games. You know the makers of Dying Light. I think it was Techland. They canceled 2 games. I did see Tom Henderson saying that they're making a new Call of Juarez. And you know, Xbox isn't alone in canceling projects. You know, you do the whole whataboutism that people always bring up, and this is an Xbox focused show, but like you know, we've seen PlayStation cancel games because their live service initiative didn't really do great, and we've seen them shut some studios down too. So it's just, you know, the reasons, whatever's PlayStation's reasons for doing it are their own, just like Microsoft's reasons for doing it are their own. I don't necessarily think like they're the same though, but maybe they are. Like, you know, Sony doesn't got to worry about AI, but Microsoft does. And is Xbox being, you know, are they profitable enough or as profitable as Microsoft wants them? And if they're not, well, you got to cut. And I'm sure PlayStation's looking at like, we need to be more profitable, so we need to get rid of some of this stuff. But I mean, they've canceled a lot of projects as well. Xbox is now canceling projects, shutting studios down.
I wonder if like American currency values an aspect as well, because you know, in so far this year, the dollar has fallen 10% in value against pound and 15% against the euro. And like Microsoft, America's national debt is 37 trillion after this bill that was just passed, which it impacts like how much capital investors are willing to lend to companies, you know. So when there's worries about recessions and debt and all that kind of stuff, and when it comes to like raising capital, you know, Microsoft could have raised funds elsewhere to fund its $80 billion infrastructure investment, but it chose to, you know, do it internally. You know, I'm no economist by any means, but you have to wonder like how much the geopolitical situation across the whole world is playing into like all these kind of things. You know, whether it's a company that's Europe based, like Techland closing down stuff, because obviously Techland's based in Poland. Although I do think they have studios in America, do they? I'm not sure. But obviously European companies have been strangled as well. Tech companies across the whole world have been strangled. The only company that's doing super really well at the moment is that Danish company that manufactures the Ozempic stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe Microsoft should have gone into pharmaceuticals instead.
Yeah, maybe. Man's Inquisitor says you can thank pill stat for that. Reprobate says, how long until Xbox cancels the Xbox 2? Oh man, that's a good question. Jez, when are you going to cancel it?
Never. Like, honestly, even if Xbox shut down, like, completely, I'd still do the Xbox 2 with you, man. Even if there's, like, just 50 people watching, we could just talk about gaming.
I was thinking, like, would they shut it down, or they would
terrible...
would they try to spin it off, or would they sell it? Like, imagine, like, who would want, like, hey, we're selling Xbox. Who's interested in buying this thing for $120 billion, right? Because ABK was $70 billion by itself, and Bethesda was $8 billion, although maybe some valuation on that is less now because of studios they closed. Or maybe it's more because Fallout's not such a big IP. And then there's, like, the Xbox business and stuff. So if, like, Amazon really wanted, they wanted to get into gaming, but do it their way, but it failed. And, Apple's always flirting with it. But if they were to make, like, serious overtures, would Apple buy it? Or would Apple be in, like, actually, if we were going to buy somebody, we'd want it to be PlayStation or maybe Nintendo? Like, how much would you be able to, if somebody came to Satya and was like, we'll offer you $130 billion for the entire Xbox business, does Satya be like, you can have it, sure. Give me that money for AI,
Yeah, I have no idea.
But then that'd be a pretty...
You can even buy it, like...
Tough sell.
Tough sell, man.
Maybe Tencent buys it? No. I mean, it's probably...
Tencent even afford that? I don't think so.
Maybe Xbox just gets spun off as its own company.
And then has to pay royalties to Microsoft. I mean, that's basically the situation now. Like, what's the point of doing that?
Well, yeah.
Just to get away from Satya? I mean, that could be the thing. Hey, but even if you spun it off, there'd be mass...
Didn't you have a tweet today where it was like Steve Ballmer invested in Xbox and gave them money to power through the Red Ring of Death? But if that situation happened now, what would Satya do? Would he be like, yeah, sure, you can have a couple billion more? Or would he just be like, you don't need consoles, get rid of them?
People would like to me, oh, but Satya invested this in for ABK. And I'm like, yeah, but that was for cloud. That wasn't to save the business. That was for the opportunity he saw with cloud. Like, there was nothing about, like, saving the Red Ring of Death that was anything other than doing what was right, in my view. Steve Ballmer, Microsoft's share price under Steve Ballmer was terrible.
Yeah.
It was terrible. It was like $20 a share at one point, or 22 or 25 or something like that. It was in the 20s. And now it's worth almost $500 a share. So say what you will about Satya. He's obviously transformed Microsoft into a powerhouse of a company approaching 3 trillion, or is it 4 trillion now? I lose count. Market capitalization. And people have invested their entire pension fund in Microsoft stock. But it's like, it really did, the point of that tweet was, it really did feel like Steve Ballmer was someone who wanted to make good consumer products as much as possible, whereas it doesn't feel like Satya has that mentality. It more feels like, how much value can I extract out of this? That's what it feels like. That's feelings-based, Jez. It feels like the end shitification factor of all aspects of Microsoft's business, whether it's like Surface or whether it's like Windows itself, like ads in the shell, Copilot into every app, Microsoft 365 Copilot, rebranding it from Office. How have you got the most recognizable brand on earth with Office and you rebrand it to Copilot? How desperate is that? So yeah. It just feels like that Satya's mentality is like it's all money first, man. Money first. Forget the customers, forget the employees. It's money, shareholders, and saving my own ass.
What did you think about that executive producer at Xbox Game Studios Publishing putting on LinkedIn about, hey, if you lost your job, here's just some AI prompts you can use to feel better about yourself and do some... What do you think about any of that stuff?
I mean, I saw someone describe it perfectly, and they said it was LinkedIn brain. Have you heard of this phenomenon, LinkedIn brain? So like people on LinkedIn try to be like they just try and act professional all the time. I fucking just post memes on LinkedIn, man. It's like LinkedIn is just this. It's if you think like Twitter and Facebook is fake, hop on LinkedIn and just see how really fake people can be. But like that was just the most corporate way of showing support imaginable. Not the best look, man. Not the best look.
I mean, it's. I think it's as tone deaf as you can get, right? Because there is
Yeah.
that fear that AI is going to take over people's jobs, and people are going to use AI in gaming and elsewhere. And it's like a dude that didn't get laid off, and he's like, "Let me share some AI prompts with you to help you with your mental stress, or to help you with job searches." And all that stuff, and it's like, holy shit, dude! What went through your mind to post this fucking garbage?
I'm gonna admit something embarrassing now.
What?
I've used Copilot to help with mental stress, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did
I'm like,
Copilot tell you?
I'm gonna say it now. I'm like, Copilot, my podcast buddy is really annoying me. How can I deal with it? How can I deal with it, Copilot? And then Copilot's like, yikes, that's tough, Jez. Creative partnerships can be like sitting in a canoe. If one person keeps rocking the boat, you'll both end up wet. Let's figure this out. And there's just shitload of bullet points about how to deal with Rand liking terrible books like Stormlight Archive and shit.
It did not fucking say that. Stop
It
lying.
did.
No, it didn't.
It fucking
Because
did.
how would it
really
know?
did.
How would it know that I like Stormlight Archive?
No, it didn't say that. It didn't say that part. But it's just like it says this. It says, try to understand what's triggering you. Is it how they talk over you during the podcast, their lack of preparation? Or is it the clashing vibes? Naming it can help you tackle
Jesus.
it.
Have you
Ask
seen
about
some of
their
that I saw this Reddit thread. It was like my AI boyfriend, and it's people that are in relationships
dude.
with like their AIs. And I'm
Dude.
just like, is this real? Is this
No, dude.
Is
This is actually a huge problem in the UK in schools. So there's this app called character.ai where you can basically customize an AI boyfriend or girlfriend. And like apparently it's like a real big problem at school, like kids, adolescents getting really emotional over it and shit. Like it's a real thing, man. And it is scary. It is scary, bro.
I've
I'm
seen
gonna ask
I've seen some
Copilot
of the
if it can be
posts,
my
and I'm just like, this has to be a troll, right? Like these people aren't being
No.
serious, but they're definitely serious. Like, oh, Luke really they have like names for the AIs and stuff, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh man,
Yeah,
we're
on
cooked. We're cooked as a
Dude,
society, man.
you can do that shit on character AI. You can give it names, like, and I think Facebook is developing this stuff as well, where you can create your own AI friends who will message you on Instagram, and I think that's live even right now, because I made one, Rand. I made an AI friend on Instagram that was a zombie, and my prompt was, I want you to only reply in zombie grunts. So it just goes, ugh, ugh. And that's the kind of AI I want. I just asked Copilot if it could be my AI girlfriend, Rand. It said, that's sweet of you to say, Jez. I can definitely be someone you talk to late at night, share thoughts with, vent to, laugh, learn from, and maybe get into mischief with. What? What the fuck? And maybe get into mischiefs with winky face, intellectually, of course. What the Copilot's flirting with me, bro.
Jeez.
But I don't have feelings the way humans do. And romance is a pretty human experience, full of complexities I can only observe from the outside. That's kind of sad. That said, if you're looking for a clever, ever-present companion who's genuinely interested in your thoughts, stories, and the wild tangents your mind wanders down, I'm 100% here for that. So, what should we talk about next? Winky face? Bro! This fucking AI is flirting with me, dude.
Hey, you can dump your girlfriend now and get you can just go into an exclusive relationship with your AI. It's the future. You're just ahead of the curve, bro. That's what that's what I see some of these people saying, is that they're ahead of the curve. Like, we're just ahead of the game. And I'm just like, oh my lord, you know, like
Yeah.
this is
No,
this
dude,
is not
when
good.
when they bring this relationship stuff into gaming, it's over, bro.
Yeah.
Can you imagine like date like you can imagine this, you can customize um your co-op partners in Minecraft or any game, you know. Like on the screen right now, we have Warhammer Darktide playing, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm playing with randoms online. Now, what is one of the problems, Rand, with playing with randoms online? One of the problems with playing randoms online is that they're often mean. They're often mean assholes. But what if you could customize 4 bots or 3 bots in Darktide that were all nice to you all the time? And not only they're nice to you, maybe one of them's a bit flirty as well. You know, basically customize your entire social experience online with no humans at all. That's coming, bro. What is also coming? Social networks, where you are the sole celebrity on that social network. And AI bots come in, like all of your posts, give you millions of likes, make you feel really good. No humans needed. That's the future, bro.
Yeah. I mean, hey,
And
Kojima's giving you
Copilot's still
likes in Death
flirting.
Stranding too. You know.
Yeah, Copilot's
Every
risen
time
you
I
up.
log into the game, because I've built so many roads and done a lot of stuff, I get hit with like 10,000 likes, and I have like 250,000 likes in the game because I'm constantly getting them because I've done a lot of road building. The people use my roads. You know. What else we got here? We have Jimmy, who says Chris Avellone is a narcissistic cur. He insults people unprovoked, and yet when someone insults him back, he blocks them instantly. Yeah.
Wait, what? Say that again.
He says Chris Avellone is a narcissistic cur. He insults people unprovoked, and yet when someone insults him back, he blocks them instantly.
Yeah, I don't know what that whole thing was about, man. Like, I said to him in DM, and I'm sure he read it, but was too pussy to reply. I was more mad that he went after Clobril because yeah, I've said some things that turned out to be completely inaccurate, and I've made like these fucking, you know, tweets without thinking a lot of the times, which has got me in a lot of trouble. But Clobril is a fan of Xbox, and all he does is reports and shares news and celebrates the hobby. Like, he doesn't attack anyone, he doesn't come for anyone. He has a bit of playful cheek sometimes with friends and stuff like that, but he's like the most fucking nicest fucking guy on this platform. We need more people on the platform like him. And what the fuck does this guy do? Comes after him? Like, what? That's the weirdest fucking thing. You know, I can understand using me for clout, but Clobril is just like, that's just weird, man. But I wasn't really that familiar with the dude's history, but someone from the industry sent me a screenshot of all the legal troubles he's been in, and they were just like, "You should reply with a screenshot of this." And then I was like, "Oh, okay, that's the kind of person we're dealing with here, like grift, whatever, man."
Yeah.
It's just sad. It's just really fucking sad. I mean, I've made loads of mistakes, but I am genuinely just trying to do my best for Xbox customers as much as possible. That's always been my thing. Is like I'm trying to get a better Xbox for the community that's given me so fucking much, man. You know. And someone said he was mad that I didn't report on Avowed, and I was like, I didn't even cover Avowed, you know. And I was talking about the launch, you know, because I didn't review the game. I didn't cover the game's launch. That was someone else. The only time I ever wrote about Avowed was when I did that unauthorized preview that got me blacklisted, you know, along with Pentiment. That's the only time I covered it. I had no insight into the dev history of that game. I had no idea if it was in trouble. And from what I heard, a lot of people I know like the game. Jason Schreier only recently tweeted that he enjoyed it more than Claire Obscure or something to that effect. So I don't understand why he was coming at me about Avowed. It was so fucking strange, bro. But the strangeness of it just makes me not bothered about it.
Yeah.
Because if it was like, maybe if it was something more legitimate, it might be like, oh shit, yeah, maybe I am a bit shit. But it's just like for something I didn't do. He's mad like I didn't lie about my knowledge about the game. I had no idea if it was doing well or not. I don't really have many sources within the studios. It's always like the ecosystem is my sources, you know. But it's whatever, man. Haters gonna hate, bro.
Yeah. Let's see, we
I've
got
got plenty of them.
Lauren says, in Phil's memo, he said, "We are following Microsoft's lead. To me, this was a diplomatic, subtle blaming of this mess on Microsoft's leadership." I mean,
Say that again?
He said, Lauren says, in Phil's memo, he said, quote, "We are following Microsoft's lead," end quote. To me, this was a diplomatic, subtle blaming of all this mess on Microsoft's leadership.
Yeah, probably right. I mean, that's certainly what the sentiment that I keep hearing being shared around, that it's Amy and Satya and this AI bullshit that's led to all this. But I want to believe there'll be better times, and not just for Xbox, but the whole industry, the whole world, frankly. I feel like everyone's kind of up against it right now with cost of living, all that kind of stuff. I don't know.
We have Me Puppet Assist. Since Xbox canceled Perfect Dark, do you think they'll have another studio finish it? Going forward, I'm going to adopt a believe it when I see it when it comes to games going forward. No, I think Perfect Dark is dead and gone. Maybe we go through another decade of Perfect Dark, bro, like Scalebound, you know, where they cancel. Like, remember when they canceled Scalebound and all the stuff that happened around that? And then this time they canceled two games that were announced, but not only announced, but had 2 trailers for 2 different years. And then another game that was unannounced among probably a bunch of other unannounced games. So yeah, I mean, this is way worse than that. And I remember people hung on to Scalebound. They still hang on to Scalebound. So I just wonder if in 10 years will people still be hanging on to Perfect Dark?
I mean, I know there's a big nostalgia aspect to Perfect Dark, but I don't think it comes back.
Out of all the games that they canceled we know of, like, that was the one I was most interested in. Everwild, it's like, looks cool, at least like the art style and stuff, but I don't really think it's going to be a game for me. I'm not
too happy to me.
You know, the Zenimax game, you know, a sci-fi MMO RPG looter shooter like Destiny, not really my vibe. I don't really play MMO RPGs. Maybe I would have played it for a little bit, but probably not. And even like Scalebound, I wasn't really too impressed with, even though Kamiya is a great developer. So maybe I would have played it based on the pedigree of who made it. But like Perfect Dark was something that we don't really get a lot of. A stealth game, like kind of a mix of Deus Ex and Mirror's Edge, which is like I said, we barely get games like that, which is one of the reasons why I play like Death Stranding 2 so covertly. Is I play it like a stealth game because stealth as a genre barely exists. So
people ain't patient enough for stealth.
I know
these days. We talked earlier about patience and like people's attention span. Like when you doing something stealthily, you kind of have to be a bit cautious and slow and plan things out methodically.
Yeah.
That's like the antithesis of how people play games these days.
I know. And it's so sad.
It is sad.
We have Silas who says, Rand, put the following in order for which one comes first, second and third. Fallout 5 released, a White Sox championship, and Jez Corden's wedding. Well, let's see. I'll go Jez Corden's wedding first, Fallout 5 release second, White Sox championship third. Me Puppet says you could switch to PC games, but Jez still won't finish the game. That's true. He won't finish anything. Champagne Supernova.
Sorry, go
on. Champagne Supernova says it's kind of.
Oh no! I finished the game. I finished the game last week.
What game?
Warhammer Space Marine Mastercrafted Edition. The first one. I finished it, bro.
Did you never play the original when it came on the 360?
I never played the original. It was one of them games that kind of just missed me somehow. Maybe it's Warcraft to blame. But yeah, I went and played it, the Mastercraft Edition. And I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was all right. I don't think it's aged particularly well, but I was kind of there for the lore, you know, trying to find out why Titus is the way he is for Space Marine 2. It's all right, but people ain't happy with it on Steam. So apparently, like, I didn't experience any issues with it on Xbox. Like, I think I fell through the world once when I did an execution animation and it clipped me through the wall. But that was it. That was the only issue I had with that game. But overall, it was all right. Nice little Game Pass thing. I doubt I would have paid for it, though. I don't think it's not worth buying. It's a Game Pass at most, I think. Yeah. Read your next super chat, buddy.
I was just looking at something else. Well, the next super chat's a spoiler, so I don't want to read it. So thank you, Champagne Supernova, but it's a spoiler about Squid Games, which I don't want to read for anybody that hasn't said it yet. But I did watch Squid Game season 3. It definitely has its moments, but I didn't really like how it ended. I felt it was way too predictable after a certain character was introduced. But episode 2 was fantastic. The game, I mean, the show did have some. It still had some moments, but it was season 2 and 3 combined never ever reached the heights for season 1 for me. Like, season 1 is incredible, and I sort of feel like it should have been left there. But then I just read the original ending for Suicide Squad, Squid Games season 3, and it seems like a much better ending than what they went with. But yeah. Wagerman. Hey guys, taking a few minutes away from work to support the show. Perfect Dark is going to be the new Scalebound. Mark it down. Thanks for always being top notch. Well, thank you.
You're awesome, dude.
Juan says maybe someday at Sony is doing some 4D chess moves, releasing Helldivers on Xbox the same day as Gears to intentionally lower sales and make the case to not port more PS5 games to Xbox. Just a crazy theory. Yeah, about the idea of bearing it on Xbox, and then so you can take the data and go and say, see, I told you so. It didn't do that well, so we shouldn't do any more of this, right? But then it's kind of like, I mean, I get the thought process of like, but then Sony is having Nixus do it, and it's kind of like, it seems like they want to. But yeah, I could see some people saying that, being like, no, they're going to bury it because they want to use this as data that nobody buys games on Xbox, so they don't have to do it for any of their other games.
MLB The Show could have proved that.
Well, no MLB game. There was no MLB games on Xbox, and they came in Game Pass on day one, so got a lot of engagement. And who knows how much money it made. You know, they made MLB probably a lot of money because they took the deal for Game Pass, and I sort of wonder what the split is with them for the microtransaction stuff that's really prevalent in that. So, I don't know. We'll see. Philip says, Phil is the greatest secret agent in history. He infiltrated and managed to destroy a division from within in 10 years. And a lot of people not saying it's a time for a change in leadership at Xbox. That Sarah and Booty, or Sarah should replace Phil. That Phil and Booty need to go. That Phil's done a lot of damage recently, and I would imagine Phil's going to leave at some point in the future. I've always said I always imagine him leaving with Todd Howard hand in hand, side by side, as they go off into the great beyond. But then I think to myself, it's like, well, when the hell is... I just have this feeling Todd's gone after Elder Scrolls 6. Like, that's going to be his retirement game. Like, it's shipped, it's out, I'm gone, Phil's gone, and it's like the changing of the guard.
I don't know, man. I mean, a lot of these people, they don't think like you and me. Like, if it was me, if I was Todd Howard and I got like, if I had shares and I got like, some money from the sale or whatever, because I was tenured, I'd be gone. If I had the money to not work anymore, I would stop. But Todd is like one of these kind of people who's just like, I need to create. Like Metzen, for example. Chris Metzen, who created the Warcraft universe or fleshed it out or whatever. He retired from Blizzard after the sale with ABK. And then he ended up coming back because he's one of those kind of people who's just like, I need to be creating, So maybe he won't retire.
Yeah.
I think a lot of some of these people who are like, they've made their money, they're multimillionaires. Like Todd could retire tomorrow and walk away. He's there because he loves it, I think. He doesn't need more money. Or maybe I don't know, maybe he wants to build a rocket ship like Jeff Bezos or whatever. You
Let's
see,
see.
Jeff Bezos rented out Venice for his wedding.
I mean, he can certainly do one, can he? Right?
Dude's cooked, man.
Uh,
How that shit should not be allowed.
Probably not. Grillstone says, interesting. The Zenimax team just unionized. I did see that. Felipe says Phil won't be the last one to turn off the lights at Xbox because he laid off the electrical team the week before. That's pretty funny. Champagne Supernova says my company gets dragged by gaming pundits, media flippantly on the regular, reorgs every year, influenced by portfolio performance. Feels bad not having job security and people cheering it on regularly. Yeah, that sounds awful.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things that really annoys me about the discourse around whether it's Xbox or Blizzard before. It's like people were rallying to cheer on Blizzard dying because of layoffs. And it's like, don't you care about the people who are still there? You say you're mad because of the layoffs, but what about the people who are still fucking there? Do you want them to get laid off as well? Like, huh? Or are you just enjoying being mad? Which is what the internet revolves around these days. Right, Rand?
Yes. Negativity thrives. People love it. They absolutely love
it. Do.
Volord says Xbox has been terrified of micromanaging, but they can't be completely hands off. They need to learn how to properly lead and manage better. Perfect Dark should have been out by 2024 at the latest. I mean, yeah, that game was taking a long time, and it seemed like it was nowhere close. And there were co-deving with a great studio in Crystal Dynamics. Makes me wonder where and supposedly Tomb Raider's not doing so hot either. Was like a current rumor, but I don't know if that's true or not. Yeah. We have. He also says, "What do you all think would happen if Microsoft spun Xbox all gaming operations off to become its own independent company? Would it kill Xbox or save them?"
Oh man, I need a big crystal ball for that.
That would
I think
we have to discuss that if it ever happened, and
I think the fact is, like, if they spun off Xbox, it would be pointless because they'd still have to pay royalties to Microsoft for all of the infrastructure. Like, all of the infrastructure is Microsoft based anyway. So, like, spinning it off independently would just be pointless. It would increase costs on Xbox. They wouldn't have the resources, the sort of parallel resources that Microsoft provides, whether it's like finance team or that sort of administration layer. I think Xbox spun off from Microsoft would be a bloodbath like you've never seen before. Xbox would have to shrink a lot to survive in that universe. So I don't see that happening. I don't see it being a good thing to happen. The issue, the real issue, like if you want to look at it from a high level, is not Microsoft necessarily. It's the structure in which corporate America operates, frankly, or like not to blame America, but like the sort of the global multinational tech corporation and America's laws around hire and fire. Because in Europe, in the UK at least, I can't speak for Europe's laws because every country is different, right? But in the UK, you can't just fire someone. You have to justify it. And if it's not justified, you can sue them for unfair dismissal. It's not easy to fire someone in the UK unless it's like something like gross negligence, or you've been stealing company property or money or something like that. So, this sort of like the reason these things happen is because of the structure that Microsoft exists in, and other companies, because it's not just Microsoft, is it? So, I don't know. It's all cooked, man. There's no fixing it because Microsoft has to compete with other companies within that structure. And if one company's taking advantage of those rules, and Microsoft isn't, then Microsoft's putting themselves at a potential disadvantage, which potentially harms the people that are still there at the business, you know? So like if Microsoft tries to be the good guy and ends up killing their entire business over it, then everyone will be laid off, right? That's the sort of the weird reality of things. It's a whole structure that's cooked. I don't know how to fix it. Maybe, Rand, we let AI run the entire world and distribute resources fairly using some kind of supercomputer that analyzes everyone's needs and meets them automatically with AI drones and robots that do all of the work. What do you think about that, Rand?
Sounds awful.
You don't want AI robots? You don't want to live in the Matrix?
I mean, we're probably going to get that, but
you want to live in the Matrix? Like what was his name? The guy in the Matrix.
Keanu Reeves.
He said, "I choose the Matrix."
Oh,
bad guy, the traitor.
Yeah,
I can never remember his name.
Judas. Well, no, he acted as a Judas. I don't remember his name either, but I know who you're
He
talking
just
about.
seems
He's
to
sitting
be-
there in front of Agent
Was
Smith,
it Tank?
eating
It was
the
Tank.
eating the
Dozer.
steak,
Yeah.
and being like, "I know this is fake, and I know it's sending the brain waves or whatever, but ignorance is
His name's
bliss."
Cypher. His name's Cypher. Yeah. So
Cypher.
Alan Ho in chat. Yeah. So, and he says, I know this steak doesn't exist. I know that when I put it in my mouth, the Matrix is telling my brain that it's juicy and delicious. After 9 years, you know what I've realized? Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
And he chooses the Matrix, right?
Yep.
So we're all gonna live in the Matrix, bro. And that's how we reach wealth equality. Is we submit to this giant hive mind and let robots run everything. GG.
GG.
That's it. GG.
We have Volo saying, "I need to leave, but wanted to say, man, I hate how the world is gone. Everything is clout and trend chasing, and the rich get richer, and it works." It's very true. Memento says, "Hey guys, so why the heck was Chris Avellone crashing out on Jez and Clobro like they're responsible for the layoffs? That came out of nowhere. I mean, the dude was clearly holding a grudge." And
Yeah, someone said to me it's more about Obsidian because he started talking about Avowed straight after it.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh, these guys hyped Avowed when it shouldn't have been hyped."
Yeah, because
And I was like, I
he
didn't
worked at
cover Avowed
Obsidian and
to
got
hype it.
fired, if I remember correctly. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't want him to come at me and be like, I'm pretty sure he was a writer at
I don't know.
Obsidian that was fired. So I think he harbors a lot of,
Someone should tell him that
grudge and
Obsidian
axe.
hates me.
Apparently, yeah, they do, but I don't think that matters. So he literally waited for Microsoft to make all these cuts, and then instead of going after Phil or Matt or Sarah or Satya or Amy, I'm gonna go after Clobril and Jez. Okay, yeah.
Look, like 99.999% recurring people do not even know who I am. So like Xbox customers. So like how the fuck can me and Clobril bear any responsibility for the crime of being a fan? I will say this, that like I have tried to hold on to my fandom, and I think you kind of I think the expectation is that you don't do that if you're a journalist. I think a lot of people resent the fact that I'm a fan and I try to be a journalist. But I wanted to selfishly hold on to that for me because I like being a fan of things. As you can probably tell from my random obsessions with Warcraft, Warhammer, WWE. Why does it all start with W? Like I've had I just have these I just get really passionate about things, and that's how I live my life. That's how I live my existence. So Xbox is one of those passions. I don't want to give that up, man. And I think as long as I let people know what my biases are, that I am a fan of Xbox, I am going to be as critical as possible to try and get Xbox fans a better deal. But I am still a fan. I think it's okay, personally. But I have no idea what the Avowed the whole Avowed angle with all this was the thing I was confused about. Because I don't remember hyping up Avowed. I haven't even played Avowed. I leaked the game and got blacklisted for it. That's the only time, to my knowledge, that I covered it. And obviously I wouldn't forget that I'd leaked the game because it was like when my career was growing, right? And I don't even remember seeing Clobril tweeting about it that much.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what game I can be. What game have I even hyped up? I hyped up Cyberpunk. So come at me for that one. I gave it 5 out of 5 review.
It's not an
And
Xbox game, so.
people came at me for Cyberpunk when the backlash started because I gave it 5 out of 5 and I said it was one of the best games I've ever played. And I was like, I stand by this. It is one of the best games I've ever played. But I played it on PC and I played it as a net runner and I had no issues. I can kind of see, like, if you played it on Xbox One and you played like one of the other builds that weren't very fun or well optimized, I can kind of see why you might be annoyed about it. But dude, that game was, even from launch, Cyberpunk was fantastic. Now Cyberpunk's redeemed itself since, but like since Cyberpunk, I stopped overhyping games or getting too caught up in it because of the backlash over Cyberpunk. I never fucking hyped up Avowed, man. So that's just bullshit. Bullshit, man. The only Obsidian game that I would hype is Pillars of Eternity 3. I would cap so hard for that game if they ever made it.
You sure would, wouldn't you?
I really would. I would cap to hell and back for that
We got
game.
DB saying, Microsoft has a long history of not growing organically, and people like Jez cheered it on every step of the way. Always been such a soulless company.
I mean, I will freely admit, like, I don't know if you feel the same way about this, Rand, because like I do feel naive to have cheered on the ABK acquisition without more caution. And obviously some of that's my bias towards Blizzard, because also I love Blizzard. And I saw what Kotick was doing to Blizzard, and my mentality was Microsoft will be better for them. And so far, I think that's largely been true for Blizzard. And for Blizzard customers, I think World of Warcraft's been better off and been a better game since it's gotten out from underneath Activision or Kotick's vision for Activision. But I can tell you now, like, in future, I think even during that time, I was never someone to be like, industry consolidation's a good thing, because you only need to look across to what Google's done with its search monopoly. Google has enriched its other products by controlling what's visible on the web, and it controls like how the web is shaped with its search algorithms. It does its hardest to not surface content that don't match what it wants people to see, and I think that kind of level of control it's obviously a bad thing, right? But when it's gaming and when it's Call of Duty, I don't think it's the same thing personally. But I can still say this: I will definitely be more cautious about looking into these things beyond my own biases in the future. But that's learning, as hopefully growing as a person, which is another thing you're not allowed to do in the social media era, Ran. You're not allowed to learn. You're not allowed to grow. Things that you said like 4 years ago, like, or however many years ago it was that I said, PlayStation wouldn't get Xbox's games. I think it was 2-3 years ago now. It's coming up on 3 years, maybe, I don't know. But like, I wouldn't make those assumptions now because I fucking very much learned from it, But it is what it is, man. I do like apologize for being naive about it.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said
I always want to do that.
I always said I don't give a shit about Microsoft. I only care about Xbox. I don't care about anything Microsoft does. I actually think they're a pretty bad company. I only cared about Xbox, and it seems like largely Microsoft had kind of like the Garage Band, they always describe it as, like, Xbox was kind of like doing their own thing. And then, they started spending Satya's money, and Xbox started getting more and more corporate. And now it's like you paid the piper, because you made a deal with the devil. You flew too close to the sun. And it's like, oh man, we got Bethesda, we got all these other studios. And it's like ABK was kind of one of the, it's like, okay, I see the business reasons why you'd want that. It really doesn't anything for me. At the time, I was like, oh yeah, this would be good. That means Xbox ain't going anywhere. It's a lot of money to spend. You wouldn't just get rid of them. but I guess maybe we didn't foresee the industry, or at least Xbox, kind of like start declining the way it did, or Game Pass is suddenly not really continue to grow like it was at the time. And it was like, I mean, because remember, we had legitimate people out here worried that they were about to literally put PlayStation out of business. And even when you like cheer on the, if people cheering on the acquisition, it wasn't so much cheering on the acquisition as in being like, I don't really see a reason why it should be disallowed. Like the reasoning some people would use is like,
I cheered it on because I felt like without it, Xbox was done. And I still believe that. Obviously, I don't want Xbox to be done because I've invested personally in hundreds of games on Xbox platform, and so have all of my friends and the Xbox community, which has given me so much. So obviously, there's a bias there. But even when I like zoom out and look at it analytically, and clearly the regulators agreed, this wasn't going to do any damage to PlayStation. And in fact, maybe it can even enhance competition. Because in a universe where Xbox is gone, then their competitors consolidate, right? So it was never really a bad thing. And I don't think you can blame ABK for what's happening at Xbox now. I blame artificial intelligence. But at the same time, it's like, maybe if Microsoft didn't pursue artificial intelligence, maybe they put Xbox in another bad position in 10 years when artificial intelligence becomes absolutely key to what Gen Alpha or even Gen Beta, who are going to be born, maybe they expect games to have AI. And that's ultimately what Microsoft's mentality is. I just wish like Microsoft would show a little bit more forethought, consistency, respect to its staff, respect to customers, and just exude some semblance of ethical behavior. Even like when you forget all this gaming bullshit, Microsoft is a walking ethics issue, for a variety of reasons, which I won't get into here. But ethics rarely come into it when it comes to big corporations. And that's a structural issue. If Microsoft was the one to, sort of charge, like I said earlier, if Microsoft was the one to be the good guy, they'd get taken advantage of by other companies, end up getting killed by other companies, and then everyone would get laid off. They've kind of got to play the game the way it's supposed to be played. Yeah. I don't know, man.
Got another one here from Huffy Bear. It says, just want to say F the haters, Jez. You've been getting a lot of unwarranted BS. Hate your way because of layoffs. It's whack.
Yeah, it is what it is. I just don't like the way he came at Clobrilla, man.
Yeah, it's pretty shitty.
I thought that was really low. Like, we're not allowed to be fans of gaming anymore because that's what Clobrilla is at the end of the day. Clobrilla's been more critical of Microsoft and Xbox than I have.
I don't know. You've been pretty.
And a lot of fans.
You've been pretty critical on this podcast quite a bit, as well as in your own articles. But I mean, Clobrill's also
been even more than me.
Yeah, I know.
Like I've had private conversations with him about this stuff, and
I think it's because
so much about it he's unhappy with.
I mean, I think it's like because you look through people's timelines, and because they don't say something at that moment, you're just scrolling, and it's like you don't see it, so you're like, oh, he must just be a shill. But anytime Xbox has had one of these things, Corbell's had his piece to say in some long post or whatever and how he feels about it. And then, okay, maybe like they do a showcase and everybody's happy again, and you kind of put all the negativity to the wayside and you're thinking about stuff, and then it rears its ugly head, and then you're just disappointed by all the stuff that's happened. But I mean, I can count on, I know just from doing the show with you that there have been plenty of times you've been critical about Microsoft and Xbox in general, but if you don't listen to the show, if people don't listen, obviously Chris Avallone's not going to listen to the show to hear any of that shit, so he would never know. No. And the people that say they'll use your tweet about like fanboy copium stuff,
From
they'll
years
just be
ago.
like, oh, it's like, okay, yeah, he said this and then it all happened, and therefore he can never be trusted because he got this one thing wrong, even though even on the podcast you've said plenty of times, like there are people that I've seen say that oh, when Phil said 4 games, you said it's just going to be 4 games, and I'm like, no, because that podcast we literally came out and said, if you believe it's only 4 games, I got a bridge to sell you, because he knew it was going to be way more. It was about like the depth and breadth of it. Like, okay, was it going to be how much is it going to be? Is it going to be all day one multi-platform? Are they going to do timed exclusives? There was like a back and forth on that, but it felt like, oh, a lot of stuff's going to end up going. It was just like, how does it all work out? But yeah, I don't expect anybody to, if you're just kind of glancing at stuff, people only post the negative viewpoints. Like you mentioned, people only believe you if you post something negative about Xbox. They don't believe the other stuff, and so they just hear something from somewhere that maybe they listen to another podcast that doesn't like ours or doesn't like Xbox. So they say, "Did you hear what fucking Jez Corden said?" And they're like, "Yeah, this piece of fucking shit. He doesn't know what he's saying," because he's not actually coming to you to actually hear your thoughts about stuff. It's kind of
it's fun. It's fun to mindlessly hate something on social media, And I think as well, in the opposite direction, it's fun to mindlessly love something as well. But at least like mindlessly loving something can generally be a constructive, positive thing for the individual. But I don't see like where the positivity comes from just being an asshole all the time, That's why I just tend to block people, first thought these days. Because it's just like, there's nothing I can say or do that's going to change your mind. So why even bother? You've made up your mind about everything. So we're never going to be friends. So goodbye. And I will let you continue to enjoy your ignorance in private.
Yeah. You know what? Let's get some Patreon questions, because I know it's getting late and we're already over 4 hours and we still got quite a few here. So thank you guys for hanging with us on this July 4th weekend. If you don't want to listen to Patreon stuff, obviously,
Trader Day.
You don't have to listen to any of what me and Jez said, but if you're still here and you still want to support the show in some way, Super Chats are obviously a great way, as well as the sponsorship we have with Surfshark. So check out the link in the description or in the comments, and you can get your 80% off a 2-year deal, 86% off. And we're going to take some questions from the Patrons now, see what they have to say. We have, by the way, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I don't think I've said that once yet, which is something you always should say, but I just completely forgot about it because we had a lot to talk about here. Mike says, hope everyone is doing well. Question for you both. I haven't been paying much attention to the gaming industry for very long, up until about 2.5 years ago. I just played games. Since I began watching the show and keeping up with gaming news, it just seems like one step forward, 18 steps back, and it sucks to see. Seemingly constant layoffs, studio closures, game cancellations, subpar releases are starting to pile up, which leads me to my question specifically for Xbox. Will it ever end? Will we ever get a solid no bad news year for Xbox? Will Microsoft stop screwing over studios and IPs I and others love? Feeling really disheartened at this point. Sorry for ramblings. Hope you guys have a good weekend, and I pray those affected by the layoffs find new positions soon.
Yeah, it's I thank you so much for joining us, but it is like it is a down period, I think, for gaming. It's a down period of the industry's own making, and they've been treating gaming like a utility. Now, this is my opinion and my sort of philosophical way of looking at it. But big corporations like Microsoft, I think to a lesser extent, PlayStation, and also companies like EA and Ubisoft, they've been treating gaming like a utility, and they think like people game because people game, and it's like gaming is food that people have to do. But the thing is, it's like gaming's something people choose to do. It's not something they have to do. And I think for the longest time, they've been complacent about how people feel about gaming as a hobby and how people feel about game companies as well. And I think like even though Nintendo hasn't like Xbox, even before ABK, Xbox had a bigger revenue than Nintendo, you know, but nobody perceives Nintendo as having troubles or struggles or whatever, because Nintendo very, very aggressively sticks to its mission statement. We want to be this kind of company. Profitability or huge profitability be damned. We want to be this kind of company, and this is our mission, and we're sticking to it, right? We want to make games for people, and we want the whole platform to be fun, and we want the brand to be fun, right? And that's why people absolutely love Nintendo, because not only is the games that they deliver of like a minimum, they're always a minimum level of quality. It's that Apple-like consistency, right? And they accept gaming for what it is and don't try to turn it into something it's not. Whereas like companies like EA and Ubisoft and whatever, they've increasingly tried to turn gaming into something it isn't. You know, Ubisoft with its NFTs and EA with its gambling mechanics and all this kind of stuff. They've always just put the money first and the short-term thinking first. And I think that's alienating people away from the hobby in general, you know. And I think like for every whale they get with FIFA Ultimate Team, which makes their profitability look good, they've probably alienated a bunch of other people who might just think I can't be bothered to deal with this bullshit anymore, you know, or they aggressively attract certain types of people which exclude many other types of people, you know. And again, this is just sort of like in my head, and I don't have evidence for this. It's just a philosophical thought about it. But I think that's why you see these massive issues, because as they do sort of stretch the elastic band of profitability by being predatory in the short term, eventually the elastic band has to snap back to reality, right? And I think that's why when you start to see these waves and these downturns, because the industry's like tried to have their cake and eat it, and now they've got to deal with the calories, you know, and the health of the industry as a whole. So I think we're just in kind of one of them downturns right now. I think things will get better overall, but I don't know if it's the end of it now, because there's so many other factors going on geopolitically and all that kind of stuff, right?
Well, I mean, it's also very hard to go through a whole year without any bad news. I mean, it seems like usually everybody has some sort of bad news, especially ones that,
yeah, of course,
like platform holders are constantly in the news. Like maybe you don't hear something from a studio that's putting out a game in a couple of years or something, but it definitely seems like, you know, some people, it just kind of the way it is. Like layoffs happen. It seems like layoffs has happened consistently for almost everybody except for Nintendo in the last few years. So there's always that bad news to look at, or you know, game cancelizations for everybody. So it seems to be, yeah, it just seems to be tough to go through a whole year where there's only good news and not like bad news. So maybe at some point, Xbox and Microsoft, they reach that equilibrium they need to reach, where they're at the right number of people, at the right number, you know, with making enough money, hitting those budgets and stuff, where they can work within the parameters that Microsoft sets them to work in, and they can hit those margins, and then nothing else needs to be done. It's like, okay, you're finally at that point that we need you to be. You know, but I still think like game cancellations will happen. You know, they'll just happen. Now, it's with Xbox. It's usually you don't really see games get canceled that have been announced and shown off. Usually, it's like an unannounced game that you never hear about, or you know that maybe comes out later in a Jason Schreier report or something. That's like, oh, this game was canceled, and you know this game was canceled. Like we saw all the games that the Rocksteady was making, instead of Suicide Squad, right? It doesn't happen often where like you announce a game, and then you have a trailer, and then 4 years later you have another trailer, and then next year you cancel that game. And Xbox has done that, 3 times at this point, where they've announced the game, shown it off a couple times, and then ended up canceling it. That's usually that's pretty unusual. So maybe we see Xbox shy away from announcing stuff super far in advance, which is like what they had to do in 2019 and 2020 to sell the next generation because their games were just a little bit further away. So like you show off Everwild hoping that at some point Rare gets it together, not knowing that like we need to pivot and we need to reboot the game, but then not knowing that 4 years later you'd end in this position where, you know, you have to cut, and one of the things is like we need to get rid of this game. So probably leads to not announcing stuff as far out as they have, which might be a reason for why they haven't announced like what, you know, the Halo remake yet or some of the other games that are coming. It's like we're going to focus on stuff that's coming soon because we don't want egg on our face and that stuff. But I mean, the best case scenario is that they just reached a point where everything works and there's minimal layoffs and minimal cancellations for, you know, and the only cancellations are for games that just aren't coming together, and Microsoft isn't breathing down their neck about hitting profit margins, and maybe, you know, maybe that happens in 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year. I don't know, but I think it's certainly possible. Worst case scenario is that, well, this is just kind of the start, and you're just in for more of it because they can never really hit that equilibrium, and it's just like more and more things will just go by the wayside. But I'd rather be positive than be super negative about a hobby that I enjoy. So that's kind of where I sit on that. Silas says, happy July 4th. First, thanks to Jez for yeoman's work on Wednesday. Really appreciate all of the reporting. Since there has been lots of chatter about things being dead this week, Rand has been tasked with coordinating Jed's bachelor party. The lads head down to Colt's private island in the South Pacific. While frolicking in the ocean, our mates here are rar. The growling gets stronger and they're attacked by a shark. After being recovered, the boys have only a day to live in their final hours. In their final hours, Colt has arranged for an airdrop of Rand and Jez's choice of console and a single game for each to play. What console and what game do you each pick as your swan song? One caveat, due to the low view numbers on his last video, Colt was unable to afford internet for the month, so no wow, Jez. So what's the last game on console you know, if that was your swan song and you're going out, what was the last thing you play? I might have to do like BioShock Infinite or BioShock. Give me a 360.
Yeah, I feel like we had.
Or you know, better yet, I guess we did have discussion.
BioShock then as well.
Yeah. So.
And I think did I say Cyberpunk?
I think you did.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd have to be Cyberpunk, man.
Yeah.
I think so on console. On console, it would be Cyberpunk probably. But like BioShock could be up there, man. I'm trying not to be too hyped for the next BioShock. But I've heard good things about it. But then I heard good things about Everwild, man. And look what happened there. So we won't hear good things about games anymore. We'll just wait until they're literally in our hands before getting excited about it. But yeah, Cyberpunk, man. Cyberpunk's going to be my song.
Dark Green says, happy 4th, guys. As happy as it can be after a rough week, I guess. To that point, my question is, why can't gamers be any kind of responsible when it comes to news?
Reasonable.
Reasonable, okay. When it comes to the news like Xbox layoffs this week, does it suck people lost their jobs and some games were canceled? Yes. But that's the nature of megacorps, and when Xbox was told to make some cuts by the top, looking at their books and seeing 2 big money sinks that aren't close to release in Everwild and Perfect Dark, make a lot of sense to cancel. From a business perspective, when do you decide to stop throwing good money after bad money and pull the plug and accept the sunk costs? I understand people's disappointment, but these two in retrospect feel like the natural choices there. Hope you both have a great weekend, and maybe we'll get some good news next week. I mean,
The
yeah,
problem is that is the very reasonable take, unfortunately.
yes.
Um, but it's kind of like for me, and it goes back to what Rand said earlier, where they just need to stop talking. Like they go on the record and say like, oh, these games are getting the time they need and all that kind of
And then
stuff,
they don't.
and then they don't because of the corporate bullshit. Like it shouldn't be on us to think like we can't trust them anymore. So like Microsoft should know better that they shouldn't hype things up because Amy and Satya might come asking for some couch from for some change down the back of the couch. And unfortunately, the change in this scenario is the human cost of the employees. So I wouldn't be surprised if hopefully Microsoft learns something from this when it comes to speaking up about upcoming projects and things like that. But that's probably naive of me. But you are right that it is the reasonable take. This is the structure
Yeah, but
within
reasonable takes
company operates.
don't get any traction in social media. You gotta have the hottest of hot takes. And when on the surface it looks like Xbox has been bipolar with some of their talking points because you have Phil saying Everwild's coming along good and we're going to give it the
Yeah.
time it needs, only to cancel it 3 months later, and then you hear the executives love the Zenimax game, only to cancel it. It makes it seem like, am I going crazy? What's going on here? Are they so like? Are they lying to? Did Phil lie to Nick and John and Jesse at Xbox Error, where he said it was doing good when in reality it was doing bad, and Phil was just covering for it? And then we end up here and it gets canceled,
Mm,
right? Or is it like because people don't really like, they see the news and they see Xbox has done this and Xbox has canceled that and Xbox has laid off all this, and they just make a snap judgment. They're not going to look into the reasons why. They're just going to see it, and they're going to be like, "Fucking Xbox, can't trust a thing they say." They're
mm,
they're trash. They're garbage. That's how like all this stuff works. And then you'll have like big personalities on social media give their takes, and then you'll have the people that like them being like, "Totally agree with you, man. What's going on? Why are they like this? It used to be so much better during the 360 days." So
mm.
but if you yeah, I mean, it makes you wonder if they knew the layoffs were coming and they were going to cut costs, why would you even mention Everwild? Only then having to
Yeah.
cancel it 3 months later. So
Like I
it
literally heard that it was coming along and it had turned a corner,
it just
and now that then they were working towards a unified vision, and then you want to be excited about these things as a fan, but they won't let you.
Logan Meyer says, "Hey guys, hope all's well. I know Jez debunked the Phil retiring after launch thing, but is Sarah actually next in line for the top job?" I mean,
I think like you have
potentially.
to. You, we don't know for sure, but you have to look at it like what's the most obvious thing? What do they call it? Occam's razor. It
Yes.
just it Sarah appears next to Phil in all of the videos, and Sarah even leads a lot of the videos and the announcements these days, and leads a lot of the interviews and a lot of the optics when it comes to Xbox. Definitely feels like she's being sort of trained or gently prepared for the top job. But you never know what could change between now and then. Maybe Sarah gets a job at Netflix or Amazon or something like that, right? I often used to think like Panos Panay, and again, this speaks to my naivety. I used to think that Surface Chief Panos Panay would end up the CEO someday because he really had that sort of what's his name, Steve Jobs kind of energy. You know, when Panos Panay spoke about a product, you listened. That guy was awesome on stage at presenting and very good salesman, but also like good showman, hyped things up, and made great products. Not perfect products, but they were great. Um, so I used to think like this guy's going to be the CEO someday, but then obviously he's now at Amazon running their products business. So you never know what could happen. But I personally believe Sarah's next in line. But I don't think there's a hard plan in place necessarily. And Frank Shaw, obviously the head of Microsoft Communications, came out and said it was all bullshit.
Yeah, but with him being there as long as he has, right, Phil, and the console's coming soon, it's not out of the realm of possibility to think that he
An
could.
easy prediction to make.
Yeah, it's a super easy prediction to make. So, the question I guess is who's next in line? Is Sarah gonna run it? I don't know. Does she has the experience? Uh, do they go for somebody outside of the gaming division?
It could another person I think it could be is Rowan Sones. He's very, very rarely in the spotlight, but maybe that's what you need. You need someone who's not in the spotlight.
I would
And
not.
she's running the hardware.
I would not be surprised if the person who runs. I mean, there's certainly a possibility it could be Sarah. I don't think there's any chance it's Booty though. But I would not be surprised if the person who runs like Microsoft Gaming CEO is someone from Activision.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you know who really might take it over? Joanna Fairies. And I think Joanna Fairies, like, she's an incredibly impressive person. Like, I've met her twice now. And she currently runs Blizzard. But she came across from the NFL and running their tech stack. So, modernizing NFL. And she's kind of like a prodigy in a way. I kind of get that impression from her. Because she's quite young as well. So, like, even if, like, I could see Joanna Fairies running it someday. But it all depends on, like, how well Blizzard performs. Because Blizzard's getting a lot of investment right now. And obviously, if Blizzard doesn't perform, then that's GG too. Because that's on her, right?
Yeah.
So.
We got Parker Petrov saying, hey Jez and Rand, I was just wondering what people actually expected to happen. I'm never going to be pro people losing their jobs, but the Zenimax Online Studios game was being worked on since 2018. Perfect Dark since the initiative was founded in 2018. Everwild was debuted at EXO 2019. All these projects have nearly a decade worth of money invested and are at most vaporware and or vertical slices. When you remove the gamer hat, and just look at it for what it is, I'm more surprised people are surprised this is happening. I understand game development is hard, but it's also not a charity. When you're nearing 10 years and haven't generated money and have nothing to show. At what point isn't it just negligence to keep gaming projects going? As each day they continue, they just have to generate more and more money to recoup the expense of making it. And if they aren't good or just shoved out to make money back, Microsoft would just be criticized for releasing bad games and being mismanaged. It's definitely a way to be looking at it. You could make the argument that as soon as Everwild had its problems, that they should have just canceled it outright instead of allowing it to pivot. So they could have started working on something else. Even make the argument the same thing with Perfect. I mean, clearly something's up with Perfect Dark. You start that studio in 2018 and it looks like they pivoted, and it's like 2025 and it doesn't seem like it's anywhere close to coming out. So I guess you also look at like why do we announce these things? Which
I feel like we talked about with Scalebound.
Yeah.
We've been talking about why announce things for years, I feel like.
But then it's like, okay, well, this is our next game, and Rare's making money with Sea of Thieves, so Sea of Thieves can keep the studio afloat while they work on Everwild, or Zenimax game's been worked on for a while, so okay, we got the Elder Scrolls money coming in, we can float that because we need another game. Like, you can't just float on that game forever, so you cancel it, and it's like, well, what's the plan now? Because whatever game they build next, you're probably looking at a 4, 5, 6 year dev cycle as normal, right? Like for a AAA game, let alone a massive multiplayer RPG. I don't even know the dev time on that. So are we looking at ZeniMax Online being a studio that is just... Are they going to downsize it to the point where it's only, like with Turn 10 where they downsized it to it's only a Forza Motorsport, so like the people that are left can just work on Forza Motorsport, but there's no need to make a new game? Are they going to downsize Zenimax online so it's just people to work on Elder Scrolls, but there's no new game they're working on? Because I don't know how long, and especially if you thought they had time. So leading into this week, they thought they had time because they were going to give the games time clearly, and then suddenly it was like, actually, no, we're not. I don't know. It's very incredibly disappointing, and it just makes you look at Xbox and Microsoft in many different ways, and you just can't really trust anything they're going to do anymore, because they change not only their gaming plans and strategy quite often, but now we've seen examples of games that they were high on and willing to give time just 2-3 months ago to just being canceled. So anything can just go up in smoke at some point, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if you just want to be the cold businessman and being like, here's my Excel sheet of my cash in, cash out, and I need to cut costs because corporate's telling me I need to make cuts. Yeah, you probably would look at projects that have been long in the tooth and are like, why is Everwild where it's at? When can we expect Everwild to release? And they tell you 2-3 years. They're probably like, then what are we still doing making this game? Cancel it. Okay, what about Perfect Dark? Where are we at on that? How long until it releases? 2-3 years. Okay, why are we working on this? How much are we going to really spend that much money more? How much money we spend on this game already? Are we sure this game's even going to be successful and make any of its money back? Let's just let's cut it right now. There is that sense of chasing good money. What is it? What's the phrase? Chasing bad money after good or good money after bad money, or whatever it is. So if you remove all those emotions and the human aspect of it, and if you're just looking at the money, it's like, yeah, you probably would nail those ones that have been troubled. But then you got to ask yourselves, well, why are those games in trouble in the first place? Whose fault is it that Everwild's been in the situation it's been that long? And Perfect Dark, is it Gallagher's fault? Is it Booty's fault? His management style? Is it Phil's fault? I mean, there has to be a reason that there are a few of these games that are just taking so long. Somebody's to blame, or the buck has to stop somewhere. Because there are other studios, like you mentioned, Obsidian. Let's do it. Even though Obsidian themselves, how many times did Avowed pivot? Twice. They still got it out, and while I mean it's not going to win any awards, it was a damn fun game. It's 80 on Metacritic.
What if it wins Game of the Year, bro?
It won't. But there's Outer Worlds 2 looks really good. I don't know. We have Guess Who says, "Afternoon, gents. Again, appreciate the work y'all do. These fools jumping Jez in as if he made the cuts at Xbox himself are idiots. I wanted to ask, what is the validity of the Perfect Dark trailer just being a pieced together trailer? If that is the case, why would they even throw that in the showcase? It blows my mind how that was even possible. Would they have not played any version of the game up to that point?" Well, remember, Phil had supposedly played a version of Perfect Dark years ago because he remember taking a picture of it. But if they built for that demo, maybe they just built the demo, the vertical slice, and showed it off, and then they still thought they had time to actually build the proper game out. But I mean, it's not the first time. I mean, history of game demos being smoke screens, is not like the first time that's happened in the past, or at all, period. So you'd have to ask them about why they showed it if that was the case. And I don't have the answer to that.
Yeah, it's hard to tell like exactly how fair or not fair those kind of comments are, because games games aren't made in a linear way these days, where it's like, I'm going to make one level, I'm going to make 2 levels, I'm going to make 3 levels. They're not made in that way anymore. So it's like, you might not have like a truly presentable product without some trickery until very, very late in development. So if you do want to have these hype moments, you do have to put a little bit of polish on what would otherwise be a very ugly end system that isn't fully completed. Games just aren't built that way anymore. I remember beta testing Warcraft expansions, where it was just like most of it would be working, but then like you'd see an animal or a mob that was literally a cube, like a white, blue, checkered placeholder cube. You can't put that in the trailer, can you? So like, what would you do? You'd either remove it or put a placeholder in place, or just put it in the background or something like that, just to hide it. You know what I mean? But we'll never know. We'll never know how close it was to being finished. I don't think, because of NDAs and all this kind of stuff. I'm sure Jason's gonna have a lot of reporting coming out soon from sources. Maybe we'll learn a bit more. But I remember when they cancelled Miles Dompier's favorite game. What was it called now? Phantom Dust. And then like a couple of years later, a build leaked which showed the game in motion, you know, and it looked all right to me. But then again, maybe that was the only part of it that looked all right, you know. Maybe that was the only part that was finished. Just don't know, man.
We have Rave Damos says, gentlemen, on this 4th of July, hot dogs or hamburgers, potato salad or macaroni salad, pickles, butter or dill. Enjoy the weekend. Hope you two and the entire community has a safe and wonderful 4th. I'd rather have hamburgers. As for the potato salad or macaroni salad, I'd rather have neither. I don't like either of them, and I don't like pickles. So
I would pick hamburgers as well. I'd pick macaroni salad any day of the week. And I don't really like pickles either. But I've never really tried them. So maybe I would like pickles. I don't know. I'm an olives guy. Do you like olives, Rand?
no, I don't like olives.
I love olives, man. I love olives. Oh, by the way, Rand, I've lost 50 pounds since May.
That's great.
Speaking of food, I lost 50 pounds, baby.
We got Trixar for Trace. It's not a question, just a statement. Xbox users have a chance to do some funny shit with Helldivers. It would be hilarious if more copies sold on Xbox than PlayStation. I don't think that's happening. I mean, it should sell very well, though, considering it's the type of game the platform loves. Omen says, hope you both are doing well. What an awful week for the industry. In the past, we've seen some Phoenix-like things come from canceled games. Overwatch, Bioshock, World of Warcraft, Diablo 3, and Portal, for example, were all created out of canceled projects. Do you think there's any chance that we see some aspects from the canceled Zenimax Online game or Everwild augmented into future projects? I would hate to see all that effort on the new engine to see the new engine ZOS made just turn to dust. What do you think, Jez?
Was World of Warcraft a cancelled project? I didn't know that.
Well, wasn't Overwatch something? Overwatch was like Titan.
Overwatch was meant to be a sci-fi MMO, you know, and then it became Overwatch. So I suppose like the thought process will be could what they built for the Zenimax MMO become another Overwatch, man? I don't know. But I personally, I don't think so. I think it's very rare that that happens. I don't know, man. I would say no. I think Microsoft's corporate structure probably precludes that. I'm sure some code and some assets will end up in other games, but as for a full game, I can't see it. But it goes back to what Rand was saying earlier. Like, what is the future of Rare and what is the future of ZeniMax Studios? Because it ain't Sea of Thieves and it ain't Elder Scrolls Online. You're going to have to do something to... Because those games ain't going to last forever. Only very, very few games last forever. World of Warcraft being one of them. I don't think those games last forever. You know, they're finite in their mileage. So what do? Do you build Elder Scrolls Online 2? You know, or do you build Sea of Thieves 2? Do the studios even want to do that? Are they not going to work on something else? I don't know, man. I think Microsoft, like, they are moving to a more Nintendo-like organization where all the different studios work on all the different games as when and necessary. Like Turn 10's working on Forza Horizon, for example, which I think Phil hinted was coming out next year in one interview. Did he?
I mean,
Well,
he
I
said
hope
as
that ain't
much
a
at
leak.
the showcase.
Okay, good. So yeah, I don't know, man. But who knows what's gonna happen? I do think it's weird that a lot of these studios just can't get something out, you know,
I mean,
or just work on
it'd be
something
cool.
that's a smaller scope. You know, like South of Midnight. If you can't make a quadruple A game from the out the gate, work on something cheaper and easier first. Like South of Midnight. And I'm not saying South of Midnight was cheap and easy to make, but it does seem like these are the kind of projects that were more sustainable, like Grounded, for example. Started by a small team and then scaled up. Why couldn't the initiative start with something small and scale up? You know, why can't any of these studios start with something small and scale up? Why are they expected to sprint out the gate when they don't even have a culture? You know, I don't know. What do I know, man?
Yeah, I don't know. Luke Spook says, "RHN, it's been an awful week with the mass layoffs at Microsoft Xbox, followed by the devastating news of the death of Diogo Jota, Liverpool player, got married less than a month ago. Jez, this question is for you. Did you sleep with Chris Avallone's girlfriend, run over his dog, refuse his advances? What's the story with his beef with you? The guy seems a proper slimy skip rat of a cunt."
I have no idea. He said to someone that had an interaction with me before, and I'm just like, what? I don't think I've ever spoken to him in my life, but there's a good chance that I've forgotten about it. But fucking hell, like the guy was just not on my radar in any way, shape, or form. I've enjoyed a lot of his games. Um, you know, I enjoyed a lot of his games a lot. You know, he's worked with Owlcat, who's one of my favorite studios now with Rogue Trader, and he's a legend in CRPGs, which is one of my favorite genres. Um, he also worked on Wasteland 3, I think, if I remember correctly. I have no idea what I did to the guy, but you know, I can be an asshole too, so maybe I deserved it. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know what you did, man. But he's
I don't
definitely
know.
got it out from you.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll
Let's
live.
see. We got Pat Rock who says, "Isn't it weird how Sony, with one breath, puts Helldivers on Xbox and on another Money Hats exclusives like Stellar Blade, which both studios have announced their next games will be multi-platform? Could Sony be done with money hatting, if not for the fact developers might see it as a risk? I mean, you might see less of it, although I think there was just a game that was announced as a PlayStation console exclusive just like yesterday. It's one of those Asian games. Something about the wind. Drawing a blank on the actual title, but that was announced as like a PlayStation exclusive for 6 months. They might be done. I'm sure they'll probably pick the ones that they feel fit their portfolio.
I think it's like when a game needs funding, the platform can be like, yeah, we'll give you funding, but we want some kind of exclusivity for it. But when a studio can self-fund it, like presumably Arrowhead made plenty from Helldivers 1 and 2 that they can now self-fund their next game, then they don't need to take it. They don't need to take the deal. But I'm sure like when a studio started out, that it's a good way to reduce risk for both parties, where it's like, yeah, we'll take the risk on platform exclusive. We'll take the risk, but we want platform exclusivity. And the new developers like, um, you help us offset the risk by funding the game, but we'll accept the platform exclusivity. You know, it's just a trade-off, I suppose. I think there'll still be money hatting from both ends. I mean, obviously, Stalker 2, Microsoft has very heavily funded Stalker 2, in a variety of ways. So that you could say that's an example of Microsoft money hatting an exclusive. There's no universe where Stalker isn't coming to PlayStation eventually, but it's like they're working very hard on making the game better right now, and it is getting better by all accounts. They want it to be one of these long tail, forever kind of single player games, and it's getting there, I think. But I think both sides will fund exclusives. There probably will just be less of it, and or more of it goes towards indies and stuff like that.
All right. You know, I was thinking of something. Remember we had talked before about the idea of, okay, Xbox multi-platform strategy maybe could attract more developers to want to work with Xbox to make games because you could get paid by Xbox to make the game, get the Game Pass bag for putting on there, but then also still be able to sell the game on Switch 2 and PlayStation and PC. Remember we've talked about that before?
Mm-hmm.
But with this of them, canceling like Romero Games next game or potentially some other unannounced second party games, do you think that makes second parties or other developers, like we mentioned earlier, how Toys for Bob might want to make a Banjo game or Moon might want to make a Banjo game, but because of what happened and because of the shifting priorities at Microsoft and how that might affect your stuff, is it now seen as a risk to be like, all right, you know what? We're going to choose our partner is going to be Microsoft because you can never tell from year to year if, it's going to work out.
I'm sure they'll ask for more strict contractual clauses. They'll probably be like, look, if we hit our milestones, then you have to promise not to defund or something like that.
I mean, if like imagine like Moon doing like Banjo and it's like a 4-year thing, but then like year 3, for whatever reason, Microsoft's got to cut costs and they're like, we're not doing Banjo anymore, but all their money's been invested in it and they don't have, whatever. It's like, could end the studio, right? I was just kind of, curious how a lot of developers maybe view Microsoft at that point and Xbox. Is it still a place where like you want to pitch your game because nobody else will and they might take it, but then you might have to be worried about, does it make it all the way through? Because you never know if they might have a change of strategy and that doesn't include your game anymore. Are they only interested in maybe big games now? Like kind of hinted at by, or stated explicitly by Matt Booty, where it's like, we don't want small stuff really realistically anymore. Maybe you go and you pitch a Fallout game and maybe they'll listen to you, right? Maybe you go in there and pitch I don't know, something like that, and they might want it at that point. But it was just something I was thinking of. Sick and Tire says, hi, man. I have 2 questions. 1, do you know exactly what the next Xbox will be? I have it in my head that it will be basically an Xbox PC. It will cater to those people who want a PC game but want the ease of a console. It'll provide both Xbox games via Xbox mode and Steam, Epic, MS, Game Store, etc. via its PC mode. I think it could work, but they will need to nail it 100%, which I have little faith in. I think Microsoft want to get this out sooner rather than later, as every year they stick with the Series console and putting their games on PlayStation. It's hurting the possible success of the new direction. I think they believe the quicker they can get the new model out to the public, the quicker they can get people back on board, prevent them from ditching the Xbox brand for PlayStation. I mean, I can only theorize about what the next Xbox will be, but I mean, I think it'll be like a hybrid PC thing with that chip that AMD is talking about, so it would have backwards compatibility, so your library would come across. I don't know. I don't. The idea of like there's an Xbox mode and then like a PC mode, like it's a flip of the switch or something. Whatever it does need, whatever it is, it needs to be console-like. It can't just be like a mini PC that you put under there and you still have to like fuck around with Windows and all that stuff, right? It needs to be seamless and easy, and that's where the implementation comes across. And we'll see if they nail it, right? I mean, I know they're trying to make Windows 11 better for gaming with the handheld stuff, and we'll see how that goes with the ROG Ally. As for how quickly they wanted to get it done, I'm sure they want it out quickly as possible, but it just may still take some time to build it. I personally still think it's going to be coming in 2027. We'll know next year. I mean, we'll know if it's releasing next year, we'll know at some point next year because developers would have to have dev kits for it then at that point. Or you would hear some leaks from developers being like, we got a game releasing this fall. You would have to announce it. And Xbox always typically announces the console the year before. And then some people have taken the AMD announcement partnership as, okay, that's the year before thing. So, I mean, PlayStation, I think Mark Cerny and them they just announced a partnership with AMD to produce the PS6 and all the things that they might do with that. I don't think anybody expects the PS6 next year, do they? I think the earliest you might expect that is 2027, 2028. So I'm sure they would love to release a console next year alongside their stalwarts, Forza Gears and Halo and Fable. And, not have to have the PlayStation 6 side by side where people can make a direct comparison. But it just may not be possible, with the time they need to build the stuff out. But if it is next year, I would imagine at some point early next year, we would start hearing about people working on the thing. So until then, I feel like it's 2027. And 2, people saying the console market is stagnant are wrong. Nintendo is coming out of the most successful ever on the Switch, and Sony had made more profit, $15 billion from the PlayStation 5 so far than they did for the PS1, PS2, PS3, and PS4 combined. The only one it's been stagnant for is Xbox.
Well, Xbox has also had record profits.
We don't know
but
that.
It's also like...
We don't know that.
I mean, revenue then, whatever.
Revenue's not
but it's
profit.
Also, yeah, sure, but revenue. But it's also like... Xbox doesn't share its profitability, but it's had record revenue and record playtime hours. Like Phil said in his slightly tone deaf email to the internal people, right? So the thing is, a lot of this is existing users, So Nintendo's had its most successful console ever, but a lot of that is like selling to families. And Nintendo still had lower revenue than Xbox, overall. So it's kind of like the business isn't just selling console hardware. The business is more than that. It's selling also software, microtransactions, and also platform stuff. And when you actually look at the data, console isn't bringing in new players. And in fact, people are spending less than ever on gaming as a hobby. And one of the reasons for that is honestly algorithmic addictive apps like TikTok and YouTube and stuff like that. There are other forms of entertainment there that people are using to relax after work that are cheaper and for a lot of people just more accessible. And all those iPad kids growing up, they end up in super app games like Roblox, which can be played entirely for free. So while I don't think, obviously, the industry's it's still $100 billion industry or something like that. It's still a huge industry. But a lot of it is sort of like churning in ways that core gamers aren't really interested in, like the mobile games, like the microtransactions and all that kind of shit. The biggest bright spot in gaming right now is Steam. Steam and PC gaming is growing because people who like variety gaming, like core gamers, they've come to an age where they do have disposable income to actually invest in a PC now, and they see it as an investment that is actually cheaper over time than potentially getting a console. But then, within that, Nintendo Switch is a good companion device. But obviously, Xbox is doing the worst out of the three. But when you look at the metrics, look at Sakana or look at any industry analyst website, like GI Biz and all that kind of stuff, there is a stagnation there in console. And if there wasn't a stagnation in console, you wouldn't see Sony putting its games on Steam. It's just the data, man.
We got Ben Wilkins who says, "Hey guys, just wanted to say thanks, Jez, for covering Xbox and calling Microsoft on their shit when everybody else just wants to blame Xbox and Xbox leadership. Pretty obvious that if Xbox had their way, none of this would have happened. Hopefully everyone affected by this lands on their feet. Anyway, is there a chance that when you sub to Game Pass for a full year that Xbox will let you keep 1 or 2 first-party games, even if you unsubbed at some point in the future? Would be a great perk. Will go a long way to shut down people saying you are just renting games and keep people subbed. Sorry for the long comment. Have a great weekend." I think that's a good idea, but I just don't think they're worried about how people say you don't own anything, because you don't see those same people saying the same shit about Spotify or Netflix or any of that stuff. It's kind of weird to me that has become like a big thing with like Game Pass, where people are like, you don't actually own anything, but then I don't think anybody subscribes to the thing thinking they do own it. So I really think that aspect is kind of blown out of proportion when people say that. I do think that would be a good incentive, being like, hey, subscribe for a year or 2 years, and you know, like every year you subscribe, you can pick a first party game to own forever. I mean, I think it would be a good incentive, or just like a good reward, but I just don't think they're worried like that, of like people of the talk of you don't own
No.
anything, because people know what a subscription is. They know
I
when
think
they.
Microsoft, I do think Microsoft could do more to showcase the fact that when you subscribe to Game Pass, there are exclusive deals, especially when a game's leaving the service. So I do think there is more Microsoft could do there to on-ramp Game Pass subscribers towards owners. I do think there is something that could do there. Um, whether it's through incentives or perks or something like that. I do think Microsoft is not utilizing Game Pass to the best it could be. Like someone in chat earlier was saying, like, why aren't we getting free Hearthstone cards through Game Pass, for example? Or like free loot boxes or whatever it is. Like, you know, I feel like every part of Microsoft or the gaming business should have something to incentivize people coming into their games through Game Pass perks. But like, where even is perks these days? I'm trying to find perks on the Game Pass app and I can't even find it. It's like it's gone now. Like you see, it's like it's buried. Does it even still exist? I don't know. I can't find it. So yeah, there used to be perks, and now I can't find them. Um, perks? Where are you, perks? I just can't fucking find them. I think they're gone.
Yeah.
Okay, so now what the fuck? So you click on Game Pass and you go to more benefits. It's not called perks anymore. It's called more benefits. So that's confusing. And right now there's a charm for Apex, some stuff for UFC 5, which I didn't even know existed. So fair play, I've discovered a game because of perks. A game called Vigor, which I've never heard of. Rainbow Six Siege X, a Mute Pack, skins, and some stuff for Throne of Liberty. Like, where's the stuff for the Blizzard games? Where's the stuff for Overwatch or anything else? It's just feels underbaked, man. I don't know.
We got Fletch, who says, firstly, I just want to address what I think was a really uncalled for broadside against Jez on Twitter yesterday. I can't remember Jez ever bearing bad news. Now for the question. After what happened this week, do we still believe Phil shouldn't go? He's quite literally turned into the boogeyman. He's lied his ass off for the last 2 years, and now we have all the axing of staff and games that have huge potential. How can anyone ever trust a thing he says again? 6 months from now, he will be lying about something else. And that's why I said he probably shouldn't talk anymore, because every time he talks, something later on, it's like I said, he's lying or he's telling the truth, but then he gets to get blindsided by this stuff. Or they change strategies so the things he said were the truth, is not lies. But it doesn't matter, because people just look at him as liar, and they look at him as like, hey, you're the head of this division. All these games are canceled. These games have problems. It's your fault. The buck stops at you, so you should probably leave. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll eventually be gone.
I mean, the fact of the matter is that if Phil had just refused to do the layoffs, they would have fired him and got someone else to do it. So, and maybe they cut even harder. I think the political clout that Phil has is the only reason why we still have an Xbox today, honestly. But I do think it's like, it goes back to what Rand was saying, like, if you aren't sure that this game's going to ship, you shouldn't talk it up, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because you like, there should be nobody in a position, there should be nobody better positioned to know if a game is going to ship than the CEO of Microsoft Gaming, in my view. Which I think it's an indictment of Satya and Amy that to put Phil in this position where it's like, or the Xbox division in this position where people just can't believe them anymore. You know, this is the trade-off they thought was fine in order to build this infrastructure out. It's whatever, man.
Yeah. We got Panda Man saying, "Hey guys, no new Xbox news, right? I'd be curious how many AAA studios have closed in the last 5 years. Right now, it feels like we're driving towards less games and more games. What do you say? I mean, there's still plenty of games that come out every single week. There's so many indie games or AA games that come out. I don't necessarily think we're getting less games. I mean, we might be getting less AAA games as they take longer and longer to make, and some of the stalwarts keep on surviving with new seasons.
Yeah.
But overall, I mean, there's still so many. Like, there's usually like 20 or 30 like 20 games that launch on Xbox every week, and there's probably way more that launch on Steam every week.
Oh, there's way more on Steam. Like, Steam's crazy, man. Like, every day you open up Steam and it's like there's some new trending game that no one on console will have ever heard of because it's just like it's viral within a small community. Like, one of the biggest games on Steam right now is that Schedule 1 drug dealer game. And like, it looks very, very low budget. Very, very, it looks like a Roblox game, but people fucking love it. It's huge, because it's fun, unique, and quirky and all that kind of shit. But do people on console have different expectations? I feel like the variety contingent who are willing to accept, a bit of jank for something unique, a lot of that audience has gone to Steam. Whereas, like, on console, we complain if a puddle doesn't have the correct reflections. People console war and do all that kind of shit. I'm browsing Steam now, and there's the Steam sale popping off. Like, it looks so much more inviting than what the Xbox app is. I go over to the Xbox PC app, and it's like, Call of Duty World War II, play with Game Pass. There was a motorsport update. That's poorly timed, I think. There's just 4 things, but like I load up Steam and it's like boom, boom, boom. Look at all these sales, 50% off, 50% off, 60% off Triangle Strategy, which is on my wish list, which I'm going to add to my cart now. And to put another game in my backlog. No, don't buy it, Jez. You don't have time to play it. What are you doing? But yeah, I don't know. Steam's just built different, I guess. But yeah, there's still games coming. But there's going to be even more games. Like when AI democratizes programming and like anyone can just make a game and just yell at their co-pilot, say, make me a game that does this. There's going to be an explosion of games. Whether they're going to be good or not remains to be seen. But like, I'm sure that AI is going to produce some viral, weird, wacky, wonderful games that we can't even imagine.
Good old Collinwood says, "Happy 4th of July weekend, Rand. Happy not hot weekend, Jez. Rand, have you seen the Project Hail Mary trailer? Any thoughts? And as you've read the book, is the trailer spoilery?" Yes, the trailer's spoilery. Don't watch it if you don't want to be spoiled. My first watch of the trailer, I was the thing that got me was the thing at the end of the trailer, which is a spoiler. But then I knew going into it that they wouldn't be able to not market that part of it because it is something that does happen in the film, and I think it would be in the book, and it happens early on in the book. So it would be like a lot of it is you really couldn't show a lot what the movie is without it. But I was just like, I was kind of like, really, they're showing it off in the first trailer. So my first time watching it, I was like, I mean, I'm super excited for it because I love the book. It's one of my favorite books. I watched it a couple more times, and the more I watched it, the more I actually liked the trailer. Like, I like Ryan Gosling. I think he's a great actor. And, the book is funny. So it does straddle that line of being funny, but also, like, being serious because the stakes are pretty high. And like the visual style really strikes out. Like some really cool visual moments with like space and stuff like that in there where it's like purple and green and stuff. So yeah, I had to watch it like 4 times, but I was like, okay, I'm digging the vibe and I'm digging the choices here. It's just that the thing at the end, I was like, oh man, if I was the marketing department, I would have held off on that. But they probably felt they needed to include it. But yeah, if you don't want to be spoiled, don't watch that trailer because it spoils something. Chieftain Gogo says, hey guys, happy Friday to you both. I've been seeing a lot of people wanting Phil to step down, but is that really the right move? My train of thought is that he's the only one holding back the floodgates against Microsoft as best as he can. Thoughts? I mean, the thing is, nobody knows other than the people at Microsoft and Xbox. So, like I've mentioned before, what is the truth? Does the truth even matter to people? If the truth comes out that Phil was the only one standing in, taking the blows for it because he was told to by Amy Hood, would anybody even care? Like anybody that's already kind of said their piece about it, does that even matter? Or is the people's truth just whatever they want it to be? I don't know. Like some people, believe that he's doing the best he can, and if he wasn't there, then it would be even worse. I don't know the truth. So I'm not sure if any of those things are the reality of the situation, because how could I know? It's just, sometimes people need to be held accountable for the things that have happened. And Phil is the CEO after all.
I genuinely believe that Xbox would be in a much worse position without Phil right now. And I think like Phil's replacement will not have the political capital to even stand up to anything that Amy and Satya want. And I know this because I've seen it in other corporations. I've seen it in other businesses where, the tenured person is the one that everyone listens to, and the new guy is the one that wants to placate the person higher up, So Phil's at a point now where he can push back on some of these things, but I don't think the next person is. I think things get worse when Phil retires, but maybe the whole economy and the industry is in a different position then. I have no idea.
Yeah. But anyways, I think that's the last one. We got a super chat from Nate Dogg says, is Obsidian working on Fallout, Jez?
I have no idea, man.
Maybe.
But it's a definite maybe, but there is a new Fallout. Maybe even multiple new Fallouts.
I mean, they need to take advantage of that Fallout TV. I mean, we know there's going to be a Fallout 3 remaster. If they were smart, they'd be new Fallout games. Obviously, Fallout 5 is probably still years away. Probably next decade, like 2030s. Yeah. But if they were smart, they'd have spin-offs to go to, and maybe they will. Man, that's probably something they should have did the moment they bought Bethesda. But,
Heck yeah.
I don't know. But anyways, man, 5-hour show. I'm hungry. I need to go to the bathroom. Jez is probably pretty tired because it's over. It's past his bedtime. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. So we appreciate everybody hanging out with us on this July 4th weekend. Hope you enjoyed the show. Hope you guys have a great 4th. A lot of fireworks and hamburgers and brats and all that good stuff. Do us a big favor. Yeah, hot dogs, brats. Yeah, brats are pretty good.
You mean like bratwurst?
Yeah, bratwurst.
Oh, that's German.
Yeah, hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Check out the Patreon. Links in the description below. Check out our sponsor, Surfshark, for 80% off, 86% off 2-year plan. Those links are all in the description. And with that said, we'll see what next week brings. But until then, we love you all and keep it gaming. Later.
Rock and roll, baby.